Okay. All right, let's get the show on the road. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Winnetka Village Council Budget Review Meeting for October 29th, 2021. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Ask everybody to make sure you got your devices turned off, and I'll ask Rob to call the roll.
Trustee Dahlman?
Here.
Trustee Swerk?
Here.
Trustee Dearborn?
Here.
Trustee Kripe?
Here.
Trustee Mancini?
Here.
Trustee Apatow?
Here.
President Rins.
Here. Okay, I have some opening remarks, and then and then Rob is going to speak to our COVID protocol for today, just so we're all clear on it, and anybody watching in the public understands what we're up to here. But I have some prepared comments, and I'd just like to share them before we get going. Excuse me. Okay, today we have the privilege of reviewing what I believe to be an historic budget. For the 8th year in a row, our staff of highly skilled and talented professionals are presenting a budget that does not increase the tax levy, relying only on conservative new development projections to absorb increased operational expenses. Additionally, the 5-year capital improvement plan provides an effective tool that keeps us focused on the future. Our policy discussions over the next year will give us the opportunity to set policy for the future of our electric utility and the redevelopment of village-owned properties such as the post office. 8 years without a tax levy, during a time when we underwent a physical transformation of our central business districts. I mean, really, guys, who does that, you know? I mean, 8 years is amazing. Absolutely. We do it. We all have seen the demographic changes here in town. Young families with small children are now creating buggy gridlock in the downtown. And on sunny days, everybody can see that the parks are completely full. When the decision is made to move to the suburb, many buyers ask about taxes. In all the years that I have sold homes, I can't remember the last time someone asked me about a water, sewer, electric rate, trash removal, or vehicle stickers. But they always ask about the taxes. Besides, our fees are always benchmarked against the market anyway, and to make sure that we remain competitive and fair. By holding the line on the tax levy, we hand our local realtors a tool to market our community, one that distinguishes our town from any other on the North Shore. The message is clear: prudent fiscal management while modernizing critical public infrastructure is a huge value add. Value that continues to reinforce and support our investment in our homes. And that's really why we do this. Now for some ground rules for today's session. First off, let's let the presenters complete their presentation without interruption. I think the conversation will flow a lot better then. Once they're finished, we'll open it up for question, comments, and any deliberation we might have to take, but let them finish first. Today is not the day to debate policy. The budget reflects the policy direction that we have provided staff over the last few years. That's not to say that we can't make course corrections or change direction, but that requires a conversation way beyond today's assignment. I'm pretty sure that there's items on this budget that we might not individually agree with. I know I even have a few. Clearly, we should talk about them. Just know that unless we see obvious support amongst all of us to make an adjustment, we'll move on. We may have ideas on some of the obvious challenges in the capital plan. I know I have some already myself, but good solutions require a lot of education and guidance, and I can guarantee all of you that we will carefully plan these discussions to make sure we can deliberate from a position of knowledge. Today is the day we get to watch our professionals in action, and it is a day that I truthfully feel very lucky to be a part of and privileged to be a part of. You guys have done an awesome job. Rob, I'll let you speak to the COVID protocols.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
It's a bit rainy outside, but it's pretty sunny in here, especially with all the black ink that we're looking at. I just want to briefly go over the protocol for today regarding COVID. So we reviewed the Cook County and and Health Department, State of Illinois emergency orders. And as you can see, we've increased airflow. We have air cleaners in here. We've maintained 6 feet social distancing, and that's in place for everybody for today. Masks are required for the audience, so if somebody comes in, we need them to be masked, primarily because you all know everyone here has had a rapid test. We're all negative, and that's really good news. So masks are for the audience. Trustees and staff can remove their masks when they're seated and stationary and 6 feet apart, and then when speaking at the podium. But masks must be worn when leaving the room to take a call or when you're going to the restroom or whatever. So we do want to maintain the 6 feet social distancing and feel pretty confident that we'll get through today without any trouble. To minimize the number of people in the room, department heads will be present for the overview, but then they're going to cycle out and then come back when their presentations are ready. And as I said, rapid tests were deployed. Thank you all for going through that. I know it was a little extra effort, but I think it was well worth it. So any questions? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Tim for the budget overview, and here we go.
Good morning. Welcome to the 2022 Annual Budget and Capital Improvement Plan presentation. Just before we get started, I just did want to take a couple minutes and thank Finance Department staff and all the department heads, and of course the Village Manager's Office for their support and their help in putting together the budget document and all the numbers and compiling everything together. So great team to work with, and I just wanted to say thank you. For today's meeting, we're going to go through an overview of the budget, including key policy initiatives, review the property tax levy, and also the capital improvement plan. Then we'll turn it over to department presentations, starting with the Village Manager's Office and Public Affairs, Finance, Fire and Police, Public Works, Engineering, Community Development, and then batting cleanup is Brian Keys in the Water and Electric Department. So in developing the budget, we, of course, take into account the current economic environment. And as we know, in 2020, that was a challenging year economically with the pandemic. Resulted in a major recession, though it was actually pretty short-lived, the recession. And now in 2021, we're coming out of it, and we're actually coming out of it pretty strong. But as we look to 2022, we're seeing, a continued uncertain environment. Due to continued concerns over the pandemic. I think we're all seeing the headlines in the supply chain and inflationary pressures. And then also in 2022, could these forces kind of collide and dip us back into recession? So in preparing the 2022 annual budget, we took that into account and made sure our revenue estimates were conservative to try and reflect that, so that we're not relying on overly optimistic revenues, and we'll show that later. And of course, we'll continue to monitor. If you remember, in 2020, when the economy took a downturn, we came here in May of 2020, presented some significant budget cutbacks to rebalance the budget. So if the economy does, go back and those revenue estimates appear unrealistic, we'll be back. So a summary of the budget financial policies. The budget is balanced. And how we define that is operating expenditures, so those are the annual recurring expenditures, year-over-year expenditures are balanced with operating revenues, and those are revenues that we expect to occur annually, year-over-year. The village is home rule, but we act like a non-home rule unit of government. In fact, we exceed the non-home rule standards when it comes to the tax levy. Utility rates are set using a cost of service analysis, meaning that we analyze the actual cost to provide the different services and then set rates accordingly. And we tend to, operating expense increases will be generally in line with the revenue increases. And we're committed to making 100% of the statutory contribution for public safety pensions with a conservative 6.25% rate of return. For capital, typically we fund on a pay-as-you-go basis, limit debt where possible. Budget amendments, we, again, try and put forth a realistic budget, and we have contingencies built into the budget that limit the necessity for budget amendments. And then we also maintain fund balance and net asset policies, targets for each fund. As President Rintz mentioned, we are proposing a flat property tax levy for existing residents for the 8th year in a row, only capturing 0.49% new growth. And the year-to-year annual budget difference is $70, or 0.9% for a typical Winnetka resident. Moving on to some of the capital items in 2022, the stormwater capital budget of $19.3 million. The budget proposes in the business district revitalization, $2.4 million, funded by $1.65 million in transfers from the general fund. Sanitary sewer fund, 2022 capital budget of $600,000. This is largely dedicated towards $1.7 million in rehabilitation projects identified in an inflow and infiltration study performed in 2017, 2018. For utility funding, the budget implements rate increases for water of 8.5%. This is in line with recommendations outlined with the 2017 water rate study that proposed increasing rates over a number of years to pay for a significant capital investment for future years. So that study outlined a 100-year replacement cycle for water mains and set rates accordingly to be able to meet that target. Implements an electric fund rate increase of 5%. This was based on our in-house analysis. And then a sanitary sewer fund rate increase for 2022 of 2%. As you know, we've made significant changes in the refuse fund this past year, offering the curbside service. And the analysis that we put forth in setting those rates has proven to be pretty good. So there's no proposed increase in the residential rates, but there is a 5% increase in the recommended commercial rates. Additionally, in the general fund, we do have some inflationary increases to existing fees. These are the first inflationary adjustments in over 10 years. So the permit revenue is increasing from $1.30 to $1.60. Plan review fee minimum from $70 to $100. A vehicle sticker late fee of $20. And then adjustments to the ambulance fee. And then the yard waste sticker, which is not part of the general fund, increases from $2.30 to $2.50. A key policy consideration for 2022 would be the potential implementation of a business license or registration program. Again, this would be a policy consideration in 2022. We don't have any fee increases or proposed revenue or expenditures for this program in 2022. It's just something to potentially consider in 2022. So this would, a license program provides real-time planning data on existing businesses in Winnetka, be a tool to achieve compliance with various village ordinances prior to occupancy. It would help the village create a database of contact information for communications and emergency purposes. And also develop, if we were to move forward with this, we would make sure to develop a streamlined application process with our current food licenses, liquor licenses, so that it's not overly burdensome. A little more information on a business licensing program. We did canvass the area and get comparables. Most of the area villages do have some sort of licensing or registration program. So when you're looking at a licensing or registration, licensing is a more formal process. Many communities have a license in place. The fee will usually vary depending on the type of business. So a dry cleaner, for example, might pay a lower fee than a restaurant. Depending on the business type, the fee would vary. So the fee, if you can see, usually varies anywhere from $25, $30, up to almost to $500, depending on the business type. A couple communities have a registration program. That's Highland Park and Evanston. So the registration can be a simple registration. Highland Park appears to have a pretty simple, straightforward registration program, a flat $35 fee. Whereas Evanston, they have it's a registration, but if you look at their code, it operates a little bit more like a license. They have a little more authority to revoke the registration. So this would be something to consider in 2022. Again, the budget addresses aging and improved infrastructure, $19.3 million towards stormwater improvements, $2.7 million towards the electric grid, $2.67 million in water main renewal, and again, the water main and the Public Works Department, they work together to analyze, areas of town so that when they're have an aging street, they can replace the water main at the same time, so they try and coordinate their projects, achieve a little bit of economies of scale, and also avoid that frustration of having to rip up a road 5 years later to do water main underneath. $2.4 million towards downtown revitalization, $1.92 million in roadway, sidewalk, bridges, and parking lots, and $1.87 million in other improvements. So the total 2022 capital investment is $30.9 million. Okay, as I stated earlier, the budget is balanced. So this slide kind of proves that out. So if you look at the 2022 budget, operating revenues of $73.6 million over operating expenses of $63 million provides a net operating income of about $10.5 million, which then gets dedicated fully towards capital, along with some expected grant revenue in 2022. So in total, the operating increase in the budget is 3.9% compared to the 2021 budget. We're seeing, a slight increase in salaries and benefits, services and supplies increasing, a little bit more, and we'll get into that. That's largely related to the purchase power. Cost of that power is going up. So. And then another notable indicator on here is the debt service. The refunding from last year that we did in 2020 is going to save approximately $500,000 in financing costs for 2022. Moving on to the general fund. The general fund's the main operating fund of the village, funds the public safety, roads, all your basic village services. 2022 general revenues are $28.6 million, up $1.6 million or 5.97%. So the key changes compared to the 2020-21 budget, we did, as part of the American Reinvestment, the ARPA Act, the village is expected to receive about $1.7 million. We already received the first payment in 2021, and we expect to receive the second payment of $837,000 in 2022. Sales and use tax increase of $229,000 compared to the 2021 budget, and income and replacement tax increase of $212,000, and permit revenue of $270,000. And then the water fund is performing pretty well, so they're going to do an advance repayment on a loan to the general fund. So last year was $250,000. This year it's going to be $500,000. So there's an increase of $250,000. So just to note on these, the taxes, that's just, we're not increasing the rate or anything on the taxes. It's just due to the economy performing better. And just in going back to the previous slide, the 2021 budget, we cut back pretty significantly as a result of the pandemic. And the 2022 is kind of restoring a lot of those cuts as the economy has approved. And again, those inflationary increases that we referenced on a couple of slides ago is expected to generate about $80,000 in total additional revenue. In operating expenses, the 2022 general fund operating expenditures are $22.8 million, an increase of 1.11%. This chart shows the operating expenditures by department. And just one quick note on this, it's one thing to, put together a budget. It's another thing to stick to it. And we've done a pretty good job over the years of each department coming in their departmental operating budgets. And again, we expect that to be the case this year as well. Okay, moving on to the property taxes. So this chart shows the allocation of property taxes paid in 2021. As you can see, the village represents 12.94% of a property tax bill. So out of a total property tax bill, the village gets under 13% of that, under 13 cents of each dollar spent in property taxes. You can see the big driver is the school districts, with the Winnetka Public School at 38% and New Trier High School at 26%. And again, just to stress again, this is the 8th year in a row, the existing taxpayer increase is 0%, and that we are actually exceeding the guidelines of the property tax extension limitation law. So if we were a non-home rule community, we would be, adherent to that. We would be required to follow that law. In 2005, the village became a home rule unit of government and pledged to continue honoring that commitment as it relates to the property tax. And we'll show that we have in fact exceeded that. So the 2021 levy is $2.7 million less than what the PTEL limit would have been had we been levying up to that PTEL limit throughout the years. Cumulative since 2005, the village has levied $11 million under what the tax cap was. So as part of the budget process, we do an estimate of the total property tax levy. So for 2021, and we'll be bringing forth that as part of the final budget approval process, the total village-wide tax levy is $15,236,127. That includes roughly $12.6 million for the corporate general fund. And for the pension funds, the police pension, we'd be levying $1.1 million, and fire pension $1.3 million. The levies for those funds is based on the statutory limit of being 90% funded at 2040 and at a 6.25% investment rate of return. So if we recall, a couple of years ago, the village shipped their funded percentage of those funds. We were at 100% funded at 2035. We went to a 90% funded at 2040. So that's expected to save roughly $1.2 million in property tax that's freed up for the village. So trying to show the impact of only capturing new growth. So 2013, the village levied $14.2 million in taxes. This was the year before we started only capturing the new growth. And the latest full information, comparative information, is as of 2020. So this would represent about 6 or 7 years of that capture. And you can see the increase in Winnetka's levy is only 6.6%. Compared to some significant increases to our neighbors. So in Northbrook, they went from 13 million, they were actually under the village, now they're at 21.8 million. Another outlier was Wilmette. They had, a little bit above, and now they're pretty significant above. Now, different villages finance different things, obviously differently, so. And then this is another way to kind of show that increase. So in 2000, the village of Winnetka represented 17.2% of the total property tax bill, and that's gone down to under 13%. And this chart shows that the cumulative CPI increase since 2000 was 54.3%, with the village one of only 2 taxing districts that's actually levied under the CPI since that time. Going into the capital plan again, it's presented in a separate document. It's a 5-year plan from 2022 to 2026. We break it out by fund with cash flow shown for each fund. To be included as a capital item, generally the expenditure has to meet a $50,000 threshold. And within your capital binders, there was a separate spreadsheet that's kind of the entire capital plan on just a couple of spreadsheets. So the total capital spending from 22 to 26, you can see in 2022 we have $30.8 million. That drops down to 18.3 million in 2023, and then, climbs back up by 2025 to 30.1 million. And a lot of that kind of swing is just the timing of the stormwater projects. So depending how that project progresses, this chart may change over the years. Significant capital initiatives in the general fund, 1.9 million to roads, sidewalk, and parking lots. Building improvements of 375,000 and vehicles and equipment of 450,000. MFT spending of 275,000 dedicated road and bridge projects. Village Hall facility improvements of $200,000. Included with that is a new audio-visual system for the council chambers. Downtown revitalization, we have $2.4 million. Included the big project for this year is $2 million for the Chestnut area. Electric fund, completion of the Northfield substation for $883,000. And general electric system grid improvements of $1.8 million. Water system improvements of $2.6 million. We don't have anything budgeted for capital and refuse this year. Sanitary sewer improvements of $600,000, and then finally $19.3 million in stormwater improvements, including almost $19.2 million of that dedicated to the stormwater vision projects. So to sum it up, the 2022 annual budget and capital improvement, the budget is fiscally sound. Again, operating budgets are balanced. Revenues meeting expenditures, maintaining appropriate reserves and adequate staffing, and we continue to provide for those core village services while modernizing and investing in village infrastructure. So with that, if there's any questions on the overview, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
We're going to run this like more like a study session format, so if you've got something to say, just jump in. Otherwise, we'll just keep moving.
I don't have any questions, but really great work, everybody.
Thank you.
This is
Thank you, appreciate it.
phenomenal.
I do have one thing. I guess on the water increase, 8.5%. Or wants to be funded something, do we have the right, or have we never gone back to our residents to say, we funded it, thank you?
So the water rate study called for 8.5% increases through 2025. And what that study did, they took a comprehensive look at all the water main within the village. And, obviously it's really old, over, 100 years old. And they said we need to get to a spending of an annual spend of about 2.4 million just on the renewal and replacement of the system. So that's what the 8.5% is doing. It's building up to that point so that we have kind of built within the budget, in today's dollars, about $2.4 million dedicated towards water main improvements. Once we get to that point, I don't know that we'd be lowering the rates at that point, but presumably we would have that annual capital cost that we need built into the budget, and we're hopeful that the rates would then at least stabilize, or more of a inflationary increases versus an 8.5%.
Tim, just a few questions on section 1, which is part of the overview. I just want to make sure that some of these are covered, because I don't know, what group will cover this, but in section 1, you talked about the contingency fund.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a dollar amount on that and where that's?
Yeah, contingency is budgeted at $300,000.
Okay. And that's arrived at just based on annual usage of it, non-usage of it?
Yeah, we've looked at it. You typically have not used it, with one significant exception in 2020, where we had actually lowered it down to $200,000, the contingency, and in 2020 we ended up spending $400,000 in contingency related to pandemic relief.
And the $300,000 is available for operations. That's not a enterprise fund contingency, it's really just for
It's,
operations?
yeah, it's budgeted in the general fund.
Yeah.
But if there was a contingent event in water and electric, for example, we could use that as a source of funds to transfer if needed.
Okay. Secondly, you mentioned the local government distributive fund, the state of Illinois might monkey with that. What do we receive from that each year?
So that's,
What's our risk on that?
so that's part of the income tax that we budgeted. So intergovernmental, I don't have the exact dollar amount, but it's about $1.3 million in income tax that we receive for the LGDF. So if they were to take 10%, you're looking at 130,000
Got it.
hit roughly.
Okay, so it's not a,
Yeah, Trustee Dearborn, every legislative cycle, LGDF is kind of always on the table.
okay.
So we thought it prudent just to make sure that everyone knows that. But through our Northwest Municipal Conference, we lobby to, to maintain it, and through the Illinois Municipal League
Okay.
as well.
And it's maybe not as big of a budget item for our village as maybe some with more,
There will be a little bit of a lift because of the census data.
okay, a little bit.
The village growing up to 12,700 and roughly 40 residents. So
Okay.
it's a per capita distribution. It came about in the 1970 Constitution when local municipalities used to levy their own income tax, and then it all gravitated centrally to the state, but with a guarantee back to municipalities. But then as the state's been in fiscal stress, they look for other sources of revenue.
Okay?
Yep.
All right, fair enough. Tim, on the pension, and we're going to get to some of this, I know, when we go through it, but on page 10 of the, you talk about the police and fire pension funding is a decrease for this year due to the village aligning funding targets. So we are 6.25 fully funded by 2040. That's the path we're on?
6.25, we're within the state statute. So the state statute is 90% funded at 2040.
I thought you said in your comments fully funded in 2040.
We are, so the recommended tax levy based on that funding, we would meet that payment level. So we would make 100% of that payment. So the actuarial study, they came up with the number for police pension, which was, for example, is almost $1.2 million.
Right.
So we would, the budget is made that we would make that entire contribution of the 1.2 million. So that's the 100%.
To get us to the 90%.
In 2030.
Correct.
So just for the record, we've gone, which I think got full support here, we've gone from 100% funded by 2035 with a 6.25 assumption rate. Now we're 90% 2040, which obviously is a material change, with a 6.25, and the 90% in 2040 aligns with what you think the consolidated fund is going to be recommending, but the 6.25 is probably not what they're going to be.
We believe that, yeah, the 6.25 will be more conservative than what the consolidated fund will use. I would expect they would be 7 to 7.25%.
Okay.
And we'd expect that they would probably adhere to state statute. But with us being a little bit more conservative on the rate and then meeting them on the statute, if they, set a actuarial assumption that's a little bit more aggressive than the 2040 target and 90%, at a lower rate, we should be right in line, so.
Okay. Any idea if we actually were at the IMRF rate of 7.25 right now? Any idea what that would do? If we were 7.25, 90% funded in 2040, I'm not advocating that, but I'm just asking what that differential would be for our pension funding this year?
I do,
And you can come back with.
Yeah,
that.
I'll
Talk about
come
that.
back with that.
Come back when you talk about, I'm just kind of curious what that number looks like, because we may go to that once the consolidation
correct.
occurs. I think the rest I know somewhere in here is capital funding or some kind of funding for 93 Green Bay Road. I couldn't find it, but it's got to be in here.
In the revitalization fund.
Yeah, I didn't see it in the capital plan. I saw like a $10,000 site, whatever, but I think, Chris, you mentioned We were thinking,
It's,
$300.
so it's in that fund. It didn't get picked up as capital necessarily because I think it would be mostly design and kind of service work. But I will confirm that there is I believe the budget was 50,000 in the business district revitalization towards
but
93
I think
Bay
we
Road.
need
We'll need more.
more than that
Okay.
Potential.
for this budget, I believe, hopefully, right? So, anyway, that's what I have jumping the gun here.
So
Thanks.
one comment on 93 is that this issue has moved a little beyond where we were in terms of budget planning. So when we snapped the line on how to build this budget, understanding that we may need to contribute more on public improvements, and we would have the wherewithal to do that from various sources.
So we have 2.4 for business district revitalization, I think. Is that right? Most of that's over here.
Just this area, right?
None of that is for 93 Green Bay Road
No.
at the moment? Are you thinking we might have to add that?
We may have to.
For
yeah.
2022?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But not knowing exactly what the plan, the actual development proposal was going to be, you know, this issue kept moving. We had to make some decisions about the budget, so we built it fairly conservatively. But we can always, you know, whether it would be contingency or whether it be fund balance, we could actually allocate more to improve the public amenities there.
Would that be capital?
Yeah.
That would be capital.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
One thing I wanted to mention too, Bob, just to clarify for anybody who might be paying attention, that by using that 7 or 7.25 rate, the IMRF rate, we actually look way, way better than what these documents.
If we were to use that rate.
We've always been a more gloom and doom when it comes to the pension because we use such a conservative investment rate. So you bump that up a point, it's going to be a significant difference. And, you know, we'll probably be 110% funded by 2040 based on a 7%. Of course, who knows what happens once they consolidate, so.
I think, Chris, there will be a discussion to be had when that consolidation happens, probably next year.
Yeah.
What assumptions we should use. We might say, you know what, part of the pool, let's dovetail and use their numbers. I mean,
Personally, I don't see a lot of benefit of drifting away from the herd, you know, because that's how you get picked off, right? Or lose money, one of the two,
that's
so.
exactly right. That's exactly right.
But it's definitely a policy discussion we have to have, so.
Yep.
Sure. So the debt service, yeah, we typically, we had issued debt in 2013 and 2014 related to the stormwater improvements. And last year in 2020, we took steps to refinance that debt to save, you know, some significant dollars. It was, I think, over $3 million in net present value of savings. And that resulted in a decreased annual debt service amount. So we saved about we're freeing up about $500,000 a year in annual debt service because of that refinancing. Thanks.
And this is why gas leaf blowers
Yep.
should be on our agenda.
The date.
I know.
Are they working here?
The thing about gas leaf blowers is they feel like they're everywhere.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the leaf blower. Maybe somebody from Public Works or somebody can go down there and tell them to go away.
Thank you, Gio.
Sounds like gas, I don't know.
Well, it's
No,
legal
that's
now. Read the New York Times last weekend. That's a very good article. Okay. Are we good here? Okay, let's go.
Okay, we'll turn it over to the department presentations, starting with Kristen.
Thank you for the opportunity to present the budget for Public Affairs in the Village Manager's Office. The Public Affairs Department focuses on village-wide support and council-related initiatives. The Village Manager's Office provides our department-specific operations and staffing, The VMO programs include functional divisions for administration, which includes communications, economic development, and human resources. The village manager's office organizational chart shown here contains 7 full-time positions, which is no change from fiscal year 2021. The full-time executive assistant, deputy village clerk position has finally been filled as of August. We are fully staffed. At this time, I would like to express my appreciation to the entire manager's office staff, Human Resources Generalist Ann Erickson, Benefits Coordinator Lizzie Storkman, Economic Development Coordinator Liz DeChant, Executive Assistant Deputy Village Clerk Barina Grudjian, and Communications Manager Josie Clark for their contributions to formulating the Manager's Office fiscal year 2022 budget. During 2021, we continued to support local businesses as they faced ongoing COVID-19 challenges. The sales tax rebate and supplemental restaurant grant were fully dispersed by the end of December 2022. Liz DeChant, our Economic Development Coordinator, provided grant writing and technical assistance to many of our local businesses. The restaurant takeout challenge in early 2021 resulted in 178 unique visits to local restaurants, $12,645 in receipts were submitted, and prizes were awarded, gift certificates that we purchased to our local restaurants. The dedicated COVID-19 website page for businesses was regularly updated with new guidance, grant opportunities, and best practices. In addition to assisting local businesses during the pandemic, the manager's office managed the village's COVID-19 response. Over 20,000 individual vaccinations were administered at the Mavis and Jewel Osco local vaccination clinics at New Trier High School, resulting in 10,000 fully vaccinated first responders, critical infrastructure workers, teachers, local business employees, and residents. Staff from all village departments participated in this effort, providing fire medics to administer the vaccines and administrative support to manage the clinics. The fire department has the photos in their presentation. The COVID-19 Administrative Standard Operating Procedure has been updated 10 times since March of 2020. We worked with the fire department to implement employee testing and do contact tracing to ensure a safe work environment. We assisted with the police sergeant, police commander, and fire deputy chief promotional processes and continued our effective community communications. This slide, one of 2, represents new hires from October to October and is dramatically different than last year's budget presentation. Recall last year there were only 4 new hires due to the COVID-19 related hiring freeze. This year there are 18 new hires over these 2 slides. Human Resources reviews all budgeted positions, including projections for retirements and benefit changes. We are currently recruiting for vacancies, 2 in water and electric, a police records specialist, 2 patrol officers, 2 maintenance workers, and a mechanic in public works, 2 laborers, and 3 fire medics. In 2022, this slide summarizes our goals and objectives. In economic development, we will continue to support existing businesses while attracting new businesses to encouraging expansion and development. We will continue effective communications and engaging our stakeholders, manage our human resources, support special events, and manage the village's COVID-19 continuing response. Some key budget items in public affairs. The fiscal 22 budget reflects full funding for special events and includes $25,000 for sponsorship of the Music Fest. We do understand that the Music Fest organizers are reviewing the 2021 results, and discussions are underway for the future of the fest. Public Affairs contains funding for specific legal services, the village prosecutor, labor attorney, and policy updates. And as Tim mentioned, there is a specific significant capital item for upgrading the audio-visual system in council chambers. We've allocated $150,000 in the facilities fund. The current system is analog and is at the end of its useful life, over 12 years old technology. The quality of the audio and video has deteriorated over time, and the new system would include upgraded HD audio and video, in addition to an ADA-compliant hearing loop. Key budget items in communications. We contain funding for email newsletters, social media, Smart 911 subscriptions. We plan to continue the subscription to Archive Social for FOIA purposes that was approved last year. Funding is also included for the Adobe Creative Suite subscription, publication of the quarterly paper Winnetka Report newsletter, and special publications as needed. Some example of our communications this year are shown on this slide. Key budget items for economic development. This budget contains funding for continued support of local businesses, sponsoring of local events, participation in the Chamber and the North Shore Convention and Visitors Bureau, and continuing to assist with navigating the COVID-19 pandemic. Co-advertising campaigns, social media marketing, and vacancy marketing on the CoStar listing service are also included. Since 2020, 40 businesses have opened in Winnetka, and 3 more are planned this fall. 29 businesses closed during the same period due to a variety of reasons, some retirements, relocations, and of course the impact of COVID-19. But if you consider during a global pandemic, over the past almost 2 years, we added net 11 businesses to the community. That's pretty remarkable. Our vacancy rate is 7.3%, which is the lowest it's been since 2017. During the coming year, we'll continue to work to actively recruit new businesses and developments to ensure that Winnetka maintains a healthy and vibrant business community. Key budget items in human resources. This budget contains funding for fire medic and police entry-level testing, the required annual anti-harassment training, and professional development. Attracting and retaining qualified professional public servants is a key goal of human resources. This chart summarizes the Public Affairs and Village Manager's Office summary budget trends from the 2020 actuals to the 2022 budget, which is shown in more detail on the following slide. The 2021 budget compared to the proposed 2022 budget, you can see there's a 3.6% increase in salaries and benefits and a 16.1% increase in services and supplies. The impact of COVID-19 has skewed the budget-to-budget comparison. The fiscal year 2021 budget contained a reduction in the funding for special events, the Music Fest and July 4th events, because payments were made in fiscal year 2020 early in the year for events that were subsequently canceled. Fortunately, these payments were carried forward and were able to be applied to the 2021 events. If you compare fiscal 2020 budget to the fiscal 2022 budget, you will see that the result is a 2.4% increase over a 2-year period. So at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have about this budget.
Go ahead, Kim.
So I see that the cost of living has significantly increased for everybody, and I see that there's not a significant change for salaries and benefits for staff. What's the change in actual number of full-time employees, part-time employees that corresponds with that small change?
So the number of total employees budgeted in our department remain consistent. Where you see some of the variation is we did have vacancies over the last 2-year period. So if you look at budget to budget, we did fund for the full allocation and there's been no change. But if you look at the actuals, there is savings there due to the positions being vacant. For example, the admin assistant, deputy village clerk position, we had a retirement in June of 2020 that we were just able to fill in August of 2021. So if you look at the actual compared to the budget, that's where you see the variance.
Okay.
Yeah. Trustee Mancini, overall headcount has not changed in
Yeah.
terms of the allocation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and my question was not that we're spending too much.
No,
It's
no, no.
sort of the
no.
opposite of,
Yeah.
I just want to
We've
ensure that
had,
we're providing.
We had, when you look at the total HR spend, you have 2.5% cost of living adjustment that's built in there, but we also had significant pension savings.
Okay.
So that all kind of netted out to a lower number.
Yeah, so I was referencing how you had presented all the new employees that had come. It seemed like there was a lot more employees with not a significant.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
your explanation was.
We're
perfect.
catching
Thank
up.
you.
on
Yeah.
vacancies.
Yeah.
And one final comment with regards to that, when you have long-term employees retire, they generally retire at the top of
Yep.
the step scale. And then when you hire new employees, they tend to start at the beginning of the step scale. So there can be some positive impact from a salary and benefit standpoint.
Thank you.
It really is more than that, because you're bringing in businesses that are making capital improvements to buildings that are new ability that increase sustainability of those businesses here in town. So I think the types of replacements you're bringing in are really the kind of things we want. I guess it's important, the better picture of the way it's changed.
Thank you.
Yeah, some would have, for example, a material impact on sales tax revenue from a building that really wasn't a sales tax producer before. Those kinds of announcements. So it doesn't always just show up in total numbers.
I'd also like to figure out how to get a reservation before 9 o'clock.
Going once, going twice.
I wanted to say, I think you guys have done a phenomenal job on communication and improvement activities as much as you can. I remember a day 10 years ago, when the only communications about the village were coming from this shadow government, entity. And that I remember talking to you about it, Rob, about how we need to up our communication game on social media, and you guys have done a phenomenal job. One, just because I'm distracted by the percentage, and I just thought I'd ask for a little bit more detail. When you say there's a 17% vacancy rate, is that a retail vacancy rate, or is that all commercial properties?
7.
It's first floor commercial properties, and it does not include the one Winnetka property,
Okay,
because that's not currently available.
I see. So this is currently marketed available sites.
Not
Seven- And it-
Seven.
this is 7%.
Oh, 7%, okay.
Yeah.
Square footage, right, based, so there's some ones that are skewing that by large spaces that are open versus actual number of
Like
spaces.
the field site.
Right.
Be in that number.
Yes.
And that's going to skew it higher because of that.
Yes, exactly. And so if you watch the quarterly reports that Liz does generate, there's some detailed calculations. So Liz would be happy to email the most recent one to you, Tina, so you can see the more detailed calculations.
Well, again, I think you guys have done a great job on challenging.
Thank you. It takes a team. We're here today to support me.
Kristen, this might be more of a Tim question, but because I see it throughout, back on the pensions, the IMRF funding is lower for 2022. Is that a locked-in number at this point? Do we know that that is the funding number?
Yeah, it went from I think it was 14% down to 11%, the employer
Okay.
contribution rate for IMRF.
Which is where it was kind of a couple of years ago, as I recall.
Yeah.
And it
so
bumped
the-
up, and that's based on returns, or what is that? What's
That's-
moving that needle?
They're close to 100% funded at this point, based on their funding statutes. They had
Yeah.
an incredible year last year when they snapped the line at the end of the year in terms of investment return. So they've been able to lower our contribution rate. So that's,
When do they provide that to us for 2022? When did they provide that?
usually give us an estimate, I think, at the beginning of the year, and then it's in the beginning of summer, they kind of firm it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it 2 years ago, IMRF lowered its target rate of return from 7.5 to 7.25, so that's why our rate kind of went up a
Bumped up
couple
at
of
that
points,
point.
but now it's come back down again. I think this is the lowest we've had in some time.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Just a couple questions. Do we have like a placeholder number in for the Music Fest? And would that be baked into your budget?
Right, so we did fund Music Fest at the full 25,000, which is consistent with the previous year allocation. I know there is some uncertainty there, but to be conservative, we did allocate and include the full funding.
Cool. And then for all the great COVID work that you all did, have we gotten the reimbursements either from FEMA or neighboring communities that we expect?
Yeah, we've started to get some reimbursements, and we've been providing updates as part of the weekly as we get them. So when we first submitted, it was expected to be a 75% submittal, and then with the new administration, they've upped that to 100%. But they go through a process, and they, certain items that we're submitting, they're saying are not eligible, but for our eligible expenses, we're getting 100%. So that includes, so far what's been eligible is any fire and police overtime that was related to the pandemic, certain, supplies that was related to fighting the pandemic. Other items, that they are denying, we're seeking to appeal and try and get additional money, so.
Are we anticipating any COVID, sort of like what we had in 2021, any COVID-related costs for 2022, whether it's for booster shots or vaccinating children, or do we feel comfortable that the community's got that through other sources now?
So I would say that from the vaccination standpoint, there's not a line item included. We are supporting the vaccination efforts. So, for example, several months ago, we had put placeholder dates in with Jewel Osco to do potential booster shot clinics for employees. And once we realized that there was prevalent supply available, we actually allocated those dates we had reserved to the local school district 36. And we're going to be partnering with them to provide fire medic support so that they can do clinics for the 5 to 12-year-old age group.
Excellent. And then last question, and I think it's something we may have talked about just in very general terms, and it would be a policy issue, not warranting a full discussion today, but any thought or anticipation of thinking about a Winnetka Public Health Department?
Yeah. So there's, as you can imagine, in the state of Illinois, a legal process for establishing that. Peter Friedman has advised me on how that could happen. We have had initial preliminary discussions with a local public health department
Yeah.
in our area as to what kind of an agreement we could possibly achieve, but it's in its infancy discussions at this point.
Good. I like that kind of partnering
Yeah,
idea,
yeah.
as opposed to just Winnetka.
Yeah, so it's on our list, ongoing list, but nothing firm yet.
Okay.
Funding it, what would, proportional share, what's the scope of services? For example, this public health department has a more robust scope of services than we currently receive from Cook County. Would we want some or all of that? And then how do you pay for it?
And again, I don't want to get into a deep discussion, but one of the possible benefits of us having our own more local public health department, would that help, for example, if Cook County had ordinances motivated by public health that didn't seem appropriate for our businesses or seemed onerous to us, would we be able to regulate public health issues separate
Yes.
from the county?
Yeah, it would allow, as having your own health department, you would promulgate the rules and regulations that you deem fit for your town.
Okay.
The question, if it's done by a referendum or if it's done by intergovernmental agreement, the question would be, would all those communities have to do it the same, or would there be some variance?
Right.
Unknown at that point.
Thank you. And it's not a knock on our great county, just, thank you.
Any other questions?
I think it's good news that, Tim, you're getting things rejected, because that means you're pushing the envelope and being aggressive and looking for this money, and I really appreciate that. If the money was just flowing without any questions, I think we might not be doing the job we could be doing, but glad to hear that, so.
No, our strategy was, anything COVID-related at all, we've been, paying out of a separate fund, and we're submitting basically everything.
Awesome.
You know.
That's great.
Thank you very much. At this time, I will turn it over to Tony Vasquez, who will take you through the Finance Department budget.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Good work.
Hi, good morning. My name is Tony Vasquez. I'm the Assistant Finance Director, and I'll be presenting the finance budget for 2022. Our first slide is our organizational chart. We have no changes from 2021 to 2022, so our personnel has remained consistent year over year. Little overview of some of the functions of the Finance Department are that we help provide exceptional services to both our internal and external customers. We help apply modern financial management practices. We help safeguard the village's financial assets as well as our technological assets through our oversight of the IT department. We work to continue to improve IT practices and cybersecurity in the village. We look to achieve continued financial strength for the village. We help provide accurate financial information in a timely manner through our reporting. We work to maintain maximum transparency in our financials, and we help provide financial direction and support to the other departments in the village as needed. For 2022, our budget is just over $1.9 million, which is up 3.3% from prior year. Some of our accomplishments in this past year include work to help secure $2.7 million in grant revenue. We've applied for and won the Government Finance Officers Association Awards for both our budget presentation and our annual financial report, which comes out of our audit. We've completed our audit this past year with an unqualified audit opinion and a clean management letter. This means that no internal control deficiencies or material weaknesses were identified. As was just discussed a few minutes ago, we've worked to continue to track expenses related to COVID-19, and we've submitted for additional federal reimbursement through FEMA and the CARES Act. So far, over $100,000 of reimbursements have been awarded to date through these efforts, and we continue to track and continue to apply. We work to continue enhancement of the village's cybersecurity initiatives, and we've helped reduce the village's risk exposure by fully implementing a new intergovernmental insurance program through our carrier, ICRMT. Some of the goals and objectives our department has in the upcoming year include continuing work to seek federal, state, and local grant opportunities to help secure additional funds for the village. We'll continue our work to safeguard the village's financials, and we'll continue work to help enhance our cybersecurity initiatives. We'll be working to prepare and manage the 2023 annual budget, so you can mark your calendars for this time next year, and in just a couple short months, we'll begin work on our 2021 annual audit. We'll be looking to publish a popular annual financial report. We'll continue to help develop and maintain stormwater financing plans, and we'll help provide financial analysis to the utility funds to work to identify sustained funding for the long-term infrastructure needs that those funds have. And we'll continue to apply for and win the GFOA budget and audit awards. Some new budget initiatives in the upcoming year include $30,000 for an advanced meter reading project which will help move us towards automated readings, and $5,000 for an interdepartmental fraud awareness training. It is critical for the village to always remain vigilant against the different types of fraudulent activities, and an exercise like this is a good way for us to help do that. That concludes the Finance Department budget presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you might have at this time.
It's only through our policies that it become popular. So so I'll give a crack at it, and then you can
Sure,
correct me if I'm wrong, but it is a more of a high-level financial report without all the, nitty-gritty data. So it's really comprehensive look. It's almost like a newsletter in many respects, with a lot of graphs and that sort of thing. Tony, if I'm missing
Right.
anything, let me know.
It kind of helps condense, our annual financial report is a couple hundred pages long. Condensing that information into maybe a 7 to 10 page, like I said, almost like newsletter with charts, graphs, quick descriptions to kind of capture all that information in something that someone could more easily read through and reference to get an idea of the picture of the village's annual financials.
Yeah, it's gaining in popularity, and no pun. Yeah, wait for this.
Yeah, I just saw it, I did see it, thank you.
I just have a quick question on grants. First line of work, I probably don't know all the work that's gone into trying to secure these grants. Just fantastic. It's money that will be coming out of our residents' pockets to fund otherwise. Are these, most of these are local state grants? Are there other federal grants we're going after, or is this money secured? How do we feel about where we are in the grant process? What are we going after?
So we're, of the grants that we've identified, some of that was the ARPA funds that, was passed legislatively, but there was still a process to actually apply and receive them. There was $900,000 MWRD, so we're the Municipal Wastewater Reclamation District of Chicago. They have many different programs, and we are making sure that we're consistently applying to those programs as they come to date. We're continually monitoring any type of state money that's out there. I know there's a state economic development initiative that just posted that the application's due in January. So there's, all sorts of websites and information that post the latest, federal and state dollars. And we've,
But you are looking at federal?
Yes.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so there's federal infrastructure funds, federal transportation funds, and we're keeping an eye on those that we think we would qualify for. Yeah. And some, some of that can be done by staff. Sometimes we need some help from our engineering consultants to put that together. So it's everybody kind of pitches in to put together the application. Okay.
Rob, is there still RTA grants?
I haven't seen one lately. Have you?
There's some regional transportation stuff, but with Winnetka, where we're located, getting plugged into those grants, sometimes we don't necessarily fit into some of the RTA stuff. But we look to see if there's anything that's available, we would apply.
There is some money coming available for facilitating bikeways. I know that's a
Yeah.
big thing downstate, so we've seen those monies and chasing after when
Right.
it's appropriate, or working hard to make sure that
Right.
they can get a grant too.
Right.
I have one quick question about your cybersecurity, since I spend probably 40% of my day on this now. Is that just like, multi-factor authentication, trainings on, how to avoid phishing, and is that what you're talking about for cybersecurity initiatives, or is there anything else?
We meet with our IT team regularly to discuss, we have implemented things like multi-factor authentication. We do have a software vendor that we use to help do phishing testing. We can do targeted phishing testing, get an idea of our baseline numbers, and kind of increase the level of difficulty. And there's actually trainings that we can send out to our staff as well to help make them aware. These phishing attacks, unfortunately, they continue to evolve and continue to get better and harder to recognize. So we keep our staff aware of what's out there and how to identify those types of things. We've talked about the fraud awareness training, and as you probably have noticed yourselves in the news, there are stories about units of government that do get attacked, and we keep those on the forefront, we discuss them, and we make sure that what's happened to them are things that we're safeguarding against.
So we've made a number of investments over the last few years in terms of hardening our system, migrated. I don't want to go into great detail in open session, but yeah, no, we've been on it consistently for the last several years now. But we are, I think, pretty well up to date with respect to our email system, our financial software programs, and the systems that run our utilities.
Yeah, we try and make sure we stay current on updates, multi-factor, anywhere we can multi-factor authentication, the phishing training, and then one of our initiatives next year, one of our initiatives this year was to formalize an incident response plan. And then next year we have budgeted a tabletop exercise to be able to test that and run that through, so.
Yeah, and I'll just say, having gone through this 3 times in the last 9 months, because we have those instant response plans, we were able to go through really quickly. It helped a lot.
Yeah.
So, sounds great.
Although a small amount of money, what is the advanced metering reading project?
So it's, right now, the village has manual readings that are done of the water and electric meters, and the advanced metering project would help bring us towards automated readings, where we would not have to have them read in a manual process.
So it's the latest system is basically a cell tower, and then you'd have new meters, devices within each home, and then you'd push a button and you'd get a reading of the entire town in about, 30 seconds, whatever it is.
But still, 30,000, just the start of that, I'm assuming.
So
It's a much bigger number.
it's the 30,000 is actually, that's the finance portion of the budget, just to clarify. There is also 30,000 in electric and 30,000 in water. So this is 90,000. This is, to get a consultant on board to analyze the town and say, do you need 1 tower? Do you need 2 towers?
So the cost of those towers and possible new meters is not part of that yet?
No, that would be, that's in the capital plan in the out years. And the exact, it's over $1 million project.
Right,
to do
okay,
that.
all right, thanks.
But there would be expected some significant savings as part of it as well.
Going along with that, are they going to present that plan at some point, what that involves for homeowners, what they need to do, what the expectations are?
If,
Is it later
right
down
now
the
in
presentation?
2022, there would be no impact to any homeowners. This is the study, basically,
The
on
study of
how
it.
we could do it. And then, yes, of course, if there was, any type of mass meter change out, we would properly communicate that well in
Right.
advance with multiple communications on how to get your new meter.
Right. Given the scope of the project, it would come back to council.
Yeah.
Once we
Okay.
got the analysis put together.
Thanks.
Hey, Tim and Tony, can I go back to the cybersecurity? Because I think this is kind of where Tina was going. It's a pretty small allocation of expense for cybersecurity, and it's evolving quickly and so on. And Rob, you say that we're currently up to date and that type of thing. Couple questions. One, in a perfect world, I mean, if we were just locked down on that front, and Tina, you might have thoughts on this, is there anything that we should be doing right now that's not in the budget, that if you had another 50,000, you would do it because it's mission critical? And 2, does the IT fund, the Information Technology Fund, pay for that kind of thing, or?
Yeah,
I'm
so-
not sure how that integrates, but I'm most interested in knowing that I think it's 5,000 you have budgeted this year.
So,
I mean, it's,
this,
you know.
okay, to clarify, the fraud awareness training is not cyber related. That's your standard to train staff,
Okay.
to know that,
It can involve technology.
it could,
Yeah.
a portion of it would be in technology, but that's your standard fraud, to let people know, hey, there's internal controls. If you're taking $20 out of the register, it's
I
going to
see.
get caught.
Got it.
The actual IT budget for 2022 is is $865,000. So it's a significant budget dedicated towards IT, with a significant component of about $200,000, dedicated exclusively to cyber initiatives.
Okay, so we'll be talking about that later on, like what those
So there's
initiatives
no
are?
formal presentation on the IT
Okay.
budget, but there is a summary within the budget document. So one of the cyber initiatives that, our consultants have said is, hey, in years past, we would say, oh, we're replacing, this exact type of machine with this software, with this one. Like,
Right.
no, get that off. You
Don't
don't
have it in
wanna-
your budget.
Okay, so a year from now, we will have beefed up further
Yes.
our cyber protection IT.
we have, I think, maximized our cyber protection. Next year, we will continue to make sure we're installing the latest updates on any software platform we have. And then the new initiatives is making sure we go through a test exercise of our procedures. Basically, you walk in, you get an email that your system's been hacked. What now? They'll walk us through our entire incident response plan. And with a consultant who's going to be, trying to poke holes and say, well, did you consider this? Did you? All right, they got in. Now they're over here. Now, what do you do now? So it's going to be kind of a whole kind of flow-charted test of the plan. But within our IT budget, we will be making sure to stay up to date on the, any of the latest cyber threats that are out there.
Is there anything that the consultant, because I think our budget for the consultant is pretty, I mean, it's not an inexpensive, assignment. Is there anything that they have recommended, like, again, if money was falling off of trees, we would have you do this, that we're holding off on, or not? I mean,
I would say there is nothing that they have not recommended that we have not implemented.
okay,
And we're also in the process of renewing our cyber insurance. So the cyber carriers, 2 years ago, when you renewed your cyber, it was a standard insurance renewal, just like anything else. Here's your application, sign here, here's your quotes. We've checked a couple markets, pretty easy. Now it comes with, multiple checklists, which we have to satisfy for them to even provide a quote. So to even get insurance, to even get a quote for insurance, you have to prove up, your protection. And that's not, I believe at this point we're as protected as possible. That's not to say,
Right.
that the bad guys aren't one step ahead on some vulnerability that we don't know.
okay.
And I think that just shows you how much bad actors have been able to infiltrate everything.
Yeah.
Right? It's just so problem that now the insurance carriers are making sure that you guys are
Right.
calls in place to get insured.
And there are major carriers that have left the municipal market. Yeah. So it's getting tougher and more expensive. But Trustee Dearborn, to your question, everything that has been brought to my attention has been brought to council for approval, like when we considered the email system upgrades, the server upgrades from, 2 years ago, year and a half ago. Those have all been procured and implemented. Process procedures have been tightened. Multi-factor authenticity, all those things are in play. So, but if there's something urgent, we'll bring it to you.
They'll no doubt bring new ideas.
Oh, yeah, this is part of our budget that's not going to go away. It's going to be a cost of doing business for a long time. Yep.
So that point was kind of the question I had on the cyber issue is, in our long-term capital planning, do we have a long-term capital plan that assumes we're going to need to make major investments, even above and beyond what we're currently doing with the security experts? Like, quantum computing is coming, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to make a mess of all current cybersecurity efforts. And so I think whatever is our baseline for spending right now for IT, plus the consultant, we ought to be thinking in our long-term capital planning about a layer above that. I don't even know what that looks like, but I I could see within 5 years a need to make major investments in systems and software that we're not currently anticipating, and it might make sense for us to start putting together some sort of, almost like a rainy day fund. Again, that's probably a policy issue outside of the scope of today's discussion, but maybe it's something to talk about in 2022.
Yeah, it'd be a good point to raise with our consultant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you, Tony.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll go get Chief Ripka for the fire department presentation.
Okay.
Give the chief.
Well, I already talked to him, everything's fine.
Nothing's on fire. We're good. Did you get your COVID test from a guy that was 7.5 feet tall?
No, mine was 12 years old.
Oh, okay.
Chris and I had the same guy.
Yeah, that's right. He's very respectful and efficient.
The guy that did mine had to bend over to put it up my nose.
Wow.
Good morning, council. Thank you for this opportunity to present the Fire Department 2022 budget. I'm Chief Ripka. I think I met everyone, but just in case, I'm Chief Ripka. With me today is Interim Deputy Chief Tom Hutchison. I'm interim for 3 more days on Monday. Tom's being sworn in, and he loses the interim tag, becomes the official Deputy Chief. And also Liam Millerick, our Public Safety Analyst. He's newer to the position, but he's done a great job so far. So without these two, integral parts of putting this budget together and the presentation that you're going to see here, so a great part of our administrative team. So we'll start with our fire department organizational chart. No changes here from the past, other than the names that are in the positions. Administrative team is myself, the deputy chief, the analyst, and administrative lieutenant. Nice part about the administrative lieutenant position is it's a floating position, so if there's any shortages on shift for injuries or long-term when someone's going to be out, we take the administrative lieutenant, put him on shift, and he fills that spot until the other person's able to come back. Huge savings for us in overtime, so it's a really great position that we have. Then you can see our 3 shifts, gold, black, and red. Those are the 24-48 schedule. Each shift has a captain, lieutenant, and 5 firefighter paramedics, and those are the guys that staff the battalion, the engine, ambulance, and the truck. We also have 4 part-time fire inspectors. We'll talk about the Bureau here in a minute. Emergency responses for the last few years, we're very consistent here in Winnetka with our responses, 22 to 2,400 calls annually. You'll see a drop in that in 2020. Pretty standard across the fire service. Every department that I've talked to is down about 10 to 20%. Strictly COVID-related. People didn't want the fire department in their house, and they didn't want to go to the hospital, so EMS calls and fire calls were down across the board. 2021, we're seeing that trending come back up to be in line with where we historically are. Fire prevention, I had mentioned the 4 part-time inspectors. They're all retired firefighters. They do a fantastic job for us. They do such a good job that they were recruited to perform inspections in Glencoe and Northfield, and they also do our inspections in Kenilworth, all done through an IGA. Northfield and Glencoe pay us approximately $25,000 a year to perform those fire inspections for them. Really great team. You can see they do roughly 1,500 to 2,000 inspections, reviews, and such every year. Again, 2020, we saw a drop in that, just they couldn't get into the buildings during the heat of COVID. 2021, back to where we normally are. Our accomplishments for this year, we completed the purchase of our new MSA air packs, huge upgrade for our department in that aspect. Our other ones were 15 years old, so those are purchased and in service. Our second payment will due in '22, and you'll see that amount when we get to capital expenses. We implemented a fire training tower repair and maintenance program. We needed approximately $135,000 of repairs to our training tower. We started that this year with phase 1. It was deferred from 2020 for COVID reductions, and so we got phase 1 this year, and we'll start phase 2 next year. We're in the process of implementing our new firehouse reporting software. Our current system was from 1997. Lots of new upgrades. It's all cloud-based. It encapsulates daily check sheets and a lot of new aspects to the department, so we're really excited about that program. We started this year a training cooperative with IGAs with Northfield, Glencoe, and Wilmette. That was before council earlier in this year. That's worked out fantastic for us and our neighbors. Any medium to large scale incident that we have in Winnetka, we rely on our neighbors to come help us. Likewise, they rely on us to come help them. This new training cooperative involved them contributing money to the repairs at the training tower. Each department's contributing $25,000 to those repairs. And we've started a weekly training program with them where all 4 of our departments get together, usually on a Saturday, and do some sort of either fire training, auto extrication training, or building familiarization like at one of the high schools. So, and also we were able to get back to doing CPR and first aid training for village employees this year as well. Our COVID accomplishments, very proud of these 2 things we were able to do. We led Winnetka was the forefront in leading the initiative to set up the COVID vaccination clinics at New Trier High School. Those clinics alone administered 20,000 vaccination shots. Mavis Division 3 paramedics were part of that program, and they administered approximately half of those vaccines. So a really good initiative. Couldn't have got it off the ground without the help of the manager's office. Rob and Christopher, hugely supportive, and helped staff the administrative positions while the medics were administering the shots. So we also applied and received approval to be able to conduct rapid COVID antigen testing at the fire department. Many of you had the pleasure of going through that yesterday or this morning. But a huge help for village and staff, and just to be able to, if you had an exposure, we were able to test people to give them that sort of relief. So quite a process to get through that, but we navigated it, and we're also applied to get the tests through a grant through Cook County, and so we didn't have to pay for the tests either. So a really good accomplishment for us as well. Some of our goals for next year, each fire department vehicle has so we're looking to replace a fire department staff vehicle. Currently, fire inspectors are driving a 2009 Ford Escape. It's about 100,000 miles, got some significant rust and stuff on it, so we're looking to replace that. Each fire department vehicle has a Knoxbox key holder that holds the key that allows us to get into businesses after hours. Those key holders are first generation, the ones we have now. They don't really make parts anymore for them, so we're looking to upgrade. They're already on the 6th generation model, so we'll be replacing those next year. Our firematic list is expiring in October, so we'll need to create a new list with the help of human resources. All of our department paramedics will be going through pediatric advanced life support training next year. That's a 2-year certification, and our certification is up for in 22. That's a week-long course, just goes into all pediatric advanced life support operations. And then we're going to continue our training tower maintenance program, which I said will be in phase 2 next year. This year, we focused on roof, tuck pointing, just kind of buttoning up the outside of the building, and now we got to get in some of the interior repairs that we need in phase 2, which will be next year. And then we'll continue our training co-op, because it's been such a huge success. At the end of this year, early next year, I'll be back before council looking to renew our fire sprinkler fee rebate program. That was a program that was put in place in 2016 to sort of help some of the businesses that are required to put in fire sprinklers as part of the change of use ordinance. So that's expiring at the end of this year, so I'll be back to look to renew that for next year as well. So the budget numbers for the fire department, we are pretty flat, 0.1% increase, or a $5,477 increase. You can see pretty flat across the board for salaries, services, and capital, and just the minor increase from 21 to 22. Revenue, I always like to point this out. This is something we're particularly proud of. I don't know any other fire department that generates revenue like this. We're very fortunate. Ambulance billing, about $140,000. We have the Kenilworth agreement that brings us over $500,000. Radio alarm fees, Winnetka has its own radio alarm network, and monitoring for that generates about $124,000 in revenue. You can see we cover unincorporated New Trier Township, and then the Northfield and Glencoe inspections that I mentioned earlier, and then the training tower maintenance fee. The fees that Northfield, Glencoe, and Wilmette pay us are spread out over 3 to 5 years, and that incorporates the $21,000 you see there. Capital projects, like I said, we're going to continue our phased-in approach to training tower repairs. Next year, we have $50,000 in capital for that. The second payment is due in 2022 for our air packs that we already have in place. And then we'll be looking to replace the emergency sirens there's 3 throughout the village. Those are over 20 years old, becoming difficult to find replacement parts. It's very expensive to try to maintain them, so we're going to look to switch to maybe more bi-directional siren. It's a little less visually obtrusive and doesn't require the motor to have it spin, so we'll be looking to do that next year as well. And then never like to surprise council when it's time to purchase an expensive fire apparatus. So back in 2012, the village manager, the fire chief, and I was the deputy chief at the time, put together a apparatus replacement plan. We're coming into the second phase of that, so you can see the upcoming purchases, not in 22, but in 23, we're going to be looking to replace our battalion, and then in 24, an ambulance, and then the big purchase of the fire engine in 2025. So just bringing it up just to keep the horizon open so you know when it's coming, and we don't want a surprise on a big purchase like that the year before. So with that, happy to entertain any questions you have about the fire department and our budget.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just have 2 questions. One is a nominal amount of money, $5,000 for fire alarm fees. As someone who almost incurred those fees, I'm curious, I forget, how much do you charge for false alarms? And is this incentivizing people to call in if they're concerned? The example for Clovis a little bit, we had a construction project next to our house. They had fire alarms going off, we was vacant, so we called in, had it checked on. At what point do you actually give a fee or a fine to somebody, and how much is that?
Sure, so you are allowed 2 false alarms a year with no fee, and we send you a letter each time, so you know that, okay, this is your first one, this is your second one, and the next one's going to incur a fine. So 3 through, I have to double check, but it's 3 through 5, I think, are $50 each, and then 5 through 10, I would have to confirm this, but then 5 through 10, I think, escalate to 100, and then 10 through 20. Really, the fees are just to encourage people to get the repairs. It typically doesn't apply to homeowners typically, because they have it set up where they would get the call first, which I'm sure you're aware. It's more for businesses and commercial businesses where they are inclined to have less of the maintenance that they need.
I think we all heard of certain buildings that have their alarm go off regularly as pedestrians, so I understand that. And then I'm just curious if you could explain what radio alarm billing fees are.
The billing piece? Sure. So the village owns its own radio alarm network. So probably 12, 15 years ago, council made a decision to purchase all the head-end equipment and supply radios to all the businesses that have fire alarm systems in town. So they were able to get rid of their telephone lines that connect them to their dispatch agency, and everything is now, signals are all sent through these radios that are next to every fire alarm panel, and those signals go directly to our dispatch center. It cuts out any delay in service and in dispatching the fire department. So to provide that system, the monitoring costs are $61 a month, and that's what makes up the radio alarm fees. Yeah.
The upcoming vehicles to be purchased in the next few years, are those being budgeted yearly so that when it does happen, there's not a big deficit or something? Or
They're
how's
in the
that being-
capital plan.
How's it being,
They're in the capital plan.
Okay.
Anything over 50,000 is in the 5-year capital plan.
so it's being built up? Okay, thanks.
So we're going to need a new engine in 23,
New engine in 25.
25.
Yeah.
We
I
don't
like-
reserve for that, we don't build up capital,
No.
we pay as we go. Right. So there's no buildup of capital for that.
It's just accounted for in
It's
capital.
just planned for.
Right. And what we try to achieve is a range of capital spend each year
Okay.
as a pay-as-you-go basis, so that we don't have these big spikes in any one year or drop off to zero in the next. We
Right,
try to
so
plan this
we're
out.
expecting this to happen in
This is,
2025?
yeah, it's planned.
Great, thanks.
But we don't have, I think as Tim mentioned in the transmittal memo, we don't have a capital replacement fund that's separate. It's just
Right.
all built into one.
Okay.
I'd like to buy the old engine for my 4-year-old grandson. If that, you can fit that in, that'd be great.
Sadly, the resale is not very high, so it's probably,
It's 625,000.
Exactly.
I wish.
I do have a real question, which is, I think one of the best things you guys were able to do is to marshal all the different villages and do this nuclear vaccination program. I know, so we were talking what a pain in the butt it was, just trying to marshal. Is the path going to be any easier? Do we have now a model that we're trusted to do, that the Cook County will let us facilitate, for instance, if we wanted to do one Saturday a month to do booster shots, in the future? I mean, is there something we can do as a service to our surrounding villages that's going to be easier now?
Yeah, I think what really drove the initial vaccination effort was the lack of available supply.
Yep.
And the number of entities that could actually administer it. So we were really trying to fill that void at a critical time when the need was there. Right now, with the availability of vaccine supply, I'm not sure that we'll need to get into the booster
We
business.
may not, but I'm saying is it.
But if
would
it,
be
yeah,
easier.
but if we did, I think those lines of communication have been established, but I wouldn't want to project that it would be easy in terms of getting county approval. We've actually found it's easier to work directly with like a Jewel Osco vendor than necessarily the Cook County Department of Public Health.
Got it, thanks.
If anybody disagrees or has another.
no, I think we've established some great relationships with Jewel Osco and also with Cook County. Jewel Osco has been an easier, faster mode to sort of get through.
Yeah.
So I would say probably moving forward, if that was something we needed to do, it would probably be the model we'd want to use.
Oh, and I just want to thank you so much for doing all that. As a participant in getting my vaccine there, it was so easy. I think it took me all of 17 minutes, including the 15-minute waiting period after I got the shot. So it was fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a lot of legwork in the beginning, but I think it really modeled what our MABUS division can do, what our North Shore municipalities can do together. A lot of intergovernmental cooperation went into that, and we worked through some bumps in the beginning, but it turned out to be very flawless. And a lot of other MABUS divisions tried to copy that, not as successful as us. I'll just leave it at that.
A couple points I'd like to bring up for council regarding the vaccination effort. One is that Kristen took the lead in scheduling all the administrative support amongst the 12 communities that were putting this together in terms of assigning it, getting people trained and ready to go. And John, well, Alan, and then segue to John, was the entity that coordinated all the paramedic scheduling and making sure that we had vaccine, picking up the vaccine, getting it ready, administering it. And by the time, as you were saying, Trustee Mancini, I think you could get through that line in less than 3 minutes. And we would average over 1,000 or 1,200 on that day.
Yeah.
So they both did a terrific job.
Somebody tried to sit through the displaying site. That's huge, right?
Chief, can I ask you a quick question? Not so much on the budget, but we offer Knox box service to commercial enterprise, correct?
Correct.
Are there any villages that offer Knox box for residential? Could we do that?
We do offer it residential.
Is that right?
Yeah. So anybody that wants a Knox box on their home can reach out to us, and and we can coordinate a Knox. We actually have for residents that have gates. We have Knox key that we use to access to get the gates open. That's actually a requirement, so we can have emergency access to those. But also, a lot of residences have reached out and have installed Knox boxes as well. We also have temporary ones for people that maybe broken hip or something, maybe have some mobility issues, and they just want a temporary one. We have those at the fire station. They're like a door hanger that you can put on the front door.
Yeah.
And we have, I think, 3 to 5 of those available for people to borrow whenever they need.
Do you provide the Knox boxes to the residents? Do they go online and buy them?
It's all online now, so they go online, they place the order, the box comes in, typically they coordinate with us because we want it installed where we'll see it. And then there's a little sticker that goes on the front door so we know that there's one there if it's not right next to the front door. It's all coordinated through us, but the purchase is all done online, through an online.
Got it. Good, I didn't know that.
It's about a $600 or $700 box.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
I have one in Wisconsin, it wasn't that much. Is it $600 or $700?
There's a range, there's, smaller, thinner models, some that have, alarms tampered to them that you can put in, so there's a large, a lot of it depends on the size and the type you pick.
But if you have an alarm system or whatever, you have a service, I think you just want it that has a key in it, right? I mean, isn't that basically what the fire department needs?
Yeah, we have a key to get in the Knox
Yeah.
box, and obviously in the Knox box is all the keys that we'll need to get in. So if it's a business, sometimes there's 50 keys in there, to get us into all the locked areas of the building.
Yeah.
A residence typically, one key, maybe two.
And the box is probably specified, the box to buy is what you request, right? You require a certain box.
Correct. I mean, the larger buildings, we require the larger boxes just because they can't fit all the keys in the smaller ones. So that price, the price is going to be dictated on the size of the box you need and the type, because some, you can get recessed into the brick. There's some, fancier models you can get. If you're building a new house, you may want to have it recessed.
Yeah.
Versus just, bolted to the outside of the house. So the price will be dictated on the kind. But they think it ranges anywhere from 300-400 on up to, thousands,
Okay,
1,000.
good.
It's a really good point, because I think a lot of resort areas require them now because of the, absent homeowners, so it's.
I don't know that our residents know this. I mean, honestly, you may want to, in some communication, just because, for people that are away 3-4 months, 5 months in the winter, it's a small investment as opposed to going through your front door or whatever.
We try not to break them down if we don't have to.
I've seen it. You guys do that. You guys have fun doing that. That's part of the fun.
Firemen are very good at finding their ways in through open windows and that sort of thing. Typically try not to break anything.
That's good stuff.
No questions for me. Great work, though.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thanks for your time.
What's our target time here? 'That's good. 2:30 is gonna happen. Yeah. I'm writing notes as they go along. Okay. What's that? Double check to make sure.
Okay. Good morning, President Rins, Council. Good to see everybody. So I'm happy to be here, and with me this morning, I've got two key staff members. I have our Administrative Services Manager, Carrie Kaup, and I have our Deputy Chief of Police, Brian O'Connell. Both Carrie and Brian really did a tremendous amount of work in helping put our budget together. They both exemplify professionalism in what they do every day, day in and day out, and I'm just really grateful to have them on my team and work with them every day.
Hey, Chief, you take your mask, are you okay taking your mask and we'll leave it on? Your mask?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my mask on. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm okay now.
Okay, yeah. So when we look at our structure for the police department, it remains unchanged. We still have 28 sworn officers, and then a combination of 10 part-time, full-time civilians within the department. We do have some vacancies. We're in process right now of doing a promotional process for a commander's position. We hope to be filling that very shortly. We have a vacancy within our records department, a full-time records specialist. We're in process with filling that. And then we have two patrol officer vacancies as well that we have been working on to fill. It's stuck. Take a look at it, Tim. Yeah.
Okay, you should be in. Good. Okay, great, thanks.
So if we take a look at our 2021 accomplishments, we were able to implement a digital solution for our parking enforcement program. The nice part about this is that it fully integrates with our records management system, and personnel will actually be able to issue a parking citation literally from their iPhone, with a little portable printer that they have. 2020, you recall, was really a challenging time for law enforcement nationwide. And I think we all needed to take a step back and kind of look inward and see other things we could do differently, do better to enhance our professionalism. We did just that. And we looked for some unique training and identified right in our backyard the Illinois Holocaust Museum. We partnered with them. They created this training where all of our personnel, both sworn and non-sworn, went through, where it was on policing in a democracy. And I got a lot out of that. I'm confident that the entire staff got a lot out of that. And it was really a plus for everybody. We transitioned from the traditional uniform crime reporting standard, which has kind of been the national standard for well over 60 years, to the new national incident-based reporting system, otherwise known as NIBRS. This is going to allow for giving us greater detail in analyzing crime reports that we take. And then we did hire 3 police officers this year, and we also hired one civilian as well. We strengthened our partnership with the Winnetka Park District and our local schools. Specifically, we recently did a tabletop exercise with District 36, worked closely with the Park District in lakefront security, and worked closely with them on quality of life issues at the Cherry Street lakefront access. And then finally, we supported multiple community events during this past year, which included 4th of July parade, fireworks show, and of course, Music Fest. So as we look ahead for 2022, I mentioned with our organizational chart that we're going to be filling a commander position. With that will be a cascade effect that will require the promotion of a sergeant. And with those 2 changes with our leadership team, we felt that we wanted to do it's a good opportunity to do some development. We've identified a consultant that we're going to be working with. I'm actually meeting with him later in November to set up a game plan for the beginning of the year to do individual leadership development, and then also how everyone will work together and integrate with their development programs. With the pandemic, we kind of were behind in some of our ability to do some of the training that we like to do, and we're still catching up with that. There are new requirements, new legislative requirements with the Safety Act that we have to comply with. So it's going to be our goal to do as much training as we can in 2022. Of course, it's always a goal to reinforce crime prevention efforts along with our community relations. We've been really happy with the business liaison officer position that we created. We think that's been really successful and want to continue to build on that. Also, I know everyone's familiar with the project that's going on with New Trier High School, where they're going to be doing a massive renovation project on the east side of their campus. We've already begun meetings with them on our recommendations for security as they make improvements to their campus. Working closely with them, we'll continue to do so next year. And then, of course, we do need to continue our recruitment efforts and establish a new eligibility list for the patrol officer position. As we take a look at our key budget items for this upcoming year, we had budgeted $150,000 this year for an HVAC system upgrade. When we took a deeper dive into that, we really had to reassess. We determined the best thing to do was to not use that money this year, roll it over into 2022, budget accordingly for $275,000 to begin the HVAC redesign and replacement. The system is 24 years old. It is antiquated and in great need of replacement. Tim, we lost the PowerPoint again. Just our side. Yeah.
Would this be a good opportunity for a break?
Want to take two? Want to take two?
I think my computer actually died.
5, yeah.
Hey, Kristen, do you have the Beast? Yeah. Okay.
That's all right.
Well, and one thing I don't think, I'm more worried about the So, you know, that didn't even matter the last time, because then ultimately it's just got stubborn and let the whole works anyway. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe we get it for us, it's something for us. I will just see what they say. Yeah, those guys freak me out. No, but open lands. No, but open lands is just, you know, some of these advocacy groups don't give a shit about anything except their own mission. Really? Right.
We needed a break, so.
We don't need a new agency. Yeah, I know. That's what you're doing, Chris. You did. So Bob. He's good at tap dancing. I give the guy credit. I don't have any question about his technique.
That's why I insisted on having the backup laptop in here.
Oh, yeah. You know, they're the way it kind of, Christina has gotten to know the people that just bought that house. They don't seem to, yeah, they don't seem to mind it. It's going to need some good landscaping to make that work. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the big test will be what it looks like when it gets to scale. Yeah. I have a nice. Just an odd duck. I've been I was sad to see that really nice house go down by Maple Street Beach, but I'm pleasantly surprised with what's gone up. I mean, I think so. Did you notice he put a gate so he can go directly to the beach? Yeah, brilliant. He's got his own little, like right by that garage, there's a gate that goes right through, so you can go right down to the park. Yeah. Yeah. Clearly, I mean. Yeah, you could stay in that house a long time. Yeah, I think it's probably the best location in the village.
But you unplugged it, plugged it back in, I assume? No, okay.
Total critical PowerPoint failure.
Got it.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll all have to go on Zoom. It got us through. Yeah. I used to travel so often to New York for like a 2-hour meeting. You know, I mean, that was almost like a every other week occurrence, and that will never happen again. Yeah. I mean, I love New York, but it was kind of a pain. Yeah. It's just a waste of a day. Now you just, boop.
You're back. You back on? All right, we're ready to go.
We're back. Okay. So getting back to the HVAC system that's notably our most significant cost for next year, with budgeting for $275,000 in capital for that. The next item is we hope to replace 3 police vehicles. You know, we certainly, I know everyone's aware that there's been an interruption with automotive production. We're actually still waiting on 1 vehicle for this year that we ordered, but if all goes to plan, we hope to be able to purchase 3 as part of our fleet replacement program for next year. Also, another item we want to do is a radio communication enhancement, where we've identified a problem. Sometimes when our officers get in a subterranean environment, such as a basement of a house, and they're trying to transmit out, there's difficulty with the quality of the radio communication, sometimes no communication. We identified a solution of deploying a portable or mobile repeater system into our command vehicle, so that if the command vehicle was on scene, the officers would be able to transmit out. So we're hoping to get that built out. And then lastly, this year we tried something new to improve quality of life for residents near the Cherry Street lakefront access. Entered into an agreement with the Park District where they were helping provide monitoring services for us, and we felt it went really well, really reduced calls and complaints for quality of life issues over there. So we budgeted for $15,000 to continue that partnership. And those are really our main key budget items going into 2022. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
With respect to the heating system, I was trying to peel it out of the narrative in your budget packet, but how are you guys going about getting from where you are today to a finished system? I mean, are you gonna go out and hire a mechanical engineer and have him design? Are you working with a contractor already who's gonna design and build it himself? I mean, what process are you gonna use in order to get this done?
So we're going to work very closely with finance. We've already begun to work closely with the finance to do a design and bid system. You know, the challenge is that because of the type of system that it is, there's really limited vendors that do this type of work.
Yep.
But having said that, it'll clearly go out for bid, design and build, converting it from what is a voting system now to a variable air volume system.
So, but you're gonna go design build. You're not gonna go out and hire an engineer and then just send the plans out for bid, right?
That's correct.
You're gonna have the installing contractor actually propose a design system, so you got somebody to go back to when it doesn't work.
That's the plan, to do a turnkey, all-in-one
Good.
type of bid.
Okay,
Yes.
that's good.
If I can put my 2 cents in on that, if you're going to go design build, I think you still need to hire a mechanical engineer to review those bids. Because design build is going to be apples, oranges, and grapes
Yeah.
when you get numbers back. So really to get a professional input on those proposals might make sense. Because the numbers could be all over the place. My first recommendation would be hire a mechanical engineer and get what you want. Okay, so
In addition,
at least have someone review it.
in addition, shouldn't we be looking at I mean, this is, I know there are two structures, but shouldn't we be looking at fire and police together if we're going to build one, is this truly going to be, we're going to go back at the same thing in 2 years when fire has to
Didn't we
do it?
go through the fire department already?
They're comfortable with heat.
They don't need
They don't need
AC?
air conditioning.
Oh, that's good,
So
I like that.
the fire department, was it 2 years ago?
Yeah, it was a couple years
was
ago.
able to upgrade their systems, and they're okay for now. They are distinct systems, obviously with the apparatus base separating the buildings. Mark, you want to add any more flavor to that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they've replaced any rooftop units on their side of the house. I know ours have been failing the last couple of years and spent a lot of money on repairs.
I'm with you, I wonder, I get they're separate sides of the house, but shouldn't we be talking to each other if they're going to have to replace it anyway?
There were two separate systems, and I know the upgrades for the fire department were distinct and separate, but we'll confirm as a follow-up as to whether the life cycle of fire should be tied in, given the spend. I mean, Mark and I've had how many conversations about this? Several, where we didn't want him to go forward just because he had the budget number. We wanted to make sure we got it right. But if there's going to be a fire process, it might make sense.
Just want to make sure we're looking at this so we don't have the same problem in 2 years.
Exactly. I just want to make sure that it's something that can be managed over the right amount of time and for the expense.
The other question I have on lakefront security, so you're putting more down there, what are we doing just quickly for something different than we had before?
Yeah, so the Park District, so we issue a special order in the spring that's on lakefront security procedures that indicates, when we open and close gates and when the Park District open and closes gates. And this was the first year that, with the Park District, it brought in an outside contractor, a security company, to assist with us. Because a lot of times we would go down there, have to shag people out, take up resources on our time. We had conversations with the Park District. They have done a nice job in taking more ownership of their property, paying the security company to come in and help do some of those patrols to free up some of our officers to do other things. And we have a communication process when we support them and when they have trouble.
Great, okay,
So,
thank you.
yep.
I have a question. On your presentation about the conduct entry-level police officer exam to establish eligibility list, obviously there's been a huge upheaval in police and whatnot. Do you have concern of finding eligible officers? Or is there, what's the plan for the future for your employment, I would say?
Yeah, I do. I do have concerns. I mean, when you look at, it's an industry-wide challenge right now. It's not a Winnetka problem, but it's an industry-wide challenge where you see how many applicants are turning up to take entry-level police exams. The numbers are dramatically down. Dramatically. I speak with other chiefs, and where in the past we'd had hundreds and hundreds of people, you're getting 20-something people. And it is a concern of mine. I think it's a product of kind of what we've seen happen in the last 18 months, and it's our job to try and message and promote the adherence and adaptability of some of the reforms that are going on, and have people understand that it's okay, embrace these reforms, right? This has turned this into a positive. I think people sometimes get turned off and get concerned and focus on the negative. This is still such a noble, honorable profession that we do to serve. and looking for opportunities to engage with young people and speak with young people. Not to go on, but I teach at the college level, and I talk to young people about this, and I try and influence them in a positive way for, this is still a great profession, there's so many wonderful things you can do with it, don't get scared away. Don't buy into some of the negativity, you gotta be able to filter out the noise, but yes, it is a challenge that we have to overcome.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. You've got a social worker position that's to be filled?
No, we have a part-time
You
social
have a
worker, that's,
part-time-
yeah.
Okay. Is that a new role, or is that a role we've always had?
No, I'll tell you, when ECHO was really on the forefront of this, we had a social worker dating back to the 80s.
Wow.
And then that's evolved over the years where it was, went to a contract model at one point in time, and then we brought it back in-house where it is a one-ECHO part-time employee right now. This employee works for us along with another municipality.
Okay.
Invaluable resource, invaluable.
So the part-time is because the person's available to two departments, but are they available when you need them? Like if there's a crisis, a mental health issue or something, you're able to get that person?
Yeah, she's on call. We've called her after hours, many times, and then we try and have a backup system in place where if she's not available, we'll communicate with another neighboring community that has a social worker, and we'll let our people know our social worker is not available this weekend. If you need something, contact this name and number.
Great.
So it's a great resource.
And you guys have been way ahead of the curve in terms of a lot of the training and just your policing philosophy. I'm wondering, I've been reading a lot about mental health issues being a major contributor to a lot of the really unfortunate incidents we read about, and frankly, a lot of the incidents of, just a lot of mental health is usually one of the biggest contributing factors to a lot of police calls. And do you have sort of a program in place to, for all officers to kind of, I assume you do, but dealing with mental health issues, whether they're in domestic situations or otherwise?
Well, part of the Safety Act is getting all of your personnel, certified in CIT, crisis intervention training. Now, we've piecemealed that where we can. It's always going to be a goal of ours to get everybody through it, but there's a number of training courses that are like-minded or similar that we've engaged in over the years, de-escalation type of training, externally and internally for that matter, daily roll call training, daily training, electronic bulletins for a training vendor that we subscribe to that address mental health issues. It's always on the forefront of that. It's critical.
Great. And then last question, can you just kind of give us an overview of how we use community service officers versus other patrol officers, how they're deployed? Are they used to respond to situations, or is it a different, just kind of that overview I think would be helpful.
Yeah, so the CSOs are really kind of a jack of all trades. We will use them, they'll do municipal enforcement, so, local ordinance violations that you might come across, parking enforcement, of course. We use them for traffic control and direction for special events. We use them for traffic control and direction for accident scenes. If the fire department is responding to a scene and we need to close the street, we use them in that capacity. We use them for animal complaints. We use them for vehicle lockout assists. We use them for court courier, really any number of tasks that we may need to do. There's been times where we've been shorthanded in records, and we gave training to one who's backfilled in records. We have another one that we're using now that's helping backfill as a property control evidence custodian right now. One of our CSOs actually is trained as an evidence technician. It's kind of a plug and play, use them in any way we can, maximize use of them where we can take resources off of, take the strain off the sworn officers who can go out and do sworn duties.
Great, thank you. And, you guys did a phenomenal job in a really, really tough year. I know we had that incident at the lakefront, and I thought the reports on it made clear how exceptional your response was, and that's not something that just happened randomly on that day. It's because of all these things that you're doing. So, hopefully candidates seeking jobs with the police department understand that, this is a great place to work for officers.
Well, we appreciate those comments, Trustee Kripe, and, you know, it's really a wonderful group of men and women that take a lot of pride in what they do. They really do their very best to try and give the best service they can to you and the entire community. And we're really, going back to Trustee Mancini's question about recruiting, we're really selective. We're really choosy about who we hire here, big time. So.
Great.
Chief, a quick question. I see that you're in year 5 of the dispatch contract. First off, how are things going? I assume they're going well. If you could just give us a little update. And when does that contract get reopened for extension? And what do you anticipate will happen on that? Have you heard anything in terms of, you know, right now it's $500,000 a year to Winnetka. Are they doing okay on that? Are we expecting something different? Or when does that get its second life?
So it's a 7-year contract. The costs are fixed through the 7 years of the contract. It's a legislative mandate. So, you know, being in a consolidated environment it's not an option. You know, we can't have a public safety answering point 911 dispatch center like we used to. There's a few of these throughout the region, right? You know, has there been some growing pains with them? Sure, absolutely. It's when you go from having an in-house dispatch center that the only town they have to be worried about is their town. They understand all the nicknames to the streets and the parks. People call and don't have to necessarily give addresses. Dispatcher's going to know, you know, that familiarity. Of course, a consolidated environment, it's a little bit more of a challenge. But on the plus side of that, and this came to fruition for a critical incident we had in August of 18, where if you get a major incident that's going to need a lot of resources and your phone lines are going to get flooded and you have to manage police personnel, having a consolidated dispatch center where there's a number of dispatchers to manage that actually makes the environment safer. It makes the response more efficient, and it makes it more coordinated, and can resolve the problem, hopefully potentially in a safer manner. We give feedback to our dispatch contractor frequently. I'm in regular contact with the director over there. When something doesn't go right, or I have concerns about something about it, I let him know, and we talk, and he's very candid, and he's very responsive. He wants to be the best dispatching center for us that they can possibly be. We're going to be having him attend some of our upcoming staff meetings to improve communication with them. And it's a very open dialogue, you know, with the dispatch center.
So on the contract, am I hearing that it's not really a negotiation? It will just be extended? I mean...
Well, we will have to be staying in a consolidated environment. That's non-negotiable. There's no turning back on that.
I would say it's about a year out as we start to look at an extension or another alternative.
Is that a nonprofit organization?
It's the Village of Glenview.
Yeah.
Is providing it. So we went in one agreement with Glencoe, Kenilworth, and Northfield. So we, as opposed to us individually negotiating, we negotiated as a team, and we all realized savings and came up with a formula that was best for each of our communities. You know, the technology has been built in there. They built it out to be a regional center. You know, like Chief said, there's been some growing pains, but there's also been, you know, some noted improvements in terms of depth and being able to handle multiple calls. So in terms of where we go in the future, it's very possible we could stay, but it's about a year away from us actually starting to negotiate it.
Okay. So there are alternatives.
Yeah, what is, I was gonna say,
Well,
what's the
yeah, how many are with Glenview now?
13, I believe it's 13.
Communities. So your opportunity for, you know, doing something else in a consolidated environment is somewhat limited, but there may be a couple in the neighborhood that you could talk to.
Yeah.
But it's going to come with another capital investment,
All right.
potentially to build it out, to take on more, to whatever scale we're building to.
So it's not really a standard renegotiation. I mean, it just, you know, they're going to stay honest on their pricing, I would think.
I think, yeah,
yeah.
I think so. I mean, they'll look at the model to see if it works, and.
Yeah, right.
And I think we would negotiate this with the same group, as opposed to us going it alone.
Yeah, I'd be an advocate to negotiate for more personalized service and attentiveness. I've had some issues with the response from the call center. I've talked to Mark about it. We're actually going to go out and visit with them so I can share my concerns directly with the director over there, because you know, what we pay is one thing, but what we get back in return is completely different. And I just want to make sure we're getting the highest level of service. I think all of us were very comfortable being able to pick up the phone, and you would actually know the name of the person who was the dispatcher who you were talking to on the phone. And we don't have that personal service anymore. Some of us boomers are used to that personal service and would like to have something that looks more like it, right? And I think even the Xers and the millennials would probably like to feel like they're speaking to someone on the phone who understands what they're calling about and where it is and the like. So
When we transitioned over to Glenview, we did offer the opportunity for elected officials to come in and take a look at the center. So if there's others who are interested, I know Mark
Oh, I
can
mean,
make that happen.
look, at the dark
Yeah.
room with the TV screens, it's all cool and everything, but at the end of the line, when you're on the phone,
No,
I don't care what I really care about is how well-trained and understanding is the individual who's listening. And
Actually, it's
yes,
pretty well lighted, but I think it's
Well,
important to be able to see
nothing
it.
more frustrating than when you're on the phone and you want a quick response and somebody says, "What town are you in?" You know, so I mean, there are issues, but Mark and I have been talking about it, and I'm aware of it, and we'll figure it out. I mean, I think they just need to know what we want and see how close we can get to that.
Yeah, and
Geo GPS data embedded in the phone lines, so that you should be able to see.
well, you never, yes, but you never want to solely rely on technology. You never want to assume that what's coming up on the screen is exactly where someone's calling from, because that would be the time where there's a data error, and then, God forbid, you're sending help to the wrong house.
Right.
So, but Trustee Dubra, one thing to keep in mind, just to be cautious about when you look at this in the future is, in my opinion, it's really important that we stay connected with our neighbors on this. I would be concerned about going off sort of in some other model where we're disconnected from Glencoe and Northfield and Kenilworth, because if we fragment, that would be hard on us, it really would.
Yeah, and I shared this with the team. I was at work, my daughter had allergic reaction, so minors calling, and Glencoe was first to respond because we're in covered woods. I mean, that sort of interconnection through dispatch, they were there in less than 4 minutes.
Wow.
And she had an anaphylactic reaction, so, you know, a little bit traumatic for her. But that was in the combined dispatch, right? And so that was a minor child who had difficulty kind of communicating. They were there in 4 minutes. So, I know it's not perfect, but I think it's being connected with Glencoe and our neighbors is really, really important.
And part of asking where you're calling from, if you're calling from a cell phone, that cell phone might not be registered in Winnetka, or I use calling over Wi-Fi, that could be Crystal Lake, Illinois, and I'm calling in. So that question may sound not very homey, but it's a good question.
I would say I had a similar incident to what Chris is referring to. It was a huge windstorm. We have French doors that we never use. They blew out open in the middle of the night, set off our alarm. We thought someone was breaking in. So we called, and we unfortunately got someone who was in training, and she had no clue where we were. It took 12 minutes for it to get someone to our house. By then, if it was someone who broke in, who knows what would have happened. So I think it goes both ways. You can have a quick turnaround with Glencoe responding, or you can have someone in Glenview who has no idea where 800 Rosewood is, even though you give multiple cross streets, and then it takes a long time to get there. So, yeah, I think go either way.
Really, my
Work in progress.
Yeah.
my question was really meant not even thinking about moving, but it was when a negotiation opens up, it's soft issues like what we're talking about here that maybe get put into the negotiation. That, I think, is it.
The quality of service issues
Yeah.
would be identified, but we don't have to wait for the contract renewal to deal with those, and we have dealt with those throughout when they've popped up. So as you mentioned, Brent with Reynolds.
Yes.
They've been responsive to it. So I think some of the things I've heard is, as they're training people and bringing them on, there have been times when the person being trained hasn't been as responsive as they need to be, and they need to be mindful that, you know, there's a quality of service expectation as well as, you know, what's the appearance or perception of the service overall if it's not going so well.
And I should
Right.
clarify, just to clean up the mess that had happened to us 2 years ago. So a manager did jump on the call when she realized she was really struggling to figure out where we were after multiple cross points that had come in. She said, "I'm really sorry, I'm going to take over the call." So kudos to them for listening in to the trainees' calls and taking over when they needed to. So that was a
Yeah,
benefit.
so just kind of sum up, the benefit I think that we had was not going it alone, but actually negotiating an agreement for our neighborhood partners that at the time worked fairly well in a mandated environment.
I'm curious who else Glenview services. I don't know if Winnetka, Glencoe, and Kenilworth are a meaningful part of this, of
They
their
are.
process. If we are, then it's more negotiation. If we aren't, then it may be a different.
They have agreements with Highland Park.
Highland Park,
Forest,
Lake Bluff, Lake Forest,
Yeah, not Deer.
no.
Wilmette's on its own.
Yeah, Grays Lake, right? I think, Grays Lake.
Okay. So we're meaningful.
That's all Lake County, though, right? I mean, does that matter?
No, I mean, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah. So the first consolidated environment was Red Center for fire, and that's been in place for, I don't know how long, well before my time here.
Over 20 years, yeah.
Yeah, and police came about as a result of legislation.
Right.
As you know, Glenview did their own thing for the fire department. They're not in red, they're in their own deal, so.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, there's precedent there.
Morton Grove, too, that they have Morton Grove and Niles as well.
We looked at
That's right.
fire at the time. It didn't make sense when we were doing it.
Okay, we can move on. Anything else for Mark on the numbers? All right, great job. Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
guys.
Thank you.
Brian,
Thank you.
Barry, thank you, guys. Great job.
Geo's up.
Where's our buddy Gio?
He's in the green room.
In the green room?
He's in the green room. Thanks, Mark.
Yes. Okay, all right. Okay.
Yep, right, and then your laser thing is. Thank you.
I guess we're missing.
Yes. Okay.
I think we're missing Trustee Kripe.
Who?
Trustee Kripe.
Oh, yeah.
He'll catch up.
Good morning. My name is Giovanni McLean. I'm the new Public Works Director. I appreciate the opportunity, President Rentz, trustees, Manager Behan, for being able to present this year's Public Works budget. So the Public Works Department is funded from the general fund, and we're primarily responsible for the operation and maintenance activities of refuse collection and disposal, roadway and right-of-way maintenance, including snow removal, operation and maintenance of the stormwater drainage system and sanitary sewer drainage system, public facilities maintenance, and fleet services. This is our current organizational chart for 2022. The major changes to this organizational chart is that the superintendent position is being replaced with the assistant director position, and we've reallocated a vacant refuse worker position to a customer service rep to improve customer service within the organization. The headcount remains the same. Our accomplishments this year include the continued maintenance of village infrastructure, implemented the curbside refuse collection program, which has a 54% subscription rate, the streets and sidewalk rehabilitation programs, and replacement of equipment, which included a sidewalk tractor and a leaf vacuum. Our goals for next year include the continued maintenance of village streets, sidewalks, and alleys, the replacement of aged signs or signage, and maintaining the public works facilities and landscapings. We do have a project for the Village Hall bell tower repair, which is scheduled to start next spring. Our capital expenditure for next year is the replacement of aged equipment. This equipment includes a leaf vac and a roll-off dump truck. And this slide shows the department's financial summary. There's a decrease of 4.1% in salary and benefits, which is due to staff turnover and new employees at a lower salary step scale. Overall, the budget is increased about 2.7%. The refuse fund is the utility fund, and the department is responsible for the residential and commercial solid waste management services, which include refuse and recycling, the annual spring cleanup, and maintenance and monitoring of the closed landfill. Our accomplishments this year include the continued backdoor residential refuse pickup. We did transition to the curbside residential refuse pickup. We've hosted a variety of recycling collection programs, completed the spring cleanup. We're currently going through the leaf collection cleanup this fall, and coordinating ground sampling for the closed landfill. Our goals for 2022 include transitioning to a 5-day refuse collection program by spring of '22, transitioning the commercial refuse collection program to a private hauler license per the direction of the Village Council, and to bid the recycling contract later this year as it expires in May of next year. This shows the refuse fund financial summary, and we do have revenues projected to be flat. There's a decrease of 2.1% in salaries and benefits. Again, this is associated with the reallocation of a vacant refuse worker position, and there's no capital outlay for next year. This table shows the current residential refuse subscriptions. We did have a better interest in the curbside program than we initially expected, as there's a 54% subscription to the curbside, and there is no rate increase for the residential refuse program rates next year. This slide shows the proposed 5-day residential refuse collection program. We're still trying to refine the exact routes, but this is the typical pattern as how it would be broken down into 5 days, which would be adjusting from a 4-day plan that we currently have. The Fleet Services Fund is an internal services fund, and this fund maintains the village's motorized equipment by preventative maintenance and emergent repairs. Our accomplishments this year included approximately 1,900 vehicle service tickets, the the purchase of a sidewalk tractor, a leaf factor, and updating of the Public Works Equipment's AVL and GPS systems. And our goals for next year include the continued maintenance of village vehicles and equipment, the replacement of one roll-off dump truck and a leaf vac, and to bid a fuel and lube purchasing contract to gain some consistencies with a volatile commodity. The sanitary fund is another utility fund, and this fund is responsible for the operation and maintenance of approximately 247,000 linear feet of sewer main, 1,100 manholes, and one sanitary lift station, which is located at the ravines. Our accomplishments this year include the annual video and cleaning of sewer mains, the elimination of cross connections, and continued repairs with the high and medium priority sections identified in the study from 2018, in addition to structural lining repairs. Our goals for next year include the continued repairs and structural lining as identified in the study, annual cleaning and videoing, root intrusion maintenance by foam, and elimination of cross connections, and assisting property owners with basement backups. For 2022, we are going to implement a 2% rate increase in the sewer rate. And this table shows that with our proposed rate increase next year, we are below the average of nearby communities. And if you do notice in the slide, the communities that are at a higher rate, sewer rate, that's associated with possible capital cost recovery and ownership of auxiliary equipment such as treatment plants. This is the financial summary for the sanitary sewer fund, and we're projecting a 14% increase in revenue. This revenue is projected by the water production from the water electric and a multiplier that we recover that cost at. And there's a 3.6% decrease in expense. Again, that's associated with staff turnover. And a large ticket item here is also the capital outlay. There's a 50% capital outlay, and that's for us adding sewer lining projects for next year. This is a familiar slide for some of the trustees that have been here in the recent years, as this was the initial study that was conducted by RGN. The yellow and pink areas are the areas that they conducted the study in. This is where they did videoing, dye water testing, and smoke testing. And in 2019, there was an estimated $1.7 million in capital outlay over 5 years. To date, we've expended about $1.2 million. And this is the increase to the capital expense for next year. We are projected to, or budgeted to spend $400,000 in the high and medium repairs. In addition to that, there's the annual relining that we're of $200,000. And the Stormwater Fund, another utility fund. This fund is responsible for the operation and maintenance of approximately 347,000 linear feet of storm main, 1,700 basins and inlets, 33 outfalls, and 8 pump stations. Our accomplishments this year included the annual cleaning and videoing, the necessary repairs to individual storm sewers, and the deployment of auxiliary equipment to increase storm flow during storms, stormwater flow during storms. And our goals for next year is the continued cleaning and maintenance of the stormwater system, any critical maintenance for the ditches and pump stations to ensure we have that adequate flow, and to continue to collaborate with the engineering group on future operational needs of the system. This is the last slide for the Public Works Department, so I'll be open for questions if there's anything from trustees or President Rins. There was no curbside program implemented. There were residents that took it upon themselves to bring their refuse bins to the curb, but there was no curbside. There was only back door. It was either a once a week or twice a week. Yep. No, not a problem, Trustee.
Gio,
Mr. Trustee Apatow.
good report, thank you.
Thank you.
In the, I'm not sure if it was sewer or water, but it talked about several $1 million of capital expenditures needed for, it lumped them all together, urgent, necessary, and maintenance. And I'm trying to understand of that big number, what is truly urgent, what can be put off? I mean, when everything's lumped together under one number, I get a little concerned.
The criteria of the high and medium repairs was defined by the previous director and director of engineering. That would probably be substantial damage to the manholes and the sewer mains that we had, something that would be either excessive work for our operational staff. In addition to that, a lot of the high and medium repairs are not accessible by our staff, the equipment, the mains, the depth of the mains. So that's why there was an offset to contractual assistance and capitalizing that cost.
So of that $3.3 million that was, that
Yeah, it was
study
3.3, yeah.
identified, the critical, high, and medium was 1.7 million.
Critical, high, and medium.
Yeah. And they've replaced, they spent about $1.2 million
Yes.
dedicated towards those repairs.
Right.
And then the low section of that is kind of being addressed as part of just the annual sewer lining expense. That's that $200,000.
More as a maintenance
More
approach
of a
as opposed
maintenance
as a
thing.
capital.
Yeah, I'm just
some
trying
of
to
it.
see if we look at something we get in a pinch, what can be pushed off and what can't. I
Yeah.
mean, what's.
So the other factors that went into this study was the amount of inflow and infiltration into the system, and then
Okay.
that determined whether they were more of a critical priority or not. So if you have a lot of places where it's leaky and you're getting stormwater in your sanitary, that causes a significant backup.
Got it.
This program that we've been working on over the last several years has reduced the number of sanitary problems we have, and at this point, my recommendation would be a stay the course, because the age of the system is profound, number one. Number two, sanitary lines are traditionally smaller than storm lines, and it doesn't take very much infiltration for them to surcharge and back up into people's homes.
Okay.
So we looked at the most critical first, and then kind of build ourselves out.
Got it.
I would think once we're at that 1.7 to 2 million, it would be time to reassess
Okay.
and go back and see what other parts of the village would need to fall into a kind of a high priority analysis. But the smoke testing, the dye testing, it takes a lot of time in order to get the data to build, what the priority actually is.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Thank you. The other question I was on sewer rate comparison. We're at 1888. What's the plus a 2 month? I feel like I'm watching a late night TV. Here's the shipping on top of it. But so is our base really $24 plus 1888? Our fee. When you said $2 base, I'm just trying to understand.
So
Two villages report that way. Us in Howland Park.
It's similar to a metering fee that you see in the water and electric, where there's going to be a base charge just for all the residents, and that's your base fee for every property, and then the user or the volume rate is the 18.88.
So Glenview's 1059 all in,
Correct.
and we're 1888 plus 24.
On
Plus-
an annualized basis.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to, so 1888 isn't really, it is not really 1888.
That's the consumption part of the formula.
That's the volume.
Yeah, that's the volume.
Okay.
Based upon how much you use.
Okay.
Which is tied to your water bill.
Yes.
So the theory here is the amount of water that you draw, it all goes into the sanitary system, most
Right.
of it.
Okay.
Okay?
The numbers are very strange here, from $4.21 in Glencoe to $50 in Lincolnshire. I just
Yep.
it's a
So-
weird swing.
So, for example, what I do know about Wilmette is that they have spent a lot of money rebuilding their sanitary system, and they've loaded debt into that program. So a lot of their rate reflects debt service. Deerfield has its own
Treatment plant?
Treatment plant. So everyone, and we're part of the MWRD, so we don't have a treatment plant, but we tie into their interceptors. Right. So
Just accounting-wise, a lot of communities will lump their sanitary employees with their water employees, and you're not really getting a true breakdown of what's the sanitary. They might designate one person.
It's such a wide swing. Like, our neighbors
it's-
are much lower than we are, a third of what we are.
Yep.
And some are higher, so
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah. So
unusual.
the base rate, as Gio mentioned, is there for the water program.
Yeah.
And the sanitary system, and it's basically to recapture the sunk costs that we have to maintain the system regardless of what's going on the volume side, which is the cost of meters, the cost of staff, and we didn't want to have those costs subjected to the fluctuations of weather. So you need to have a reliable source of revenue to kind of cover your costs. No, it's $2.
That's a monthly base fee.
It's a monthly $2 charge.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
So
helpful.
it'd be $20.
Right, if you use,
Right. Right, right.
correct.
No.
I have a sneaking suspicion that Glencoe is going to be paying the piper soon, too.
Or they might only have half an employee charged to the sanitary fund, and they're not truly breaking out the cost associated with sanitary versus
Yeah.
their
yeah.
water program.
And Highland Park sells water to Deerfield and some other unincorporated areas, and they do subsidize that program through their water fund.
Yeah, sometimes places will have everything in the water, and then they'll say, post, Lenny's salary to sanitary, and call it a, we do try and analyze, the workflow and what they're actually doing, and try and properly assign the cost to the different funds as well. And I'm not saying that that's what Glencoe did, maybe they are incredibly, efficient on their sanitary, I don't know. I'm just saying, I know, working and auditing several communities, this fund tends to sometimes just be left over and not properly accounted for in many other communities.
Right.
Yeah,
We benchmark, but
We
we base it on
benchmark.
cost of. Yeah. Yeah. Right.
I think I like your phrase, it's apples with oranges to grapes. I had a couple quick questions.
Sure.
The reference to kind of continuing with the separation of storm and sanitary systems. I know it's obviously in these older communities nationwide. How long is that program going to take? Like, what's the timeframe on that?
We have a separate storm system throughout most of the village, except for the downtown area, which was, I believe, all tied in during the railroad cut.
Yeah.
So it's combined in the downtown, but almost everywhere else, we are separate sewers.
Okay.
So Kenilworth is combined, for example, we're not.
Right.
Wilmette, I think, on the east side has a substantial amount of combined. On the west side, newer development, it's separate.
So then the reference to the continuation with the program for interconnection, what was that reference?
You're talking, the sewer lining program?
Yeah, it was, I'll find it.
Okay.
So let me go find that.
The elimination of cross connections?
Oh, yeah, that would be, sure. Gio, you want to go ahead?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's basically to ensure that we don't have where there is a storm, a sanitary, we're not getting the excessive stormwater tied into that same main.
Yeah, or you have a plumber tying the downspout into the sanitary.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, so that there is some, so that's to eliminate those.
Yes.
yes, yeah,
There's two separate systems.
yes. Right, storm needs to go to storm, sanitary needs to stay to sanitary. Yeah. So if you have sanitary going into the storm, which we found on the east side, when we had high bacteria counts at Elder, we went through, I think it took us, one summer was the majority, it was almost 2 summers worth of dye testing, and I think we fixed well over 100 problematic areas and cleaned that up.
So that's an ongoing program, right? How long do you think that's going to take to kind of, work to identify and correct?
Well, right now, we're working on what the study had identified to wrap up that $1.7 to $2 million work, but then the next phase would be another round of dye testing and smoke testing. So that'd be teed up probably within another year or 2.
We're scheduled for 2024 for the
Yeah.
next round of, I guess,
Right.
study for the
Right.
the I&I.
So,
And so then is it just, it's also incremental as homes come in with building permits that you look at it?
oh, yeah,
Yes.
oh, yeah, yeah. Actually, new homes actually end up improving your I&I problem because, you know, it's new connections that don't leak. You get rid of the clay pipe or the jointed pipe and you end up with, you know, PVC or whatever they install.
And then I was looking, is there a line item, I'm always curious, the spring cleanup,
Yes.
how much does that cost the village? I mean,
I can pull a number for you from the budget, and if I can get back to you on that, if that's okay, Trustee Dahlman?
somewhat curious. Probably not as expensive, but since a lot of the revenue ends up being picked off.
Stickers are definitely there.
Can't put a tag on that.
Talk about composting.
Residential composting? Yeah, so we do have the 3 services that can operate in town by subscription that we do not run. As Gio mentioned, we're going out to bid for our recycling contract, and we were planning to build an alternate for subscription food waste composting services as well, as part of it. Yeah,
So then the residential marketing and choose.
sure, sure. Yep, yep. I'm digging in for the annual cleanup. Tim, you want to look too? Okay. Any other questions while we're looking? Okay.
And you don't have to get back.
We'll follow up. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, President Rins?
How's it going?
I guess that is the question of the day. It's been quite a busy 8 months for me. You know, I'm thankful to have the manager's office supporting us through this time. It's unprecedented. But and my business analyst Diana, we've been stretched pretty thin, but we will get through it. You know, there is light at the end of the tunnel, and we will ensure that we're responsive for our residents the best we can and provide the reliable service that we're known to provide. So that is our priority, and we'll get through it, President Rins.
So the transition is, you're working your way through it, right? I mean,
I am, but you know, I'm always up for a challenge, and to say this, to say that lightly.
we're really sorry that we took all the glory stuff and gave it to Emily. But you still got to take care of us the best you can, right?
That is definitely our focus.
So Gio has continued to do double duty and
Yep.
help Brian out with the Northfield substation.
Yep.
Some of the rate analysis work, so his plate's been full.
Yeah, but I mean,
As we're
I think anybody
restructuring.
that who's looked at the budget, and I'm sure, Bob, you'll appreciate this, when you look at engineering and public works and all this combined, you know, I don't know how Steve Saunders ever was able to manage that broad of a reporting structure and still get things done. And I think, you know, Rob, it was a great call to make the split because, you know, especially in a time when we're doing a lot of new development, new construction, to have it a little bit more diced up so that it's manageable makes a big difference.
I think 20 years ago was manageable, but as you take on
Not now.
a 10-year capital plan of $75+ million, all the sanitary work that we took on that was new, a refuse program change, there was no way that one department head could be tasked with all of it and do it at the quality that we want it done.
Yeah, and the even better news is now that Gio doesn't have to worry about all the stormwater stuff and everything. When it comes to snow plowing, you're going to do a much better job, right?
It's funny you should mention that. That is definitely a priority before this fall or this winter season. We were fortunate to have one of our recent retirees to come back on a contract, and he's assisting us with putting together a proper snow and ice removal protocol to improve some efficiencies, and we're looking into what cost recoveries we can do as opposed to being as labor intensive. We do also have a temporary admin in the assistant director role, Jerry Burke, who was the previous director for Glenview. He's assisting with some contracts and knowledge of what resources we can actually use for this process. That might include somewhat of a snow dragon. I don't know if you're familiar with the ice melting machines. We think it might be worth the challenge to putting that into our arsenal of snow and ice removal. So we're pursuing as many options as possible to try and make things efficient and reliable as we can, while removing that labor-intensive responsibility that we normally have.
Awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is more a question for Rob and Tim. Okay, you've got the sound system thing in your budget, right? Or is it in your budget?
It's in the facilities fund that
Then
the three of us share here.
Then why is the bell tower, the HVAC maintenance, and the repair and service, I mean, you got $60,000 loaded into Geo's budget. Why is that?
Sometimes it's like that just because who's managing the project will
Yes.
put it in their budget. So even though it's a facility budget, or if it's related to this facility, since he's managing it, it got put in his
The
budget.
history of this building was special project funded.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like when we did the rehab of the
Yep.
building, the roof and all the build out, that's where we park these improvements that are more related to something that we have to manage as opposed to the scope of work that he's responsible for.
Okay.
If that makes sense. It makes sense to us, it probably doesn't.
No, it doesn't, but it,
It could go, I could,
Yeah,
it could be
it
either
could.
way.
For like the HVAC system at the police station?
no, I'm saying here, I mean, if you look on, it's on page 154. It's just odd that some of the village hall stuff is in one budget and the other part of it is in another, that's all.
And as we look to tighten up the building facilities management, we could probably see some changes coming along once we get restructured the way we want.
Gotcha. Okay.
Getting back to Trustee Dahlman's comment, the spring cleanup is $30,000 for a week of collections, yeah. That's the time and the disposal cost. Yeah. Yeah, the volumes have gone down over the last few years for probably picking reasons.
Is everybody's Marie Kondoing their house?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
No, I think more-
Rummage always has an impact on that too, so. Yeah.
Gio, can I ask a question here, going back to refuse?
Yes.
And specifically on the refuse enterprise, the fund balance?
Yes.
And this is, the answer may be just because that's the way it is, but, you know, the whole program has changed. It's now completely user-based and self-sustaining and so on. And we're on the 4-month operating expense for the fund balance. There's projected to be $1.3 million, which is $500,000 more than needed. We only have $270,000 in capital for the refuse fund over the next 5 years. That fund balance seems excessive to me. Is there any way to consider transferring a portion, excess, whatever, to the general fund? I mean, I don't see why we need to have that kind of fund balance in refuse anymore.
Yeah, as we evaluate the level of service and the impact of unionization in the department, I'd like to defer that to that discussion to another time.
Well,
So
let's assume it just stays as is.
Well, then, if it stays as is, then we probably need to be looking at some potential truck replacements that would get loaded in.
Okay, so that
But the
that
program is
capital,
The program is in transition at this point.
So
So if there's a break point here within the next year, then I do think you could adjust the fund balance.
Can we
but
put that on the docket as a way to possibly free up some cash?
Potentially.
If we go to measured collection, we're gonna need all that weighing equipment and stuff like that,
Yeah,
right?
so the RFI
Well, the
readers are
RFIs.
being.
And you can always,
Are being.
if that happens,
You can always retransfer
go
it
back.
back, yeah.
You can always go back,
Sure,
but I
sure.
you know, I look at all the fund balances and,
It's not,
You sort of
it's not
get
an
your
excessive amount, Bob, in terms of, look at the historical aspect of the refuse
Well, but the
program.
historical doesn't even matter here, Rob, because it's a completely different
Well,
program.
it's a different program, but you still have a significant number of personnel allocated to it, and the question of level of service, the impact of when we actually get out of commercial, I think is going to impact that, as well as how we program the residential aspects of this service. So I understand what you're saying. It might be a half a year or a year premature, depending upon where we go with the program. But we always are looking at fund balance reallocation. Tim, you could probably speak to
Yeah,
some of those that we have moved.
We do look at that, and we transfer funds between, or transfer dollars between funds. We've made tweaks here and there along the way. Specific to the refuse one, and just in terms of the cash balance, I mean, one refuse truck is budgeted in 2023 at 270.
Right.
By the time we get through what's going on with the purchase of equipment, so that might be 300,000 by the time we get it. So one
Right,
truck,
yeah.
we're knocked down pretty much right within our, range of fund balance. So I would,
Yeah.
like Rob, until we have a final determination on what the final program is, I would say for this budget year, I would leave it where it's at. But we'll certainly look at it next year and years going forward, what, the appropriate fund balance.
I mean, I guess on that, I hear what you're saying, but in 2020, it was $1.4 million, different program. Last year, our fund balance, supposedly this year, at year-end, $1.3 million, projecting $1.3 million again. Maybe we change the program, maybe we don't change the program. I don't know, I'm just looking at what we have here, and if we change the program, we can always change the fund balance assumptions, but I don't see why we wouldn't move $500,000 from there over to general fund, but that's just my.
Yeah. I would respectfully request that we look at this at mid-year,
Okay?
because at this point, I would feel my recommendation would be not now, but maybe by mid-year, once we
Okay,
got a little more
Can we do
information.
that? Because if it's mid-year,
So a mid-year look in terms of setting up what the next budget would look like is a possibility. There's another big variance other than the commercial piece, and that is the actual cost of the refuse contract, or excuse me, the recycling contract that we're going to bid. And the market is fluid. We think we budgeted appropriately, but it could come in a lot higher.
but we would, correct me if I'm wrong on this.
We would
Rob,
adjust our rates.
We would adjust our rates.
All right.
Yeah,
But
I
you
mean, we
got
are now-
you may have to absorb a mid-year
Okay.
hit, so there's some variability there that I can't account for at this
I
moment.
guess my assumption here is that this program, aside from something unexpected that a contingency fund or whatever would cover, is pretty well self-sustaining based on user rates
Trending
and
on
so
the
on.
right direction.
I mean,
It's
and-
trending in the right way.
Which is a little different than a lot of the fund I mean, some of the excess fund balances you can sort of justify in your mind, sanitary fund, whatever. I can get around that. This one, can we necessarily see the reason for it, but if we can look at it again.
Yeah, I'm
Maybe
happy to
I
look
guess
at it
that's
again.
that's a good point. Can we put it on a watch list so we don't have to go digging for it again?
Yeah, in some way,
I just wrote it down. It's on our follow-up.
It's not just up here.
Rob's lists are legendary.
He just remembers it all.
It's a steel trap.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Any more questions for Gio?
Thank you.
All right, we'll call that a wrap and grab some lunch.
Thanks, Gio.
Thank you for your time, I appreciate it.
What does a snow dragon cost, by the way?
We're looking into rental contracts right now, but I think it's upward of $180,000. I think it's in our best interest to try and use it and see if it works for us prior to making that large investment.
Okay.
Okay.
We said 11:40.
Well, I don't want to have Emily start and then stop, so.
Okay, and it's very friendly.
Thank you.
No problem, thank you.
Thanks, you.
So at this point, I'll just declare us in recess. Can I do that, Rob? Okay, we're in recess till we're done eating.
first couple slides of the Stormwater Fund? Okay, so I will take over from Gio. So I am going to finish off the Stormwater Fund presentation. And we'll start with our 2022 goals and objectives. So our big goal for 2022 is to begin construction on the first phases of the Stormwater Vision project. And the first two projects in that system are Hibbard Stormwater Wetland Storage and North of Willow Storage Facilities. This is a financial summary of the fund. So we have a large increase in revenue for 2022, and that's largely due to grant revenue. We've received grants from the state that are part of this year's budget. So we have $12 million from the Illinois Capital Plan, $900,000 from MWRD property acquisition, $500,000 from MWRD stormwater funding, and approximately $393,000 from STP funds, and that stands for Surface Transportation Program. And this is a map of all of our planned improvements. You guys have seen this before. So a major portion of the Stormwater Fund is the West Side Stormwater Project. We're calling it our Stormwater Vision Program. It's broken into phases. The focus currently, like I said, is building the downstream storage in the Forest Preserve property and west of Hibbard. The timing of these projects will depend on permitting and construction phasing and landfill access. And with that, I think I'll hand it over to Tim to talk about some of the specifics of the funding.
Thank you. So this is the list of projects over the years between 21 current projects and 22 through 26. In total, for the 5 years upcoming between 22 and 26, we have $74,471,000 in planned spending between 22 and 26. So how do we fund, excuse me, that $74.4 million? So accumulated stormwater reserves of $14.4 million, MWRD grants of $1.4 million, ARPA funds, so the first half of the ARPA funds that we received this year, we plan on transferring in 2022, that's $837,000. And then we have two amounts from the state capital bill of $12 million and $16 million. These are funded via the coronavirus relief funds. It's actually from the same federal pot of money as the ARPA funds. It's just a different branch that's not flowing directly to the village. It's flowing through the state first. Accumulated general fund transfer of $11 million, plus beginning in 2023, we plan on transferring $1 million a year over the next 4 years, what we're calling the general fund operating transfer. Some Rebuild Illinois funds of $401,586, MFT accumulated funds transfer $2.8 million. When we refinanced the bond issuance in 2020, we freed up enough debt capacity to issue a $7.5 million bond issuance, and then STP funding of $2.8 million, and then finally unidentified funding of $1.2 million. So most of this should be familiar from last year's presentation in November of 2020 when we really broke into the Stormwater Fund. But what's new this year is this STP funding of $2.8 million. And also some of the Rebuild Illinois funds. I don't believe was, there was an additional portion of MWRD grants of $900,000 that was not identified as a funding source last year. So if you recall last year, our unidentified funding was about $5.5 million. That's gone down to $1.2 million at this point. The 1.2, the STP funding we have plugged in, there's, with all these grants, there's certain qualifications and categorizations on how you spend the money. So that if the STP, if we can't identify, that's for a specific component along Willow Road, if we can't identify enough of the project dedicated to that, that unidentified funding might be a little bit higher or lower. But at this point, the way we have things plugged in, we're down to $1.2 million.
I'm sorry, what did STP stand for again?
Surface Transportation Program?
Say again?
Yeah, Surface Transportation Program.
Oh, okay.
Yep,
Thank you.
it's federal funding that gets routed back through the state and councils of governments.
Okay.
And we're part of the North Shore Council of Mayors, and it's really a funding, they review the projects from the municipalities and then allocate funds to the members.
Great.
We had an allocation for the Willow Road intersection project from a few years ago. We put it on hold, knowing we'd have to blow up that intersection as part of the project anyway.
Got it.
So we'd be able to use those funds for the
Great.
rebuild and perhaps some other aspects of it.
Turn lane. Good.
Yeah. Yeah, that whole intersection needs a facelift.
Turn lane.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
And then just to note, the second tranche of ARPA funds that we expect to receive in 2022, that could be a potential funding source towards the stormwater as well. That has not been programmed into this list of funding yet. And just breaking down the cash flow of the fund. So we have a beginning cash balance of $15.2 million estimated for 2021. And then the cash flow obviously varies throughout as the project commences. But overall, after the 5-year plan, if it goes as intended, we would be at $869,000 ending cash balance, which would be above the minimum policy threshold at that time. So a couple of the highlights, there's in 2021, there's that debt service of $1.3 million. You see that dropping down to $800,000. That's that additional capacity that I've referenced before, that if we issued that $7.5 million bonds, it would be estimated that, in those out years, that would go back up to $1.3 million, depending on the timing of that bond issuance. How this works is we have beginning cash balance, contribution from operations, that's the regular stormwater fee minus the regular maintenance expenses, minus the debt service, and then that's your accumulated funds available for capital. And then this column here, other sources of income, that's where we have plugged in that potential grant revenue coming in. And then the 5-year capital improvement plan. So we have the stormwater program, that entire vision project, and then there's also some other minor capital plugged in for the rest of the town as well. So this is just a breakdown of, a tentative expectation of when those other sources of funding might hit. So in 2022, we have budgeted $1.4 million in MWRD grants. $900,000 is the property acquisition grant, and $500,000 was an award, actually, I think from a couple of years ago, that's just been waiting for the project to get going, and then we can pull that lever to actually receive that money. There's the 2 components of the state capital bill, and depending on the timing, these might be flip-flop. Maybe we'll get the 16 million approved before the 12 million. But those are in, as mentioned, there's about 40 projects in the state capital fund that are similar funding source as our project. 10 of those have gone through the DCEO process and have established grant agreements. And once you get to that point, that's, you're really set and you're good to go. So they expect, since these are from coronavirus funds, they need to get it out soon because there's deadlines on when you can allocate that funding and when you have to spend it. So it's promising that we can get those grant agreements established by the end of the year, well, by the end of 2022, I should say. And then the annual general fund operating transfer beginning in 2023. In 2023, 24 accumulated general fund transfer. So we have a total of $11 million in accumulated general funds allocated. So that's, right now that's plugged in for 23, 24, but if, there's delay in some of these grant funds, that could always be kind of advanced as well. And then the Rebuild Illinois funds, we have some funding over the next couple of years for that. And there's accumulated funds transfer that was, if you recall, during last year's budget, we identified that there was a hefty cash flow in the motor fuel tax fund, And we identified that stormwater and certain components of the stormwater project would be eligible uses for MFT funds. So we earmarked $2.8 million for that. And then the future bond issuance hitting in 2024, and then the STP funding that we talked about, and then plugged in at the end is the unidentified funding source of $1.2 million. So that's, I think what President Rins has charged me to find some grant money for that. So we're working on that.
Or more to reduce the general fund transfer.
Yeah.
Whatever works.
So these are all the funding sources other than the annual stormwater ERU revenues, which again, there's, $15.2 million of cash on hand in the stormwater. That's, another funding source dedicated towards this project that, between that and the general fund, that's kind of our Cushing, as, the timing on grant funds can be tricky to kind of navigate. I'll turn it back over to Emily.
This is probably a good spot to take questions.
Sure, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever you want, Rob.
Yeah.
Questions on the cash flow models that
Yeah, I guess.
Tim provided?
I'll ask the macro question, which I have to ask, which is, this 74 million and change, we're feeling how certain about that number?
Well, we did the cost, if you recall, when we did the November finance
Yes.
discussion, we had cost modeling
Yep.
with a private contractor.
Yeah, I'm just kind of.
We're going to test the market again for like a faux bid
Yeah,
on our estimates before we go out to bid.
okay.
So at this point, we have built in some escalation in the project, and I guess we're feeling pretty good at this point, but we do want to test the market before actually going out to bid.
Okay, yeah, that, I just,
Right.
because based on the kind of the long ago process, it was
Yeah.
just throwing a dart at a dartboard, so,
That's not going to happen.
exactly. I know that. I think it is a much different process, which gives us a lot of
That
confidence.
ain't going to happen.
Right.
Here's the thing, is, one of the largest components of this first phase is the storm trap. And Emily and Jim have been in regular contact with the folks at Storm Trap and are looking at methodologies that would secure advantageous pricing now, especially with how crazy all of the supply chain issues are. And we're working on actually solidifying that cost, which is really the single largest material cost in the whole project. Everything else is trucks and fuel and operators and equipment. So, by making sure we can lock down that number, that gives us a lot of flexibility and understanding that we're on the right track relative to the budget. I mean,
So the quote on Storm Trap for the initial purchase for Duke and Little Duke, the quote that just came back is on target with what we presented to you in November of last year.
Great.
So we would propose to take advantage of that and get that
Nail it down
approved
now.
in December, so that before any other escalation occurs. But right now, it's on target, and it's within how we escalated the project. Remember how we laid it out and how it kind of shifted and moved? It's on target for now, so that's good news. It's going to be a $4.2 million spend on Storm Trap for that portion of the project. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And
that's probably the biggest variability, right?
Yeah, and I agree with Chris. That's the one product you're buying. My experience recently, that's not one of the items that's a problem to get. It's not steel. And the rest of it is really earth moving and labor. So, you've got that kind of fixed.
Dirt we got.
Yeah, right.
We got plenty of dirt.
Yeah.
Lots of dirt.
Yeah, you're not buying steel, you're not buying buildings, so it's good.
And even more fortunate, we have a place to put the dirt, which is probably the most important piece of this whole puzzle. So,
So you don't have to pay the haul off costs, which is so expensive.
Right.
One question I had on these state allocations, how certain are we? Since that's the largest, have they already, ag wasn't part of the
Sure,
discussion.
sure.
Are those locked in?
So, just a little context, originally they were allocated as part of the Illinois capital bill that had gaming and other revenues tied into that. They were then reallocated to the federal money, the urgent coronavirus fund. So, and statewide, as Tim mentioned, there are 40 projects that fell into that bucket, and we're within that bucket. So at this point, I feel more confident about it now than we were a year ago talking about it. It's like I mentioned to Trustee Dearborn last year, it's like, we'll get it, I just don't know exactly what year it's gonna show up. Now it looks as though we're gonna be able to get it within next year to year and a half.
Okay, 'cause when I hear 40 projects, that's a lot of things that drop, right?
Yeah. Statewide, when you read the 1,500-page capital bill, it's actually a small subset.
And the other thing is over the last couple of weeks, we've had conversations with Robin Gable and Larry Suffredin about, there was some confusion about the way the bill was originally appropriated. And so, because of our good working relationship with Representative Gable, she went to DCOE, gave them a directive that she was going to reappropriate the funds that were, it was confusing the way that they stated it in the original bill, that it was going to be for the county but benefit the village. Now it's just going to be a straight direct fund to the village, and we will be able to fund the county if we decide to for any of the additional stuff. So she really stepped up and clarified it when there was an issue there, and it looked like, look, when there's money hanging out there, all these government agencies are out there trying to grab their piece of it. So she made sure to kind of rein this back in and make sure that it's dedicated totally to the village of Winnetka. So
Tim has developed, I think, a relationship with our representative DCEO. I don't know that you'd be a pest yet, but he's probably on the verge of that. But we're in close contact with him. So if there's anything that changes, we'll let you know. It's not like we're just sitting and waiting. We're touching base regularly.
oh no, we're right.
So that 28 million is not.
It's backed by the federal ARPA funds, and they have a stipulation they need to be allocated by 2024 and spent by, I believe it's 2026. So it's not in the state's, general fund fighting with all the other state initiatives. It's a federally backed funding source.
So the allocation, the broken down allocation matches the amount that was given by the feds. So it's not someone shorted, the allocations match.
Tim, what, you just said, I'm sorry, I kind of missed that. Allocated when and distributed when? What was the? Yeah.
So it's the 2024, you have to have basically your projects identified, and then you can spend it earlier. You can spend it as soon as you get it if you have the project. But, there's limits if you don't have projects identified. You need to at least get them identified by 2024 and then spent shortly thereafter. I believe it's either the end of 25 or 26, but it's.
Okay.
And ours are identified.
Yeah, clearly. And we're doing all this without a change in the stormwater fees to residents, right?
As the cash flow is currently laid out, there is no change in the ERU rate for residents.
And Rob and Tina, we're kind of covering the whole gamut here, which is great. And Chris, you can probably help on this. The last 2 years of this are pretty big too, in terms of the capital spend.
Mm-hmm.
It's huge, comes down, goes back up. How are we, I don't know what goes into all the last 2 years of the spend and so on, but how are we getting certain on those last 2 years? I can understand that the 19 million this year, we can kind of be okay. Are we contracting out on this for the final years, or how do we?
We can. It's just a matter of the engineering exercise to do that. There's only so much you can design at one time, and we wanted to phase it because the critical piece, obviously, let's say the world goes to hell tomorrow, right? Or let's say the world goes to hell in 2 years. At least we've left behind the storage facilities, which can be connected to at any time. Even though the engineers won't say that we're going to see a market improvement in stormwater drainage just because of the storage facilities, we are. as long as there's a place for this water to go, it won't end up in our yards. It might not get there as fast as we want if we don't do the conveyance, but at least it'll get there. So, you know, the conveyance is the next stage, and clearly, we wanted to make sure that we didn't try to overwhelm the whole city with a project that's tearing up every street on the west side, plus the recreational facilities, plus the forest preserve, plus Crow Island School, that we would have to phase this out, you know, so deal with the construction fatigue, right?
So there are, we've been discussing, and we'll probably be bringing to you before too long, some requests for additional engineering spend so that we can get the design going. And when you have the design in hand, then you can actually have a better chance of getting more grant funding as opposed to just having conceptual. So getting more design under our belt allows us to chase some more grant money with some better certainty.
Yeah, my personal goal is to find another $20 million.
Nice.
So I don't know if I can do it, but I'm gonna keep knocking on doors and seeing what we can do. But with 20, we could retire the debt, we could cash out the back end of this thing without any problem whatsoever, and actually end up in a better position than when we started.
So the 18 million in 4 years, 21 million in 5 years, there's a buffer in there, as I recall? There's some kind of contingency built in? I mean, that's not the exact.
74 million, there's a contingency.
The 74 million.
Yeah.
And do we know, what is that?
What is the contingency on the 74 million?
What are we carrying on contingency?
Do you know what the
It's
construction
too much in my
contingency
mind,
is?
but it'll be comfortable for
We
you,
did,
Bob.
we did an initial,
About 20%? About 20%.
Yeah, which is, yeah,
Oh, hi, Mike.
in line for, yeah, this is Mike Waldron, he's our consultant, our stormwater consultant.
Okay, 20.
He's my phone a friend.
That's just on the whole project.
yeah,
That could come in.
which is helpful to have.
Yeah, okay.
I like your goal, Chris.
Huh?
Yeah.
I like your goal. I'll dinner at Palmore if you get 20 minutes.
Make the reservation, huh? You
I
might
just want
not
to get
get
it
that
done
till
so I can get out of
2026.
here.
And once you get your engineering, you can also go out to bid too.
Right.
But there's a lot of reasons why you want to advance the soft costs now, right?
Yep.
So what we're hearing is if there's 19 million and the grant doesn't get funded or what have you, we're going to dig hard into the stormwater fund and the general fund for this year. And that's, so the grant gets delayed to 23, and if you start getting wind that might not happen or whatever, we're going to be all over them.
Yeah, I mean, we got 26, 27 million in our pocket right now.
At some point.
It's a good backup plan.
Well, no, right now.
Oh, in the two funds.
Right.
Yeah.
Between the general fund availability and I'm not, I would, it's nice to have the general fund in the background. We can leave it there and pick it as we need it. That's probably the most preferential way to do it, but it's there. Right.
What kind of an increase, out of curiosity, if you can ballpark it, if we had to increase stormwater rates, which I know we're not going to, but whatever, you know, to generate $10 million or whatever, what would the rate have to increase? I mean, what kind of
I'd like,
revenue?
$400 a house?
I think I think we may have had that table in the November financing
did.
discussions. I'll follow up with you, or with the council on that one. Tim, do you recall?
Bob, are you kind of going through it worst case scenario?
Yeah, worst case, yeah, that's exactly what for some reason, our government doesn't.
This was in 2020 at the interest rates that were in effect at that time, which was about 3.5%. For every $1 million in debt issuance, 20 years at 3.5%, it requires an additional $70,000 in annual debt service, which translates to about 70 cents to the village ERU rate. So a $10 ERU fee increase could generate potentially $915,000 of annual revenue. For
$10 per resident? $10.
Per ERU.
The $21.83 ERU rate would, if increasing that by $10, you know, you can free up about $915,000 in annual revenue.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So you would do that through debt issuance?
That was to answer your question if it was.
Yeah, I was thinking more that you
More
fund it
cash.
through the increase of the stormwater fee,
Depending
but
upon
that
how
would just
much
cover
cash you
debt.
need at what time,
Yeah,
and if you're
yeah.
wanting to improve your fund balance position incrementally.
Okay.
Yeah, so $10 gets you 915,000 in annual revenue.
But we're
Whether
gonna
you use
know-
that towards paying debt service or directly towards project costs, that's what you'd be looking at.
We're gonna know in '22 whether that the 12 million is coming. I mean, and if it doesn't come, it shouldn't come later than '23. And so we just dig into our
And
balances.
it's possible that the 16 could get released before the 12. We just don't know what they're going to advance. But keep in mind, we have planned to work on the north side of Willow, and we can start to spend that money, that grant fund for those parts of the project. So that would be Duke Child, Little Duke, the Par 3, 18 whole course.
And Chris, you're saying that, again, worst case scenario, the Willow Falls, we have an '08, '09, whatever, that this is staged in a way that if something got delayed or whatever, it's still progress toward an end goal that makes sense. It doesn't, you don't have to have the fifth year shovel in the ground necessarily to have progress.
I always thought that our legacy as a council would be the storage, you know, and maybe a few people who are left to move on after we were gone, Bob, if the whole thing, because of other financial issues or you know, or like you say, another '08, at least the storage component would be complete, and then connecting the dots could actually be a standalone for a future generation if it went bad that way. But the storage is the critical thing. That's what's been stopping us for 100 years from fixing this. So once the storage is there, look at, you know, when you start talking about south of Willow, I mean, we have all sorts of complicated arrangements to make with the private road associations down there, and we haven't even had those discussions yet. So, you know, some of this is going to stretch out just organically because of what it takes to get there. But if we got the storage in place, you can always figure out how to hook it up later.
Well, I think, and I know we're all 120% all in on this thing, but I think the message in part that I'm getting to, if I was a resident looking at the largest capital program by multiples in this village, I mean, is that that we're not, there's no reason to think that this thing is going to run away financially on us, number one. And number two, if it did, we have some safeguards in place.
Well, there's
All for not throwing money away. It's a good
Right.
cost for the future. It's not like it's obsolete.
Right.
It's going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, once,
Water quality too, as soon as the
well, that's it. I mean, and then there's the environmental piece, which is a really critical part of this as well. So, yeah, I mean, there's bailout points, Bob. There still are. I mean, that's the nice thing about a phased project. We're doing it in such a manner that you could bail out after storage. I don't want to say that.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that's the right thing to do.
Right.
But, and hell, if I go out and find another $20 million, we'll start working on the east side right away too.
I think I assume we do we do minutes for this meeting? We do, yeah. I think the minutes on this one don't have to go in chapter and verse and great, but I think within the minutes that this message should be pretty well clarified, that this group is aware, you know, of if it goes left instead of right and whatever, the funding sources don't come on exactly on time, that
There's flexibility.
there's flexibility and that this is being done in a way that, you know, this town is going to be able to handle it 5 to 10 years from now.
Yeah, we'll be fiscally prudent all the way along.
Yeah.
We're not going to borrow any more money before we have a project. I can guarantee you that.
So I just,
Over my dead body.
okay.
Although I shouldn't say that because look, we got 15 in the bank now that we wouldn't start with if the debt hadn't gone. But then, of course, we've eroded some of that with interest payments, right? So,
And before that, we did just, a little over $10 million worth of work. You know, there's a Tower Road work, there's pump station work, there was Northeast Winnetka work. So I would say close to just under $11 million worth of work has been put in the ground so far, and those improvements are measurable. When we have big rain event, we don't get calls off that Tower Road or the east of Green Bay Tower corridor anymore. They worked.
Can the grants be received before the money has been spent?
No, it's a reimbursement type grant.
It
So
is.
once
Okay.
we get once the funds are released to the DCEO, then they'll reach out, we'll establish a grant agreement, and will come before, I believe,
I see.
resolution. Then it'll be, you spend, whatever your monthly spend is, you true it up with your invoices, and you submit for reimbursement, and they'll reimburse you directly for those funds.
I see. So we probably will have to dig into the fund balances in advance.
There'll be some, short-term
Yeah.
cash
Okay.
flow considerations for sure.
Well, if you didn't mind a little extra juice, you could always set up an outside borrowing facility that could do the same thing, and then we wouldn't have to touch any of the money we have. But
Right.
it seems silly to pay interest when you
Well,
got
we've
the
got
cash
the
in
money.
pocket, yeah.
We've got the money.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other stormwater questions?
The
Emily, great job.
Thanks.
Good job, Emily.
You're not done though.
question,
I said so much.
the 2026 contribution, which is from stormwater fees, it goes down significantly, or like, it goes down to like 800,000 from like 1.4 the prior year?
Yeah, that's the
Why is that?
refinancing.
Is it,
Oh,
on
I'm
the
sorry,
contributions from
Right
operations?
here.
Oh, contribution.
It goes from 1.35 to 807?
Yeah, honestly, I think that's the debt service coming on. I think some of that drop should be listed as additional debt service. Because the previous slide showed the debt getting issued in, I believe, 23 or 24. So I will have to double check, but I'm pretty sure that's, that additional debt issuance and that just got picked up in the wrong bucket on my
Got it,
spreadsheet.
okay. Because we're not changing the stormwater fee, so that.
So you're saying this should go back up in 2026 instead
Yeah,
of
it should
just
be
going
like
down?
1.3 something, I would think.
Yes.
There's like 500 missing there.
Okay, all right. With that, I will move on to present the engineering department budget. So just a department overview of things that we work on. We oversee MFT dollars and projects. We prepare plans and specifications for all village projects. We supervise construction, and we inspect both private and public infrastructure projects. We also manage the village's annual programs, including street rehab, sidewalk replacement, pavement patching, and pavement striping. We also are always seeking grant funding for especially capital improvements. To go on, we also obtain any permits that are needed for village projects. We oversee floodplain management and our CRS program. We respond to resident concerns and questions. We also maintain the village's GIS program, which is the village's mapping software. And again, forestry falls within engineering, so that includes tree planting, pruning, commercial landscaping, and any private inspections for trees. This is an overview of our department. Jim Bernal is our mighty leader. I'm filling in for him today. We have 4 full-time staff and 1 staff member that we split with Public Works, Diana, our analyst. We also manage the contractual engineering services for the village and our GIS consultant. We also have 2 summer interns. For 2021, some list of our accomplishments. We have successfully completed the Lincoln Avenue project, which is downtown streetscape for this year. We've completed our annual street rehab project, including collaborating with the water department for water main. I think that was mentioned earlier that we try and pair those projects so that we only tear up one street at a time. We completed the Pine and Birch parking lot. That includes permeable pavers for stormwater control. We replaced over 16,000 square feet of deteriorated public sidewalk. We completed Willow Rose Street end repairs that fixed an erosion issue along the Lake Michigan coastline. And we completed sewer relining. Again, Gio also talked about that. We finished off the high priority sewers, and now we're working on medium priority repairs. To continue with accomplishments, we reviewed over 750,000 engineering and forestry plan reviews. We've done over 650 inspections. We pruned about 2,000 trees. We've removed 150 dead trees and planted almost 200 replacement trees. For next year, Our goals are to continue with our annual street rehabilitation program. And again, we're going to continue to coordinate with the needed water main work with water and electric. We will complete Phase 4 of the village's streetscape. That includes Chestnut Avenue and Chestnut Court, along with a few other areas. We are going to reconstruct the Village Hall parking lot in the same style, again with permeable pavers as the previous village lots. And probably the biggest one is we are beginning construction on the Stormwater Vision Improvement Project, like I mentioned, in the Stormwater Fund. Some more of our goals include beginning design for the future phases of the stormwater project. Again, like we mentioned before, having those designs ready and finished is crucial when applying for grant dollars. A lot of grant dollars want shovel-ready projects, so we're planning on getting those designed as soon as possible. We have some landscaping improvements at the Birch and Pine parking lot. We're going to continue to improve roadway and pedestrian infrastructure. We'll also continue to provide permit review and code enforcement services and continue to obtain permits as needed for village work. Again, this slide covers the forestry department. We will continue our tree removal and replacement program, continue to prune trees as needed. We will also continue to enhance our downtown landscaping. We have 3 phases of our downtown landscape or our downtown streetscape projects done, and we want to continue to maintain those areas. And we'll also manage any landscaping and public improvement contracts. So a large portion of the engineering budget is the street rehabilitation program. So what we do to decide what streets we are going to work on that year, again, is we use IMS data to identify needs. That's rates the village's roadways based on their condition. This year, we are reevaluating our roads, so IMS is going to come through. They come through every 4 or 5 years to reevaluate. And in 2022, we are slated to get all of our roads reevaluated. Like I said, we will continue to work with the water department to combine our efforts. And we always have to keep in mind other capital projects, private development that's happening in the village, and always have to work around weather. The cost for this year's program is based on actual costs of other years' programs, and also an inflation adjustment. This is a map of the proposed 2022 improvements, and then the next slide is going to show each site in more detail with costs. So again, these are those same streets broken down by cost. Sites 7 and 8, Merrill and Gage, they were originally slated for 2021, but have been moved to be completed in 2022 due to permitting and schedule constraints. The water main costs are also included on this slide, but those do fall in water and electric's budget, not engineering, but they are included in the same contract as the street rehabilitation project. And this is a financial summary of the entire department. We have had a lot of staff changes this year, so that's a slight increase or a slight decrease in salaries and benefits. Service and supply increases come from our IMS data. Like I said, we're doing that in 2022. Comes around approximately every 5 years. We are doing aerial mapping. There's a slight increase in aerial mapping costs. We also have some licensing for AutoCAD and also vehicle costs that are included this year. Capital outlay shows a slight increase, again, due to the nature of next year's projects and additional landscaping costs for our streetscape projects. With those all combined, that includes a total department increase of about 4.3%. And with that, I will take any questions on the engineering budget.
I have one, and Rob, this is more for you than I think Emily. Did we take a jurisdictional transfer of Tower Road west of Forest Way?
I had that question with Jim a couple months ago. No, it's ours. We're trying to get them to take it, but it's ours at that little piece. West.
Yeah,
of Forest Way.
so here, let me go back to the map.
Yeah,
So,
where does it end?
Yeah.
so we do own that tiny section of Tower Road The only section of Tower Road that we don't own is
Another one.
this little section of Tower Road is
Oh, by the way.
IDOT, but the rest of it we own. So, yeah, it,
The North Shore.
You know that street over by New Trier? Do I own it or do you own it?
Yeah, 100 years later, oh, we don't.
You know that Cherry Street extension that we've been fixing for the last 100 years? So
we've
you're
been
sure we actually own this now?
I'm like,
Let's
Very
put it
sure.
on our follow-up list, just to make.
just in case, okay.
I mean, it's only 70 grand, so you're probably just doing.
Yeah, it's just,
It's in bad
it's just,
Overlay.
yeah, just a grind.
Yeah, so again, that, I never knew we owned it. I always thought overlaying is, may not be your long-term answer.
No.
It's probably all the base below. It's way too wet in that area.
John,
It's just falling apart.
Do I have a vision for that?
Talk to Chris about visions for Tower Road.
I guess before you get to the point of overlaying,
They're not
really do some soil borings there.
Yeah, so we do soil borings as part of our annual street rehab, so those will tell, I mean, we can definitely look at
Because there was a small patch done about a week or two. Was that?
Yeah.
When that could, did that?
Yeah, if it was on this section of Tower Road, then
All right,
we
all
did.
right.
Yeah, it's, that section of
Glad I
Tower Road
didn't
is a
bring that
mess.
up in our jurisdictional transfer conversations with IDOT. They would have looked at me like, hey,
The force, I mean, but Cook, I see Cook County sheriffs, stopping people on that. I mean, they can,
They can.
they can.
Depends upon what the violation is. If somebody's coming from the west, or they're going into their property.
About how far west does that really go? I mean,
Just to village limits, so just what's shown.
right, I know,
Right
it's
there.
before the bridge.
That's
right before
yeah.
the bridge,
You
okay.
Yeah.
see a monument there.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the village limits. It's a weird spot.
Mm-hmm.
And because actually Glencoe has about 20, 30 yards
Yeah.
of dirt before you hit the bridge.
Okay.
Then there's a Northfield boundary that runs down.
Or Northfield, yeah, yeah.
So this could be the great gateway to Winnetka then?
Now I got one less obstacle. More grants.
What is the permeable surface in a parking lot?
Yeah, so on Pine and Birch, it's half concrete, and then where the water drains, there's permeable pavers. So there's a section of the parking lot that's permeable pavers, and those are for stormwater control, so.
80% paved and 20%, I'm looking
Yeah,
at
probably about that.
We have I just want to make sure that we're not creating a hazard for walking or,
It's just like this.
So,
It looks good.
so,
Okay.
yeah, we've done the community house lot like that.
Okay,
And
I'll go look.
Elm Street lot is like that.
I'll go
And
look.
then the other
so no,
Birch
no.
parking lots at Spruce and Pine are like that. There's
Yeah, no.
no pitch.
And I know they're also rated for ADA compliance and all that stuff, so.
Going on with that same spot, is that part of the landscaping plan? There was a landscaping plan presented to us from, at
Get rid of
Birch,
all the
but
ugly
since it was
junipers.
just redone, it's just the landscaping, right?
Just yeah, and that's a crazy number. We're gonna get that down.
Yeah, because I remember thinking it looks good what was recently done on that parking lot.
Yeah, the Spruce area needs some cleanup, and the Pine one needs some cleanup too, but not a total replant.
The second question is, you're hiring somebody to evaluate the roads?
Yes.
Are they evaluating all the roads, including the private roads?
No, just the village.
No, I'm not talking about doing them, I'm talking about from an evaluation standpoint.
So, not in our inventory. They're not in our inventory, but they will, Emily, correct me if I'm wrong, we will, we evaluate all the roads.
Yes,
Right, so
all
it's a
the village-owned
contractual
roads.
service, and it's
Yeah.
done, and they have this cool sensor on the front, and they drive the town.
Well, I was wondering if the private roads want to do it, if the village won't
If
pay
they
for
want to
that.
peggy on.
If they want to piggyback onto that, I think it's good for the general health of our roads in the
So you know what
Winnetka,
it is.
to know what it is.
We could definitely pass on the contact, yeah. And the
did
the
that
company
with
is
maintenance.
IMS.
Part of your contract.
We did that with maintenance.
I think
with
so,
you
yeah.
before.
Okay, sure.
Can I ask a question, Chris? This might be to you or Rob. Nothing in the capital plan for engineering for the post office site. Should there be, I mean, it's not realistic to think it's not going to at least be talked about, thought about over the next 5 years? Should there
Yeah,
be a
that-
placeholder in there
It's
or
been
not?
on my mind, and I'm actually, a lot of those conversations I sprung on staff after they were substantially through this document. So we're gonna have to just be smart about what our expenditures are. And yes, it'll have to show up in the capital plan. They've got 100 grand in there now, but that's,
There is 100 grand in there now
Yeah.
for that?
It's buried in the capital plan. I found it last night, actually.
And it says post office?
50/50, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I can't, I'll find it if
Yeah,
you like.
it's
Yeah,
in the,
we'll cover it. We got business district.
Oh, you do?
after-
Okay.
Well, David's up afterwards, and we'll
good.
talk about that.
It's in there, right, David?
That's a great question.
23 and 24.
Oh, it's in the business district.
I mean, it's not enough to do the work.
It's an yeah, correct.
And I think 100 for the planning is too much, but we'll get to that later, too.
Okay.
Okay.
Want to head on to MFT?
Yeah, so I can head on to.
Just a quick question, on the streetscape on Lincoln, we had the little water main fund. Did that impact the budget in any significant way?
In terms of change orders and things like that?
Well, like the businesses that got flooded.
It was-
Was that all insured or?
All the insurance ran through the contractor,
Okay, good,
and the liability was on them based upon our contractual agreement.
great.
They accepted that. They didn't, there was no pushback, that the
Great.
village was responsible in any way. so.
Well, that bodes well for them for future jobs with Winnetka then. As long as they don't keep, you know.
Yeah. Try to recover it somewhere else.
Follow up on that, do we know if they all got compensated? I mean,
We don't know the status of those individual claims since we haven't been a party to them. We haven't.
I haven't had anybody reach back out and say, hey, this, contact you sent me to is completely unresponsive, they're not taking, I haven't heard anything like that. But I haven't heard anything.
I think
that
there's
they're getting paid either.
there's subrogation going on at this point, so.
Okay. So moving on to the Motor Fuel Tax Fund, also known as MFT. So the motor fuel tax comes from the state of Illinois and must be used for transportation-related capital improvements. So in 2021, we used these funds to complete the reconstruction of Birch Street. In 2022, we're planning on using these funds to begin the Willow Road design. So the Willow Road design is actually part of the Stormwater project, as the road has to be rebuilt to accommodate the stormwater conveyance under the roadway. So again, this is the financial summary. The 2022 revenue is just over $1 million, and again, that comes from MFT funds from the state, plus the additional increases from the 2019 fuel tax increase. It also includes reimbursements from Oak and Cherry Bridge and some Rebuild Illinois grant dollars. Our 2022 expenses include the Willow Road design. There's also a transfer to the Stormwater Fund because Willow Road is part of the overall Stormwater Vision project. And with that, I will take any questions on the MFT fund.
I've had one question. In the capital, the 5-year capital improvement plan, there's a reference to Elm Street Bridge rehab project. I thought that was already done. That's scheduled for 2024.
Yeah.
Is there something more that needs to be done?
So the Elm Street Bridge was not a total rebuild, and so it's reaching its end of its life. So we'd be rebuilding it like we did for the other two a year or two ago.
It looks nice on top, right?
Yeah, but you look closely, you start to see it's wearing. Is that? what
That's
you-
correct as far as I know, yeah. Yeah, I think Elm Street is one of the last bridges we have left to do.
Yep.
And it'll be redesigned like the streetscapes.
That
plan
would
or
be
something
part of the
fashion.
process. We'd look at that plan, bring it back to council, see if that's what you still want to do. And then the other aspect is we pursue federal funding, just like we did for the other two bridges, to get at least 75% of it paid for.
Right.
Which was the case. So federal bridge fund has actually been a fairly reliable source of revenue.
And those funds can't be used for the pedestrian bridge crossing over at the Hubbard Woods train station.
Yeah, that's all part of Metra's plan to update, and we've been working on this for years, and the funding just hasn't been there, but it's coming. But it would include new platforms, elevators, and a new pedestrian bridge, as well as some enhancements to the station. As long as
Doesn't
it-
help that Metra and UP are in a major
Fight, yeah.
disagreement right now.
Yep.
Well, I know it's a pain to deal with the bridges, but
Hmm?
I know it's a pain to deal with the bridges, but thank God we have them versus any other community.
Oh.
What a genius move.
Okay, and with that, I will pass it over to David Schoen to do community development.
Hey, David. Good job, Emily.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Emily.
Good afternoon. Oh, I can take this off. Just to review the community development budget with you and then follow up with the Business District Revitalization Fund. So this image shows the 4 major areas that the department provides services to the community, plus the 5th area of assisting the village manager's office with economic development activities. In terms of our organization, we have 7 full-time staff members, which has been consistent over the last couple of years. And then we also contract with third parties, Safe Built to provide building code plan review and inspection services, and then also health inspection professionals. They provide our food safety plan reviews and inspections. In terms of major accomplishments for 2021 have been, and some of this may be repetitive from engineering and finance from earlier, but completion of the Phase 3 project, which was Lincoln Avenue, working with engineering on the concept design for Phase 4, and then finalizing the concept design for the wayfinding and gateway signage and starting to implement Phase 1 yet this fall. We also were able to restart work on the comprehensive plan after a pause due to the earlier parts of the pandemic. We were also assisted the village council with amendments to the code regarding the demolition permit review process, as well as the creation of a 20% density bonus for historic structures. And we've been assisting the council and continue to assist the council with selecting a preferred developer for 93 Green Bay Road. In terms of goals for 2022, we'll continue to work on the comprehensive plan with the Plan Commission and the Village Council and the rest of the community and complete it next year. We'll continue to work on implementing the Downtown Master Plan recommendations, which include streetscape implementation. I'll talk a little more about that in the Business District Revitalization Fund, as well as continuing to work on 93 Green Bay Road. And then with the one Winnetka site coming out of foreclosure, hopefully we will be working with a development team on reuse or redevelopment of that site. And then we'll continue our other regular activities dealing with building permits and inspections, as well as working with the 5 boards and commissions that the staff supports. In terms of expenditures for next year, we have planned expenses to increase by approximately $32,000, which is a 1.85% increase. And I'll go over the 2022 budget in a little more detail on the next slides. As you can see by this graph, salaries and benefits make up 57% of the community development budget, then followed by legal services. I always like to point out at this point in time that the entire retainer amount for Elrod Friedman is located in the community development budget. And good reason, we consume a lot of their services, as you see by zoning relief and subdivision applications that come before you. And then we also have additional amounts budgeted there for non-retainer items. In terms of third-party services, I'll talk about that in the next slide. And other services and supplies of $100,000. A third of that is an internal transfer for data processing network charges, and the rest is other services, phones, memberships, copiers. The one thing I would point out in that other category is the village has a fire sprinkler fee rebate program, which Chief Ripka may have mentioned earlier that we plan to continue, and we budget $10,000 a year for that. In terms of third-party services, we budget nearly $400,000 for next year. 50% of that is budgeted for safe-built services. They really do, from the building code aspect, do our plan reviews and inspections. Then our staff deals with other services like zoning reviews and inspections. And then we have budgeted $85,000 to complete work on the comprehensive plan. And then the rest are the other categories. Many of those, a couple of those, Historical Society and Fire Safety Consultants, are pass-through expenses. Those are all dependent upon how many applications we get for the services that they provide to us. In terms of building permit revenue, when the 2021 budget was prepared, we were projecting revenues for 2021 to be approximately $1.55 million, but we are now estimating 2021 revenue to be approximately $340,000 more. In the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about why that's occurring. And then for the 2022 budget, we're projecting $1.82 million in revenue. So the next slide takes us to building permits. Overall, for total permits, we're up 7%. However, our major permits, which are the new single-family homes, commercial remodels, single-family home remodels and additions, we're up 20% this year. That is mainly in the area of single-family home remodels and additions, as new homes this year have been about flat with last year. Those are the big projects, and therefore they generate significant amounts of our revenue on the building permit side. So in summary, the community development will have a $1.75 million budget, which is a 1.85% increase, which is evenly over salaries, divided between salaries and benefits, as well as services and supplies. At this point, I'll take any questions on the community development budget.
First of all, I want to say thanks. I think you and Ann, you guys are one of the tips of the spear in dealing with the community, and it takes a tremendous amount of patience and perseverance. And, you know, these are residents, they're homeowners, and they're dealing with the most important investments they'll probably make in their life, some of them. So you guys represent well, and I know many people have approached me separately in dealing with fairly prickly issues that you guys keep a steady hand, so I wanted to say thank you for that.
Well, thank you. I'll share that with the staff.
Yeah, please. On the permit revenue, I guess we don't see it. I'm not sure what an average home remodel or somebody's building a new home. Are we getting blowback on any of the fees, the permit fees that we charge? Never really been an issue.
I'm saying hasn't escalated to my office, but David's on the front lines. So.
Yeah.
Not major blowback. We'll often get sometimes sticker shock on some permits, and those are usually remodel addition permits. But it's mainly been addressed at the counter level. It has never risen to my level, someone challenging.
I know we talked about new versus, you know, trying to convince people to rehab historic homes. And the way the structure was a little off kilter, the way they weren't being incentivized to rebuild versus tear down.
So so all the council members are familiar, in terms of our current building permit structure, a new home and addition project, the fee is based on square foot, which is currently $1.30 per square feet. And as Tim mentioned earlier, we're going to increase that to $1.60 a square foot next year. A remodel project, however, the permit is based on valuation, so it's 3% of the construction value that the permit is based upon. So there is a difference in the structure in terms of how we charge fees for those different types of projects.
Yeah, that was summed it up very well, and I'd heard from some people that are rehabbing and say, I'm trying to do the right thing, but I feel like I'm being penalized for doing the right thing. Because of the way the change in the way it's a percentage of the valuation. Not for this.
Yeah.
I just wanted to.
So this structure has been in place before any of us
Yes, oh, I know.
have been
It's a
here.
long-
It's 2009.
Is that when the change was
Yeah,
made?
because
Was it a change, Chris?
NASBAR and that home builders group came in here and made a big stink about it at that time, and
Okay.
it got physical.
Right. So we are starting to collect data and benchmark this.
Yeah.
So that in the event we get
That-
ready
that's
for
why I asked.
a concept discussion about how do we want to structure, be great. We don't have enough data at this point to make sure, if we made a change now, it'd be probably a serious revenue disruption.
Totally
So we want to
understand.
we are gathering some
Maybe a-
data to help
a
us
phase
evaluate
thing
it.
where you have to adjust the levers.
Yep.
But I don't want to disincentivize people to do the right thing.
You make
I
a
think
good point, Rob. I just sat here and thought a 4,000 square foot house, under the new rate is 6,400.
Right.
If I build a room addition, which I'm preparing to do, that
Yeah.
costs about $250,000.
Right.
My permit is $7,500.
Exactly.
Or
Yeah,
if you're
if
doing
I can add to that.
Ardsley, the house that was up there,
That's a new
that's
TV.
significant.
Right. Yeah, so as,
So like, I think he's referring to the Ardsley, one example is renovating historical homes, which is a gut rehab, which
Right.
costs,
My
you know,
home's
tens of
historical.
thousands of dollars. But like, that project's gonna be well over $1 million times
Oh, yeah.
0.3,
Right.
times 3% is
Right.
significantly
Significant.
more than building new for 5,500 square feet.
And that's what
so.
he's looking at. I can rip this thing down and pay X amount in fees, or I have to rehab it and do the right thing. It's going to cost me
Tens of
10
thousands.
times.
Yeah.
Well, sure, I mean, you know, in that example, a new home would cost $850, right?
Plus the
And
tear
but
down.
to be at a
fees.
250 addition is actually 20% more than an $850,000 new build.
So the thing we need to consider, this is just part of a permit fee or a fee someone pays when they pick up their permit is the base fee. So for a new single-family home, generally in this community, it's the result of a demolition, and that fee is $16,000. So when we want to have the discussion, we'll present to you all the fees that a particular type of permit would need to pay, so you can see what the full cost or impact. Because when a resident comes in, they don't care if it's the base fee, the electric service fee, which we have, because we have our own electric facility, they're paying us, not ComEd, to do it. So we can present you that information so you can see what the full impact is to them when they come in to get the permit.
Kim is absolutely right. This will be $1 million.
It'll be more than $1
$1.5 million
Yeah.
rehab to do do what we've asked them to consider doing. That's a big number.
Yep.
For feet.
That's
for-
There's a,
grand.
yeah, so there's a number of policy questions that are being kind of referred to. One big one is what you had talked about earlier, which is, do you want to put some incentive in place for those homes that are deemed historically have value? But how you do that, there's a lot of
Totally understand.
yeah,
thought that has to put in, who qualifies, who doesn't,
Yep.
right? Or do you just want to level the playing field and have one structure for everything? So those are kind of the questions that we need to tear into.
yeah, and my experience is when you ask for a construction value, that's really not a good thing to base your fee on, because whatever someone puts on the application, if it's $1 million, they could put 100,000, how do you back it up? So maybe how to look at it is, let's say it's a remodel, remodel, it's X amount per square foot. An addition is X amount per square foot, and then your new construction. So make it a fee, not a percentage of construction. Because a lot of people think that the first thing that goes to, when they put down their estimated cost for construction, first person that looks at that is the assessor's office.
Yep.
So they
Once
don't
it's above
always
it.
put the truth on what it's actually going to cost. to save your fees, to save other fees. It's a pretend number. And maybe not fair if you're trying to create renovation work and that kind of stuff.
Coming soon to a study session.
Right, right.
We have done an initial survey of other towns, and David's got spreadsheets about this thick. And there's some that are like us, there are some that are all fees, some are value. So we do want to gather data, though, based on actual experience to quantify it both ways so that we can end up kind of being whole on the permit revenue side on a baseline level.
Yeah, sure.
And that's just going to take a few months to get put together.
I have a different,
Mm-hmm.
So as part of the permitting fees, we pass through the charges for safe built to the resident or to the business?
Not, it's not a direct pass-through. Safe Built, no, it's not. And they charge an hourly rate, and we don't pass that directly on. The fee covers all of our services, both third-party services and village staff, except for fire services, where we have a third-party entity do those plan reviews.
It's actually gone down from having internal staff. So when we.
I pay Safe Built and the community Levy bill in.
Mhm.
We're actually required to contract with them for our inspections to get certificates back.
Yeah.
So I just.
So we bundled it as part of our overall fee, and so it's accounted for. If Safe Built ended up costing us more, we would adjust our fee or carve it out, but we haven't been put in that position because we've been able to find the efficiencies with inspection and plan review being together.
And I think on larger projects, such as One Winnetka, there were actual line item budgets for those items.
Yeah.
Because it's much more
Yes,
demanding.
yes. And there's an escrow for legal and
Correct.
things like that.
Right.
I have a question.
good question.
Just more anecdotally. I feel like the last year, there's been a lot of construction projects on residential homes and new builds. But looking at the data, it looks as though 2016 had equivalent, or in some cases, the same amount. Do you think it's holding true to what people are actually doing in their homes? Or are people just not filing for permits? Or, I know this is more of a philosophical question, but what are you guys seeing in terms of number of permits with what you feel is happening in the town?
Definitely, there are more remodel and addition projects, which can take more time than the new home projects for staff. Single-family homes up to this point have been pretty stable compared to last year, though anticipate this month and next month, given the number of permits that are in, we're going to issue a number yet this year. So the other thing we're experiencing during COVID is that there are a lot more people home, and we're hearing a lot more about construction projects, which is taking up more time.
Yeah, so do you think there are people that are doing construction projects that just aren't getting permits for them? Or, I was just, I guess, surprised. I expect when I see this chart to see 2020 and 2021 of having significantly more permits, given anecdotally what I'm seeing around town and hearing from people doing projects on their homes.
There are always individuals that will try to do
Yeah, okay,
a
nothing.
project without permit. I don't know if I would say this year is any
Okay.
different than other years.
Yeah, you haven't seen it. Yeah, no.
True.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. Right.
Sure, or
if
do
somebody's
some
gonna-
trim work,
or if they're gonna
or
repair.
Landscaping.
Yeah, repair a chimney as opposed to build a new one, right? A repair isn't going to require
Yeah.
a permit.
No, you're exactly right. I
Yeah,
think some
but-
people are just leery of
Yeah.
our tax assessor.
Right. Certainly with the pandemic, that's changed investment strategies, I think, but in 2016, you also have to look at the economic environment, what's going on in terms of housing trends, interest rates, all that kind of feeds into total activity.
Okay, we'll move on to the Business District Revitalization Fund. First, start out with the streetscape projects, which you've heard a little about them already. So next year, we'll start design work, engineering design work for Phase 3, which would be in East Elm. Construction of Phase 4, which would be here on West Elm. We've also budgeted some money to do some design concept and Phase 1 work for Hubbard Woods streetscape, mainly in preparation of further dialogue with IDOT about what we can do on Green Bay Road and whether that involves a jurisdictional transfer or not. But to have further conversations with them, we need to do a little more design work. And then completion of the Gateway and Elm Street District wayfinding project. And then every year we budget some money for some repair work of existing streetscape items. Other projects that are in the Business District Revitalization Fund, this gets to Trustee Dearborn's comment earlier. Currently, we have just budgeted $10,000 to complete some work on a no further remediation letter on the site. As Village Manager Behan said, given where we were and the discussions about what we would contribute to that site in terms of village involvement, we had not budgeted that in this when we had prepared the budget. We're continuing the program of installing EV charging stations in our public lots. And then we have some other funds to continue the expansion and annual maintenance of the Elm Street District Banner Program. And then with every streetscape project, we budget some additional monies for changes in parking signs in our districts. This next slide is the 5-year capital plan. So everything in blue we've discussed in the 2 previous slides. So the rest are the out-year projects from 2023 through 2026. We have estimated dollar amounts for many of the projects, but not all, those that we do. The Phase 5 streetscape construction project in East Elm, some design work for Green Bay Road through the Elm Street Business District. We have some construction dollars in for the pedestrian elements on a reconstructed Elm Street Bridge that wouldn't be covered by any federal grant dollars. And then annual streetscape repair throughout the 5-year CIP. We had also included in 23 and 24 some planning dollars for the post office site, $50,000 for each year. And then those projects we haven't included estimates for because until we have a concept design, we can't prepare reasonable efforts or reasonable expenses. Estimates for those expenses is the construction of Green Bay Road between Pine and Oak in the Elm Street District, as well as Hubbard Woods streetscape because it's on an IDOT right-of-way Green Bay Road. So those dollars or expenses are not included in the CIP. I just point that out for when we get to the next slide, which are the funding considerations for the Business District Revitalization Fund. It's funded from a transfer of $1.65 million every year. Well, for the next 3 years, we have budgeted that, or I should say the next 2, including the existing year. And we've also budgeted for 2022 a grant from the state capital bill of $300,000. So as you will note, the ending cash balance is positive, but as I mentioned earlier, that does not include construction costs for all of the projects we anticipate funding through this fund. And with that, I answer any questions.
David, back on the 93 Green Bay Road, and we're not going to tip our hand as to what we're going to be doing, but we're going to be doing something. You know, it seems to me that the truth in advertising here, we should have a number in there of something, 100,000, 125,000 or something, because we're going to at least do that. We've committed to all the parties to that at least. And to not have it is just kind of maybe not as transparent as it should be.
Missed it.
Okay, well, let's just put it in. It just,
Part of it was not also tipping our hand in terms
Yeah,
of what could be
yeah.
considered
I get
negotiation. A matter of negotiation. So, Tim, what was our year-end surplus number from the previous fiscal year?
1.9 million?
Surplus.
Yeah.
So
what was the surplus?
we had over 1.5 million in surplus, right?
In the 2020 fiscal year that was audited, yeah, it
Yeah.
was $1.9 million in the general fund.
Yeah. So if you're looking to supplement capital spend, I would recommend a fund balance transfer
From the general fund?
from the general.
Yeah, no, I think, and then it just produces, it's just an entry, right, that you can put in?
But-
I don't know what the number should be. but-
Yeah, I kind of agree with Rob, though. You don't want to tip your hat, and throwing 100,000 out may not even be close to being enough.
That's correct.
So why put anything out there until we know? As long as you know there's a way to get it when we need it.
Because you know that you're going to do something. And we should at least, I mean, we committed, I mean, we basically
Right.
committed to the group, so.
Yeah, but do we look bad if we put 100 and it's really $1 million?
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
I know you're gonna do less than, I mean.
The council
We-
can
no.
authorize this transfer once a negotiation is completed, and then it's transparent as opposed to, I mean, you're thinking of it as a policy statement in your budget,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
as a policy statement, there's another way of doing that would be, here's our terms of our deal, which you have to approve publicly, and that would include a transfer. But there's two ways of getting to maybe the same place, but
I understand Bob's issue, though.
I do too.
It's having a document that is, correct, right? And it's like we're sticking our head in the sand on this. And I do understand the negotiating piece, too, that very similar to some other conversations we're going to be having relative to unions.
Well, we have numbers in the capital plan that, some are gonna happen this year and some are not gonna happen. I mean, things move around, we know that. But I think we're all pretty hopeful that this is going to happen. And if nothing else, we're gonna beautify and do something for the entrance of that corner. And we're gonna do that.
So maybe part of it, though, instead of just throwing a number, maybe David has to put together a lot of line item budgets, the water, electric service, the sewer service.
but John,
how much sidewalk.
What if we know we've got money that we could
What'd you guys come
transfer?
up with?
If we know we have money that we could transfer from the surplus, we know we're gonna be spending money on streetscape, we don't necessarily have to earmark it specifically to 93 Green Bay Road,
okay,
but maybe we do a transfer, say, $1 million, and it's earmarked 93 Green Bay Road, other streetscape projects to be determined.
you could have a slush fund in a way.
And so it's a bucket, we're not saying what we're gonna spend, because I sure as hell am not committed to spending 100 or 200 or 300
Right.
until we get a deal, so.
Right.
But I don't like spending off budget, so we
Right.
could make that transfer and earmark, because we know we're gonna spend money on streetscape.
As a developer, though, I think I would take advantage of that, so I would want to have that.
Right.
People know we have money.
Right, but not all of a sudden.
We're not committing to
with
spending it.
93 on
No
the,
secret.
but not
People
labeled.
know- It's not a secret, Winnetka is in the black, and for the
Yeah,
four people that are
25 million
watching this,
reserves.
I'm not gonna allocate.
But it's not labeled 93.
It's not labeled 93, it's just additional streetscape, because we easily will spend that.
It is a streetscape project.
It's a streetscape project.
Because how does that affect us on the post office?
That's, I was gonna
Can
bring
the same thing apply? Where's the budget for that?
John, you're right, and to Chris's point, that is the other elephant in the room, which is, do we really want to wait 3 years to talk about what's happening with that post office?
Of course not.
No. I think it's
So
on all
what
of
if
our
we
minds right
put
now. We have a
post
chance
office-
to do something and develop, or not develop, but at least think it through, what it will be.
Right, but Rob, the difference here is that that discussion may happen in 2022.
will.
It
Oh,
may
yeah,
not
this
happen.
is the difference,
Oh, it'll
I
happen
guess.
in 2022.
Okay, well, but money may not be spent in 2022.
No, right. No,
Money will
correct.
be spent on this. And we should, I don't care, Andy, if it's slotted in a different line item or something, but we should have something.
$250,000 this
That's
year.
Easy
I-
enough to just increase the transfer
So-
to streetscape.
Site improvement for village on property.
Fine.
So-
Right.
Fine.
That would be one way of framing it. Another way to frame it would be, comp plan funding for open space needs for the outdoor environment or streetscape, something
Yeah, I
along
like
that
that.
line.
Right, right.
Because if there are some recommendations that come through in the comp
So
plan.
what number, because there will be, I mean, that hits post office, it hits 93 Green Bay Road, it could, whatever other spaces may come about. Question for you would be 250,000 transfer,
I mean, we're just winging a number.
3? I mean, it's an estimate, right? So,
But what it does, I think importantly, is it does hit the general fund, which is something we need to be
Yeah.
looking at the general fund. I mean, that's,
We don't have to get morbidly obese.
no, morbidly
We
obese.
don't
Right now,
wanna
it's
over-
obese.
We don't want to
Yeah.
overspend our resources either.
right.
But,
So, you know, we
you know,
do
we're
use the
talking
general fund.
stormwater, We're talking this, we're talking that. I mean,
Correct.
Yeah, to Trustee Kripe's point, the general fund, you want to be sensitive to your fund balance, but we do use it like a savings account to
Right.
fund other things. There's other infrastructure work that we've got eyes on, you know, there's electrical line issues, there's other public amenities that we'd like to improve. So, but if 300 is the number, then we'll come up with the appropriate,
And look, if we overshoot a
language and
little
get it
bit,
in.
we
Pardon
can,
me?
if we overshoot a little bit, we can always reduce the general fund transfer next year on streetscape.
Yeah.
Well, I doubt
I would say you
I
want to,
doubt you'll be overshooting with 300, that's my.
yeah.
But if you're looking at open space comp plan development needs, we can certainly make that transfer. But we were being conservative for sure in the development of the budget.
Okay,
Your thoughts?
that's right.
For Lakota?
The comp plan work will be done in 2022.
Yeah. I thought I heard you right.
so,
Yeah.
so we have consensus that we want to see that in the budget. Can you do that?
Done.
We'll update the final document when you vote to approve it. That'll.
Right.
And as part of our follow-up sheet,
Mm-hmm.
we'll note the actual descriptor for the business district fund, how it's going to be defined, and then
Right.
you all can have another set of eyes on it.
Okay.
But if for future councils as it goes on, that 300,000, they'll have to determine whether or not when it's used, they replenish it if they want to for
Oh,
other
yeah,
projects.
it'd be a one-year consideration, right?
Right.
But I would not add it, I would make it a separate item in the budget.
Right.
So it doesn't get blended with the $550,000 transfer that isn't budgeted in the out years. And we
Right.
may need that money, but
Right.
we didn't want to be presumptuous about where it goes.
Okay.
So Rob, does that go through the downtown revitalization fund?
Yes,
It does.
that's where it would go.
Okay.
So you can just pump up what you were already going to send over there is what it boils
Instead
down
of 550, it's 850.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
to. Okay.
Got your note?
Yep.
Were you done, David?
Yes.
Oh, I had another question. Parking signage. You had mentioned that there was $2,500. Now, I know it's not a big item, but I also remember Geo had like a big number in for replacing signage. Are you guys on the same page? This 2,500.
His number may be village-wide. This number is, when we do a streetscape project, often we may not be replacing the 2-hour sign. We'll be replacing a 2-hour sign with some more 15-minute signs here and there, and a 2-hour
So
here.
that hits your budget, not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
That's all. Fine. Anybody else want a piece of David while he's up
I
there?
just say, I would say I agree with Rob. I mean, when David, you know, there's no capital spending in community development or whatever, it's just an operating budget, but you know, every meeting we have, you're carrying a big, heavy load at these meetings.
Yeah.
And you know what? Your group should really know that's appreciated because it's, you know, sometimes you're on the podium three times in a meeting on issues. And so, you know, yeah, there's not capital spending out of that department, but it's pretty material.
Thanks.
So thank you.
Thank you. I will definitely share that with staff.
Please do.
David's team does.
And as Rob said, it's the gateway to, the village, right? How many times have we gotten calls from people saying, I got an issue, should I contact, I give them the answer.
Right.
And, they're just super pleased by the level of customer service they're getting. In fact, Wendy just told me that the other day.
Yeah.
So, thanks.
Thank you.
I would note, all the good planning that David does results in a capital spend, so.
Very true.
Keep planning, David, keep
Keep playing, okay.
He does a good job at managing.
Okay,
All right, good job.
thank you.
Next victim.
Cue the Rocky theme.
Now for the next 6 hours.
Yeah, now for the next 6 hours.
Just don't get into a water rate study discussion, please, God.
Those of you who weren't here, you do not know how painful the water rate study was. Yes, it was. They were both horrible.
That's why we,
Going back to 2017?
Rob, do we have a minute before? Brian, well, Brian, I was going to ask Tim a question.
All right, you got the clock on.
New snacks, cookies?
2:30, Brian.
Yep. Okay, that's a little better than what I thought. All right, 2:15.
I was going to.
There's your challenge.
You that analysis.
Yeah, you need one. No, I'm good.
I can do it at the end. It's the email I sent on the pension analysis.
So Bob, I want you to know, I paid for my street signs.
You what?
I paid for my street signs on my private street.
You know. That private street issue.
It's the world's smallest violin.
Talk to the,
Yeah.
talk to the hand. Talk to the hand.
I knew all you would be so sympathetic.
Trust me, you wouldn't want the signs they make over at Village Yards.
Not Ardsley, not Ardsley, no way.
They do?
Yards, and then we'll get you down to the power plant. Probably the water plant. Great.
I put don't park on this damn street in green, so.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? The water plant superintendent loves giving that tour, so. The problem is when we do tours, even for the trustees, I have to like calibrate them on, okay, we're not turning these people into plant operators, well, this is a tour. He's very passionate about it, which is a great thing to have in your water plant superintendent, so.
It's all yours, Brian.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to present the 2022 proposed electric fund and water fund budget. I think we'll start with, there's a new player on my team, and since someone poached my assistant director, so I'd like to introduce Nicholas Nari. Nicholas was on my staff as a distribution engineer, and after careful consideration and some interviewing and looking at what he's done for the organization, we thought this was a great chance to have him take a more higher level management role in building talent for the future. So Nicholas will be joining us. He stepped in trying to fill Giovanni's shoes and has done a lot of the heavy lift in preparing the budget and some of the slides you're going to see today.
Welcome.
So the electric fund is responsible for making sure that we get electric for our customers, which include residential and commercial customers. That includes not only the wholesale power supply, but also the infrastructure, getting it to your homes and businesses at a reliable price and reliably and at a cost competitive price, excuse me. One of the things I like to point out is, unlike some of the previous departments you reviewed, this is in an enterprise fund, so it is basically exists on the sale of electricity or the services. It does not get funds from the general fund. And the budget that you'll be considering is a budget of $20.5 million. The org chart remains, with the exception of the change of the players that I mentioned. Again, I think it's a great move for Giovanni going to Public Works, but and a great opportunity for Nicholas, but obviously losing a Sage veteran. It's a great chance for Nicholas. So the full-time equivalents stay the same at 34.5. The budget accomplishments for the year is we've completed a lot of preventative maintenance on the distribution system, including thermography. You've seen probably our tree trimming crews with Aspen tree experts out there. Next month, we'll be doing pole inspections. We'll be sounding about 1/10 of the pole fleet. We've installed 31 electric services this year.
cable replacement is underway, which is a priority for the electric system to make sure that we address the aging infrastructure. We got called 19 times this summer to run the generating plant for dispatch events. We responded to, at the time I did the budget presentation, 33 electrical outages. Unfortunately, Monday added a little more to that, so we had a couple of other events on Monday following the wind and the rain. I didn't take anything on the substation accomplishments because I'm tallying that for next year, and the budget initiatives line up with that, but we did get the transformer firewall done and the switchgear done this year. It's part of the planned expansion, but the big piece, which is the transformers, coming next year. And that leads into our main goal for 2022, beyond normal new business and maintenance, is completing the expansion of our Northfield substation. The transformer is currently scheduled to arrive in March of 2022, and right now we're pressing to make sure that we'll have that in service for June 1st for the summer. Again, the budget continues on with preventive maintenance programs at both on the distribution system and at the plant. And the actual financials are aligned around those same principles. We budgeted for 2021 122.3 million kilowatt hours, and we're going to come in, our estimate for sales will come in just a little bit above that. When we, using the same approach we've used in the past, which is the current year plus 2 preceding years, we're budgeting for next year's sales of 121.1 million kilowatt hours. And I recognize that this slide is rather busy, so I'm going to just step through a couple numbers, and then we'll delve. I have subsequent slides that will provide more detail. Let's see. So first, revenue is up 8.5%, and that's a combination of a couple factors. First, there's a 5%, as Finance Director Sloth mentioned, a 5% rate increase is in the proposed rate increase for electric rates, and then it also includes a $500,000 transfer from the general fund for the pier repair project, and that flows into the revenue account. Other items I would mention is on the 17.7% on the salaries, there was an accounting change. Previously, we budgeted some of the salaries in a capital account, and this year, all that's been moved to an expense account. So there's about $687,000 of allocated salaries that previously showed in a capital account that are now going to be shown as an expense account under salaries and benefits due to an accounting change. Other notable items would be, and we'll spend more time on another slide, but we're budgeting for a significant increase in purchase power of 13.6%. Payment in lieu of taxes, which is, for those that are not familiar with the electric fund, is an amount that's remitted back to the general fund, and that's based on the prior audited years of sales. Stays relatively the same, it's just over $1 million. And we have a capital infrastructure projects of $2.6 million, and I'll step through those in more detail. So again, just a quick summary of the capital. Last year's budget was 2.9. We're proposing 2.3 million this year. Excuse me, 2.6. We're going to close at 2.3 is where we estimate. Some of that is on the timing. We've got some big contracts. We've got the combat interconnection and the transformer itself, which had progress payments on it. So depending on how those roll in, but right now the forecast is to close at 2.3 million. One of the financial metrics that the Finance Department and Water and Electric look at is the fund balance. So at the close of 2020, we had $8 million, just over $8 million in our fund balance policy. We're projecting to end 2021 at 7.6 million, and based on the budget, our projection would be 6.1. Tim's asked me to kind of make sure you have an understanding that fund balance is slightly different than actual cash in hand. So to give you a sense, the December 31st, 2022, the cash in hand is estimated to be 3.2 million cash. Fund balance includes other components for financial treatment. So just where we're all clear on that.
I'm not.
I'm not at all. What's the $3 million that's not? That's
$3 million is the actual cash.
I know, but 3 million is non-cash in there.
Estimated cash on hand of 3.2 million as of December 31st, 2022, compared to 5.9 million of fund balance. So that's $2.7 million difference. So current assets would be included in there. So bills issued, there's usually a timing issue between when the electric is generated. So there's some receivables that are also included in the fund balance minus any current liabilities, so any short-term payments that would be made. So that tends to inflate the fund balance amount. So this is why we're trying to present both the cash and the fund balance on hand, because as we're doing our cash planning, we're seeing, the cash over the 5-year plan kind of deteriorate, but our fund balance is kind of staying a little bit steady. So we don't want to present a picture where we have this fund balance that's, your mind automatically thinks that that's cash on hand. So there's only there will be 3.2 million estimated at December 31st, 2022.
What makes up the most of that $3 million differential? And
So
what's the
there's-
largest? Is it receivables
It's
or?
receivables. I'd have to take a look. I know there's some inventory items that's unique to the electric fund that get built into that current asset. So historically, the village has always used, for the utility funds, current assets minus current liabilities as it's the fund balance.
Mhm.
And I think that's getting kind of inflated a little bit because of some of these accumulated receivables and inventories that are in that fund.
Interesting.
Accumulated receivables. Receivables from residents? What are the accumulated receivables?
Yeah, so when we issue a bill,
Yeah.
we would have a receivable. So
Yeah.
at the end of the year, there's a certain amount of receivables outstanding. That would be,
How much can that be? I mean,
well, at any given month, if we have 19 million in revenue, 19 divided by 12, $1.2, $1.3 million in receivables at any given time. We know the receivables have gone up a little bit because, we were not doing late fees for a while and people were paying a little bit later during the pandemic. So that kind of inflated things a little bit.
but that's been, I guess I always assumed that the cash, that the fund balance probably was, did include short-term receivables or, near cash, if you will. I mean, that's the case with, Brian's mentioned it, you just mentioned it because Tim asked you to mention it, but I assume that every fund balance that has enterprise balance probably has that.
It does. It seems to be more significant in the electric fund because there's also some inventories, so that's included in there as well. That's considered a current asset as well. So that's why we're trying to be transparent, make sure that, the council's aware that this is the cash on hand. When we get through the capital plan, we use the actual cash balance on hand to walk that through.
Sorry to interrupt you midway here, Brian, but I think this merits a little digging, huh? Talk about inventory. Are you talking pre-purchase cable and stuff like that that is
Yes.
allocated
Yeah.
for future?
So,
It's almost like assets, not just cash.
yes,
Well,
cable and
Current
transformers.
assets minus current liabilities, yeah. So it would be,
Right.
that's what we've always used as the fund balance when it relates to the fund balance policy. That's historically what's been, back since Ed McKee, was doing the financials, presenting it. And that's what we've always shown to be consistent.
And that's,
So the cash has always been less than that, but I just wanted, I don't know that that's been fully clarified. Just want to make sure.
and that fits into all of Amon's GASB calculations and all that stuff, right?
It's
Okay.
audited, so.
Okay.
So I think, and again,
that,
Tim,
that difference was factored into the rate analysis as well, in terms of actual
was.
cash on hand.
Okay.
yes.
When we do the rates and when we're looking at the cash flow, we're using cash on hand
I think,
when we're looking at the capital plan.
I think one of the takeaways when we talked about it is that there's a lot of people will see fund balance and saying that's, let's use the audited results, that's 8 million in cash. And this is providing more transparency to it. It's not, it's per the accounting perspective, it's the fund balance, which it takes into those, the assets minus current liabilities, but actually cash on hand is going to be at the end of 2022, 3.2 million.
Is there some type of best practices? I mean, is this utility? Is there some type of common structure or amount of cash that we need?
Well, so our policy is that from a fund balance policy across, and I think it's for both of the funds I manage, is 4 months of operating
4 months
funds.
of operating, okay.
And for, I guess, flashing back for, I'm trying to think who was painfully had to go through all the rate studies, but
this was a point of a discussion where the village elected and said, we want to manage to a fund balance policy. And there was, the consultant said, well, you know, potentially most people are looking at it on a cash basis. And we said, we're going to stay with what we've used historically. I think with making sure that there's an awareness to what the actual cash position is why we've added this to the slide. So going forward, unless the council feels differently, we're going to make sure we provide increased transparency on the electric fund financials.
Sure. It's just the first time, Bob, I don't think,
Yeah, but I think what you're saying is, up to Chris's point, of the 3 million, you're saying it could be 1/9 of, I mean, the receivables, and that's cash. I get that. When you get into the sort of non-receivables, that's the bigger question, I think, here.
Value of inventory.
But it sounds like that's a small amount of the non-cash fund balance?
Just to clarify, the 3.2 million is cash.
No, I understand that, but there's
Okay.
another 3 million.
So the
Assuming.
5.9, okay, just to make sure that, so the 5.9 million includes the 3.2 million in cash.
6.1.
Yeah, 6.1 is what's estimated.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the fund balance policy. So I'm sorry, the projected $6.1 million includes $3.2 million of cash, plus any current assets, which in our accounting treatment, inventories, which prepaid cable, that type of thing, would be considered a current asset, minus any current liabilities. So if there's, services incurred at the end of the year and a bill gets paid after that date, that would be considered a current liability. So when you add in those current assets and add and subtract current liability, we're projecting a fund balance on hand of $6.1 million. But the footnote is to clarify and, to spotlight and make sure that, it's understood what the actual cash balance is.
So now your 4 months operating costs, 5.9 million. We really don't have that in cash.
We don't have 5.9 million in cash
Right.
in-house.
So if
right?
you had to come up with cash, you can't sell your wire for 10 cents on the dollar
think
or something. I mean,
they could borrow from the general fund on their receivables and then just, you
That
can
would-
load it with the general fund.
Is there a historical reason why you do have to use the fund balance?
Knowing the hoops that Lauterbach and Amon have you jumping through, I feel comfortable that he's probably doing something right. It's just that we never heard of it
It's-
that way
No,
before.
Okay, so if,
I think it's fine, the
Yeah.
explanation, I just didn't understand.
I don't either.
when you get to a utility fund, if you were to look at the balance sheet and you were to look at what they define as unrestricted fund balance, it gets even messier than this. Because you're adding in all, the plant itself would be a long-term asset. And then you'd subtract out the accumulated depreciation on the plant, for example.
Right.
And you get to a bottom line number that for any day-to-day planning purposes is useless. So I think to try to get closer to a useful number, cash flow, and it was determined to use at some point current assets minus current liabilities. In virtually all other utility funds, the spread between that amount and what's cash on hand really isn't significant. But in the electric fund, we've noticed that it includes inventories, which is skewing it. So our cash on hand is, lower than what the fund balance is, by, a significant amount. So we're
What's
trying
our
to bring that to.
average receivables balance? Is it about $1.5 million for like the last 30 days?
I would have to take a look, but
It's got to be about that though, right? Because the
the
annual
current
revenue
asset
is about
amount
18.
was, I think, about 1.5 million, the current, but that would include 30-day, 60-day, 90-day. I would have to take a look at the 30-day.
And in terms of the realization rate on our receivables, I'm guessing it's pretty close to 100% in this town?
Yeah, eventually you do usually get our money. A very small amount goes to.
Eventually, we
So,
can collect.
I mean,
But in the,
I think cash on hand plus receivables in this context, as opposed to like the general fund where we're
Yeah.
dealing with property tax collections, it's a different analysis. So I
Yeah.
think receivables plus cash, that's pretty close to the fund balance.
cash on hand plus receivables narrows
Yeah.
that gap.
Like,
So-
in other words, we're not relying on
Yeah.
a bunch of copper wire.
So 2020 into 2021, receivables were deferred a bit because we did defer shut-offs and we put people on payment plans, but we have now transitioned back into normal business operations. So a lot of that you saw in the commercial districts.
I mean, aside from one Winnetka,
Yeah.
most people in this town pay their power.
Yeah,
Like you
right.
said, You get closer, you're like 4.7 million.
Right.
You're still a million
Right, but
of 10
you
cents
also
on the
don't want
dollar
to turn off
wire.
electricity during the wintertime.
Okay, I'm really sorry, I broke one of my own rules by interrupting.
Yes, you did.
But it, no, it was,
But what am I gonna,
Oh, this is a good one.
no, this was a really good one. So we'll come back with that number with respect to what the average receivables are.
Well, every line item on our 2-month bill or whatever it is, that comes electric, water, sanitary, stormwater, da-da-da, all those receivables are in the fund balances here, I assume. So we pay, we pay every 2 months, we get a bill from Winnetka, is that right?
Oh, it's 2 months.
Looking back.
Is it every
Okay, well
2
then
months?
the average
No, no, yeah,
receivables
it's
could be.
every 2 months, isn't it? I know.
It's a
Anyway,
2-month bill.
and then there are 6 or 7 items in there. Those are the receivables you're talking about, correct?
There's, yes, but there is, in the electric fund, which is unique about the electric fund, there is an included amount of inventories.
No, I understand that, but those receivables that are outstanding are factored into your fund balances for all of these funds?
Yes. Current assets,
Sanitary,
yeah.
stormwater, water,
Yes.
it's just that electric, you're saying, has a bunch of stuff in
Say-
the basement hanging around.
So,
A lot of it's in his office.
A lot in your office, okay.
Actually, with inflation right now, we might be making money off that stuff.
Going into the stock
Copper
market.
wire, right?
This 5% increase will cost the average homeowner how much?
I've got that slide coming up.
What the average will be?
Yeah.
Increase? Great.
But, sorry, just to confirm, so either way, we're above our policy, ending at 6.1 for the
Right.
projected, for 2022. And you said largely it went from 8, let's say, down to 6, so 2 million is because we've stopped doing late fees. What was the large reasoning for why that's significantly decreased between those couple of years?
So for example, in the commercial districts, when there was significant business interruption, we held off on turnoffs. We let people accumulate larger balance than we would otherwise. And there was some of that extended to a much smaller extent to the residential side.
Okay, and
Right.
that's going to
But-
trail off through 2022?
Yeah, that's
expecting to
all
not
being
receive- okay.
reconciled, and, with the businesses, we had sent out, that, hey, it's time to pay up, and they were all making good progress.
Okay.
Okay. Were you gonna make a comment about audit, or?
So in the audit, it's presented more clearly what the current assets, and we can provide that information to.
yeah, and I
shed further
apologize, because
light on
it just occurred to me that we bill every 2 months. So if you take that 19 million divided by 6, there's your 3 million bucks, right? I mean, you're pretty much there just on the
It's-
receivables.
Well, yeah, on the receivables, that inventory amount, Kristen just pulled it up, it's about $2 million in inventory as well. That's listed in
Wow.
the current
That's the
assets,
number.
so it's
That is the number.
That's,
from the audited financial statement.
Huh.
I mean, Chris, if you bill in October for the balance of the year, most people pay it. I mean,
Right.
you will have collected most of it by year end. I think the inventory is
It's the
the number that's
inventory.
So the-
increased.
So that was the 2020 month, so about, of the audited 8 million in fund balance, 2 million is in inventory.
Okay.
There's
All right, Brian,
There's a
so-
little bit of a lag,
Alright.
but it's not prospective billing, it's, what you incurred for the previous 2 months. So there's a little bit of a
A
30-day
little
lag.
bit of a lag there, yeah. Okay. All right.
Rolling on.
All right. So to Trustee Apatow's question, I will get to explaining the typical residential customer. So the budget is built on a 5% rate increase, and similar to the rate designs that we use from the consultant, there was a bandwidth when we applied. So the rate increase is looking at, there was changes to monthly service charges, energy charges, and then demand charges for basically large residential and commercial customers, and school and government rates have a demand component as well. So for a single-phase residential customer, which is the vast majority of residential customers, they're currently paying $17 a month, and they'll pay $17.75 on their monthly service charge. The energy charge in the winter months is currently 12.4 cents, and it'll go to 13.1. The summer months is 13.6 now, and it will go to 14.1. So a typical Winnetka customer, and a typical, to define that, is 12,724 kilowatt hours of energy use a year, would be $94 $7.26 a year, which is basically almost a little less than $8 a month, $7.86 a month. Council generally likes to see how we compare to the investor-owned utilities, so I've updated that analysis as well. So based on 12,724, the base rate with no power cost adjustments, which is a change that both the ComEd rate has and the Winnetka rate component has built into them, is a Winnetka flat rate, which is again for that typical customer at 12,724. And looking at same approach I've used in the past, average North Shore franchise fees and municipal tax, because we do not levy a municipal tax, is going to be the comparing basically a $1,967 for in Winnetka to $1,846 at ComEd. So it's a difference of $120.94. That does not include the recently clean energy bill legislation, which has a price tag of $4 to $15 a month when it gets enacted and it actually hits the bills of ComEd customers. So that's going to add somewhere between $48 and $180 annually to the ComEd customer's bill. So that's how, Trustee Epitoff, to answer your question, that's the comparison on, so it's basically $94 a year for the typical residential customer.
So we're okay with parity to ComEd?
So in the, I'm saying that's parity for all practical purposes. In the context of the time we've been here, we've been below them and we've been above them, and I think as long, we've looked at it as long as it's within a reasonable amount, and you look at the service that's provided and the direction the council provides on initiatives, that this would, in my mind, be parity.
And for the service, it's like Chris pointed out, you call,
Our own destiny.
you call 911, you know who you're talking to. If you got an electric problem, you know who you're talking to, so.
Have you lived in Wilmette and lived without power for 2 weeks, I know what it's like.
That's good.
So next slide, which is going to, we'll spend some time on, and hopefully won't go too far in the weeds, but it's significant. So the budget is built on almost basically a 14% increase in our purchase power rate. And there's a number of things that are happening that actually end up for us landing in one current fiscal year. So the purchase power rate is actually, so we're budgeting 7.8 cents or 7.81 cents per kilowatt hour. That, when you flow that through with the amount of purchases we're planning to make, that's a budget change of about 1.2 million over the prior year that we're budgeting for. Most of that budget increase is associated with two specific items that are flowing through from Illinois Municipal Electric Agency. And that's basically transmission costs have gone up astronomically. And then also we're losing a discount that we've had for several years, and I'll explain both in more detail. From the discount perspective, Winnetka was one of 4 communities that prepaid, or should say early paid off project debt for the Trimble County Generating Unit. When other members joined IMEA at a later date and time to true it up for the rest of the members that had been paying into those projects, those members paid back to IMEA, which was rebated back to the original members that had already prepaid projects. So we were getting a credit on our wholesale bill. So that 14% increase, 5% is from a loss of that credit. So those members have all paid off their percentage parts of the project. So because they're all now on the same footing as us, we lose our discount, which equates to 5% of the rate increase. That's a little over $430,000 of the increase just from the loss of the discount. Unfortunately for us, not only did we lose the discount, we also we don't have an offset where some members were getting out from the debt service, so their rate was going down. At the same time, the transmission rates are going up. We lose the discount, and we see our transmission rates go up. So basically, from a transmission component, what's flowing through is about 4% of that rate increase that we're getting from IMEA is a pass-through. And to give you some examples of what the agency's seen in transmission costs from fiscal year 20 to 21, transmission increase went up 12.5. And for fiscal year 22, they're projecting a 20% increase in their transmission costs for the agency as a whole. Those numbers basically flow through the agency to each of the members on a pro rata perspective as far as load share. 2.5% of the rate increase is, to be candid about, is load drop off from COVID. They're still seeing less load than you saw pre-COVID. And so when you take fixed costs and spread it across less kilowatt hours of sales, unit costs are higher. And the balance of between 2 and 3% is just general increases at the agency. So we're budgeting for 1.2 million higher in kilowatt hour sales. The rate analysis reflects that this increased cost. And one of the questions I fielded in the past from councils when we've talked about rate increases is, so our rate, unless the council would take action, if we've made a mistake and budgeted overly conservative, this would flow back to consumers through the power cost adjustment factor. If we've missed it, or costs come in higher than anticipated, and that's a situation we're currently in right now on your bill, there's a wholesale power cost adjustment, is that that captures the difference when our budget is off. Either way, it can be a credit or it can be a charge. So not that there's any pleasantness about telling you there's a rate increase, but this money doesn't, if we're off and the costs come in lower than anticipated, this would ultimately go back to the customer through the power cost adjustment. I'll keep going, but I'm assuming it might be coming back to some of this stuff at the end. Consulting services, I'm budgeting $100,000 for contingency for what's called an NPDS entrainment study. In 2018, we filed our renewal permit for water discharge at the electric plant, and the IEPA, it was in a queue, and we finally got our turn to get comments back from the IEPA. So we've responded at least twice in 2021, and I'd say the responses are posturing towards that for the intake that's located in Lake Michigan, that the water plant draws cooling water into the ponds, is that we may be required to do what's called an entrainment study, which is basically looking at how, like over 4 months of the year, we may or may not be impacting certain fish species. We haven't got a ruling from the IEPA on our permit. We continue to operate under how I think the term is called permit shield, meaning until they do a ruling, we continue to operate under our original permit. My consultant team has suggested that we plan on the fact that we may be required to do this, so I've budgeted $100,000 as contingency. Environmental permitting and regulatory submittals, we're budgeting $55,000, and that includes biannual reports that we submit on the air emissions from the plant. And at the end of the calendar year in 2022, we'll be engaging legal services to begin a permit renewal cycle for our air permit. And in the past, that's entailed both legal services and environmental engineering resources, and that we'll start that work at the end of the calendar year next year. On the substation perspective, beyond the capital work, which I'll talk about, we have some relay protection. We'll do a 1-year renewal of our SCADA system, and then we'll do a transformer bushing repair at the end of the year. Again, this is not to be all-inclusive, you've seen a lot of the pages, but to give you a summary of some of the things I think the council or the public would be like to aware of. We continue with maintenance programs, line clearance, which is tree trimming, testing of high-voltage goods used by our employees, looking for hot spots on power lines, checking wood poles for rot, trying to make sure they get replaced before they come over, and then some other substation work, testing oil and transformers, which is indicative of how the transformer's life is, and then capacity testing of batteries, the substations. At the electric plant, on a periodic basis, sand accumulates from washing over the pier into the cooling and intake ponds, and we're at a point where we're going to need to do some dredging work, so we budgeted $200,000 for that. Some boiler refractory work at the boiler itself, $70,000. We budgeted $48,000 for emergent tube repairs. That basically we get a leak similar to, it's the equivalent of a water main break on a boiler. We have to go in and weld or replace pipe. We'll have some regulatory obligations. We'll have outside consulting come in for stack testing, and then some valve replacement and testing. It's just some of the highlights that are for the electric plant. On the street lighting side, we're looking at replacing approximately 80 existing high-pressure sodium lights. One of the questions I get each year is, the color difference in LEDs. The lights we've standardized are on a 2700 Kelvin color scale, which is a softer white. And that's the lights we've been buying now for the last couple of years, and we'll continue on with this. We're not currently planning to replace any of the roadway lights, with the exception of one or two, which is a tall, they're called roadway lights, but they're on the Valmont poles along Sheridan Road and Green Bay Road, because those in general are going to require seeking IDOT approval and lighting studies. So these are still neighborhood lighting. some pole replacements. We replace emergency preemption, so that's when you see the fire truck come up at traffic signals, they have ability to trip the signal green. There's different generations of preemption on the traffic signals, so we try to upgrade one each year so that we can get to current state on the preemption equipment. Buildings, we got some roof repair at a substation building that's on Spruce Street. So someone very close to that can keep watch over us while we're working over there, President Rentz. We got some concrete repair work, and that's being split between the two funds and the Craneway. So similar, you may remember a bigger project that Steve Saunders did in Public Works with the floor in one of the buildings. We're just doing the Craneway, a much smaller piece, but the floor is going to have to be removed and re-supported in concrete in. And then one vehicle, staff vehicle is being replaced. It has 131,000 miles on it as of driving back up here today. The capital plan, as Tim mentioned in his introductory remarks, is over $800,000 of work that's moving through as part of our substation expansion. And this is a critical piece to making sure we have a long-term reliable infrastructure, especially as the electric plant ages. So the transformer is on order, as the council knows. And again, as I mentioned, we're looking at probably a March delivery. We have one large contract left to award, which we will be bringing to you at a later date and time. And that's for what I'll call the installation services of the transformer, currently estimating that around $220,000. We have a remaining obligation on a contract that was awarded with or executed with ComEd. I wouldn't say awarded, we were a recipient of. We have $108,000 remaining on that. And then flowing through the books is the metering units for 138, and there is an offsetting revenue account listed for that. We get reimbursed from IMEA for the $82,000 for the metering costs. As I mentioned in my introductory remarks on revenue, the general fund is planning to transfer $500,000 to the electric fund, and the repair project for the pier will be managed by the electric fund. There's multiple pieces that need to be addressed. There's a surface valve that is not currently operable. There's concrete spalling at the end of the pier, and there's actually a sinkhole in the middle. Since some of those components actually do not impact the actual electric plant and are used by the public in our parking lot, internal discussions, and we're recommending the transfer of $500,000 to help with those costs. Directional boring is a flow-through. This is for customer-initiated projects, so all the conduit we install for directional boring projects, for customer projects, is typically done directional boring. And so this cost is recovered, and so through the rates for new business, what I call new business or new business service requests. And then the other items are generally, again, typical items used by the utility: transformers, underground conductors. System reinforcement is conduit that staff uses. If staff needs to replace a section of conduit or install a piece of conduit that benefits the entire system, that's the budgeted amount that we have to work with. Cable devices and switch gears, nominally $28,000. I called out separately as because we presented this at the earlier streetscape concept meetings. There's $20,000 of conduit planned for streetscape phase 4. And in the distribution transformer budget is that one transformer that the council approved for streetscape as well. And the last piece is anticipating that I'll need an opportunity to speak with the council on a long-term capital planning discussion for the power plant. There's basically almost $3.3 million in years 2 through 5 loaded into the 5-year capital plan. And so we'll be looking for an opportunity before the next budgeting cycle to have that discussion with council. And at this point in time, I'll take any other questions or go back to anything that I maybe went over too quickly.
Yeah, Brian, one thing I did want to mention, Rob and I exchanged a conversation on this. If you look at the capital improvement plan, we obviously have some, I wouldn't say hard decisions, but we have some very important decisions to make about the future of the utility with respect to generation particularly. And it's not going to be a one-meeting thing. So, just think of it in terms of multiple meetings over the course of the year where you can really educate us. And that's going to be the phase 1, where there won't be any conversation. It'll really be you just helping us understand in layman's terms how this all works. And then we'll go through all the potential options. But, one thing I think, and maybe I'm speaking out of line here, but, this is highly technical stuff, and there is nobody sitting at this dais who knows anything about this stuff, okay? And I know it's not a comfortable position for you, but I think at some point, you're going to have to come to us and say, and help us understand what you believe to be the best direction is, because there's going to be a lot of weight. I mean, you throw us 7 at this problem with our limited knowledge, and the chance of us making a bad decision are probably better than the one of us making a good decision. And so this is one case where I really hope staff can come back, you can come back, and at least tell us what you would do in your good conscience, in your heart, and in what you know is best for this community. So I'm looking forward to the discussion. The whole thing kind of caught me off guard when I started reading through the budget book. And I let Rob know that right away. But at the same time, when you see the numbers, it's pretty obvious that we're going to have a real interesting challenge ahead of us this year. And, you're going to have to just help lead us through the thing, unlike the water rate study, and I'm not laying that on you, but, just to have a bunch of people walking up here speaking Greek to us doesn't help. But, simplified, frank discussion on the big picture items, along with a good recommendation from you, I think will go a long way in helping us get the job done and make the right decisions.
Thank you. And I think trying to get that decision done in one meeting would be doing it a disservice to this situation and the long-term ramification for the utility.
Right.
Right.
And thank both of you for, forcing this to the forefront before it becomes critical. A lot of towns would start talking about it in 2034.
Right.
Right? And at that point, it's too late.
Well, the other piece of the groundwork is that with the council's acceptance and awarding of the contracts, we're in a position to have this discussion now because of the work that's being done at Northfield Substation.
Mm-hmm. So, anyway, it's up to you guys now. Go ahead.
Well, sort of a related thing to, the future of the power plant and the investments that have to be made there and what we're doing with it in the long run. And I know this ties to the IMEA contract. But I think if we're thinking about the long-term sustainability of even our rate structure for power, right now, like 46% of IMEA power is from Prairie State. It's coal, right? And things that are outside of our control are going to make that not sustainable, right? Whether it's at the federal level or whatever, we're not going to be able to power things with coal. And so as we're thinking about the power plant, I think we also need to start thinking about what's the future of our other power supply agreements. Is it IMEA? Are they on top of this? One thing that, a lot of big publicly traded companies now have to do SASB disclosures, right? Which looks beyond just, here's the finances. We're worried about, is our financial picture sustainable when you take into account inevitable things that are happening? So for example, with power, what percentage of your power currently is from non-renewable versus renewable sources? Put aside how you feel about renewable versus non-renewable. These are things outside of our control. We are not going to be able to continue using coal. I would like to see as a regular thing in our budget going forward, what percentage in Winnetka of our power is renewable versus non-renewable. I know for IMEA, it's 8% right now, I think.
It's right now it's, pardon? Yeah, it's 11%.
11?
And what's interesting is that, when you look at ComEd's mix, even though the state has a renewable portfolio, that's higher than what the ComEd this environmental disclosure is.
So I think it'll be good to show that progress each year.
Yeah, I would say that's another conversation that President Rintz is probably looking at me going, okay, that'll be another more than one meeting discussion when it arrives. A quick cliff notes, and then I'll take more questions if you want.
Yeah.
But the agency is decidedly aware of it and making shifts. I've seen that from where it was when I joined your organization in 2007 till now they have made significant shifts in what they're doing.
Yeah.
And some of that's not maybe coming as fast as people like, but you got to remember they're in long-term contracts, and so you have to weigh the cost of getting out of a contract to make that shift. But they have decidedly made shifts and are making shifts to get a more renewable portfolio, or let's say carbon neutral.
Yeah, but yeah.
So it's coming. It's
just
coming,
think the
but I
timing of the
think
two things kind of goes hand in hand. It is the kind of thing we can't wait till 2033.
the second piece will be is at some point, the agency will come back to all 32 members, and through, I'm sure for this organization, it'll be a very deliberative process. We'll have to make a decision on whether we want to stay with IMEA or seek an alternative power supplier or some other alternative. So there will be at some point in the future, so our contract, to clarify, ends in 2035. It's not conceivable that they're going to be able to wait till 2033 or 2034 to do that because of the power market they're making long-term purchases for. So at some point in the future, they will be approaching the agency will go to all 32 members and say, you're going to need to signal your intent to stay or to plan on leaving at 2035. On Prairie State, yes, it's a coal plant. I think from the agency's perspective and is our debt through IMEA's debt will be paid off in 2035. Unlike a lot of other partners in that project who extended their financing term beyond 2035, so the agency is positioned better than some other entities to handle that situation in 2035.
Of course, the real challenge about that dynamic is that a lot of people are trying to target coal phase out by 2030.
Yeah,
And
good
so
luck.
it's, if we've got a rate structure that's based on 46% Prairie State, it's going to be a mess.
I think that
So-
we're going to have to be prudent about that too, about how fast we go. We don't want to wind up in certain states where they're in a rush to be energy, to the other sources, they're having blackouts and they're having.
Well, so
can't heat their
that's
homes.
actually my point, though, is that
Yeah.
we don't control that.
Exactly.
So we don't know what's going to happen in Springfield. We don't know what's going to happen in Washington, D.C. We don't know what agreements are going to sign. And if we're sort of blindly plodding along, like we've got coal till 2035 and someone pulls the rug out and it's 2030, that's bad planning on us.
Like I said, again, the agency is moved a lot,
Yeah.
and there's things in work that will, as contracts come to end. There will be, the IMEA group will be with Prairie State through 2035. I mean, that's their debt service, the bonds they issued, the revenue bonds to be in that project extend through 2035. And by linkage, our contract runs with IMEA through 2035.
Yeah.
You said 11% right now is renewable. What are those renewable sources?
So 11% is predominantly wind. There's some small solar photovoltaic projects, but most of it's wind. And most of it's Illinois wind, located in the state of Illinois.
Yeah.
Brian,
We go through that. I got a question
I'm sorry, Rob.
about Tower Road Pier. Tower Road Pier is our responsibility, not the park district's, it's ours. Okay. No, it's not that. I guess, is that
We
something?
ain't giving it to them either.
No, I'm with him. But is there anything potentially with grants because it's on the lake and there's other, with the Great Lakes, there has to be something.
We're looking to see if there's a potential grant for that.
Great.
We're monitoring the different grants that are out there and also the potential insurability.
Sure,
that's
yeah,
possible.
okay.
We did present it to FEMA as part of, originally when it was damaged because it was part of a storm event, they
Right.
denied it. So now we're going through our existing carrier, but there's a deductible on that and there might not be, even if they approve it, it might not be worth it to take
Okay.
the claim. But
Yeah,
we're
Robin, I've asked for
examining
a
that.
lot more involvement in the Great Lakes Alliance and some of these other organizations, just so that we're in the flow on information and that our name is on the right lists. So when these opportunities come around, we're notified of them.
Right.
So, and some of I know Durban both Durban and Duckworth are really heavily involved in this, in the Alliance. So staying close to that organization will also keep us close
Great.
to the dollars we might need to do a lot of the stuff we're hoping to do.
It just seems the Great Lakes, they got to have money to help.
Well, they're trying to reduce our, they're trying to take away from us right now,
Yeah,
but
so,
Brian will talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Brian?
Yes.
On the electric, you mentioned, or the summary, section 1 mentions that you've postponed implementing certain improvements for the plant until 2023.
Yeah.
But they're in the capital budget. I just want to make sure I understand which ones those are.
So one of the items that was if you look back, I think that we had queued up for discussion this year was one of the turbine overhauls.
Number 4.
And then so also, that's probably the largest single item that was deferred. That's close to $750,000.
Okay, the boiler feed water overhaul.
So when you count some of those items,
Yeah.
so we may have taken some of those on in '22, and what you'll recall is the council on a previous emergent repair, we talked about feed water and hot well pumps, and because when we lose one, it has an impact to our capacity credits while it's being repaired. And so I was asked to, make sure I get to a plan addressing those pumps in the capital plan in future years. So we layered those in. And again, to provide time for this financial discussion and to get that to a recommendation point and consensus with the council on how they would like to proceed, we basically have taken those big ticket items and said, we can go one more year as they currently are. Now, what I have not deferred is things like you saw in the expense budget. There were some refractory repairs in a boiler that need to be done if we're going to run the boiler next year. So those items we've kept in the budget. The flash tank that we asked you you ordered contracts on this year, which is a blowdown for the boilers, that's in flight right now. Those are items that we said if we need to do those to continue to run in 2022.
Okay, so it's
The
hard.
biggest item is the turbine overhaul.
Yeah. I can't really tell the others that are deferred or whatever, but, what you're saying is that it's okay to defer those, that you're not jeopardizing something that's going to happen in 2022 by deferring this.
Well, I don't think I could, in a clean conscience, tell you that I can predict that, because if I could, that'd be a pretty awesome talent to have in this current. But I mean, I'm saying is that based on the judgment of my staff and listening to their concerns about the operation of the equipment, how it's running, and making, educated judgment that, yeah, this can go one more year. So, we're looking at, we got called 19 times to run this year. So the question is, can we run 19 more times in that turbine? And after looking and listening to how it's running now, the operating performance of the operators and how when they operate the machine, I'm saying, yeah, I think we can run it 19 or so more times next year and make that decision for overhaul in '23. And then secondly is to be honest about it, potentially, depending on the timing of a decision, is we might not have done the turbine overhaul until the fall of 2022. And so what the difference between doing an overhaul at the fall of 2022 or the spring of '23 is the same. It gives us a chance to have that financial discussion.
Okay. All right.
When you run 19 times, how long is
The runs go anywhere from, could be literally 1 hour to basically typically 4 hours, but with the turbines, when they come on, if they're going to call us the next day or even 2 days later, they'll keep the steam turbines on and run. So like potentially those 19 events, some of those might have been 3-day runs for the operators. They'll go on 12-hour shifts to keep the steam turbines on. The diesels are quick start, so they'll come on about an hour before the call, and then they'll shut down 30 minutes after they release us. And then when on the 19 calls, that's a mix of generating. So what they call is they give us a call and say how much, they tell us how much they need and at what point in time, and based on the equipment and how much time we have, we respond based on that. And then seasonality, in the middle of winter, they don't like you running natural gas, so we're only running diesels. I mean, there's a lot of factors.
Is the
Any
diesel
other questions on the electric fund?
Is the diesel trucked in?
Pardon?
Can we truck the diesel in?
Yeah, so it's trucked in. I call it a milk truck, but I guess I'm exposing where I came from in southern Illinois. But it looks like it comes in, it's not a full-size semi. It comes in on I guess I'd call it a six-wheeler.
Yeah.
And then there's a 20,000-gallon tank on the west side of the plant that's in an enclosed building. All right, if there's none, I'll move on. So we'll start on, again, the water fund. The structure of the presentation is very similar. This is on tab 13 in the budget book, so page 251. Let's go back. So, sorry. In 2021, again, very similar discussion. We've got a lot of maintenance work done with an aging distribution system. It keeps us busy. On a water system, that includes working on valves, hydrant. Chief Ripka is one of my #1 customers as far as keeping hydrant hydrants in service, water meter replacement, leak detection, not only for emergent, but on a preventative maintenance cycle. At the plant, we do things, cleaning out the sedimentation basins. This year, we not only did a dive inspection of the intake, but we had corresponding stonework. We did 22 new water services at the time I put the presentation together. 19 water main breaks were repaired. Completed 3 water main projects, and I'm assuming that Emily talked about in the engineering presentation, 2 of the projects due to permitting and the timing with the schools were moved into 2022. And on Elm Street, we completed a water service project, and what that is we had parallel mains, a large main and a smaller poor performing main, so we transferred the customers off the smaller main and then abandoned it. The department is tasked with providing potable water to the village of Winnetka. We have 1 wholesale customer, that's Northfield, and then we also serve an unincorporated area. Similar to the discussion we had on the electric fund, it is an enterprise fund, so it gets no revenue from the general fund. And the budget for your consideration is $7.2 million. Again, the goals and objectives are, meeting the new business requirements, meeting regulatory requirements for running a potable water system, continuing to maintain it, adherence to the capital plan, and I know there's some discussion in Tim's introductory remarks, but we're moving the utility to replacing water main at 1% per annum. That basically the system is more than 70 years old on average. We need to be moving towards replacing at least 1%, and that's still a 100-year cycle for something that's, some sections of town are over 100 years old. And then also there's corresponding maintenance and improvements in the plant. The budget is constructed to align with that. There's 6 water main projects. We're carrying a large portfolio of repair material for emergent replacements. We're carrying basically the same maintenance level, hydrants, leak detection, and hydrants is not only, it's painting, repair, antifreezing in the winter months. No changes to the staff allocated to the water fund, and there's 2 pieces of equipment, a dump truck and a backhoe that are planned for replacement. One of the challenges for the water utility is, and I say this I think every year, but this is the challenge when you look at this slide, is water consumption, and it's like a conservation, which is a good thing, but water units on a whole are trending downward. So when you sell less water, you have fewer units to spread your costs across. So we have to replace our infrastructure, there's going to be increased pressure on rates as you sell less water. We had a great summer, and we're closing out, so we budget in thousands of cubic feet, so our budget was 123,000. We're probably on track to close at about 139.6 thousand. We're projecting, again, same approach. How'd we do this year? And in the 2 previous years, we're looking at a budget of 128,000 for next year. But again, if you look at the pitch of the line, that's a downward trend. One second here. So on the financials, we're doing a rate increase of 8.5%, but you see a revenue increase of 13.8%, and so part of that is an increase. We're planning on selling more water than we did in the 2020 budget. So some of the revenue is up because we're planning on selling more water than what the actual budget was in 2021. Similar to the electric fund, salaries and benefits, it's up 7.3%, but that includes $161,000 of salaries that were previously allocated in capital. They're now going to show up in the expense. So that's an accounting treatment. Services are up 7%, and that includes what we believe are projected increases that we've seen already in chemicals for water purification and in general materials for the water distribution system. And debt service is shown as a little over $500,000, and as Tim mentioned in his opening remarks, we're repaying back a loan. So instead of paying year 3, we're paying years 3 and 4. This would end the water fund's debt to the general fund. For those that you weren't present at the rate study, one of the rate alternatives that we went down was that to jumpstart replacement, the general fund agreed to loan the water fund $1 million with annual payments over the next 4 years. So we paid that back, including the interest component. So this will close out that debt to the general fund. Payment in lieu of taxes was fixed during the water rate study, so it's again remains flat at $276,560. And we have a capital projects in amount of 2.6 million, 2.7 million, and I'll cover those in more detail. I'm slightly scared to talk about this slide. So again, so the financial metric, so I mentioned the capital plan, and I'll talk about those slides in more detail. But we're looking at 2.6 million, and to give you a perspective, the 21 budget was built off of 3 million. So the audited, on the fund balance, audited results were 5.3 million at the end of 2020, projecting to end 2021 at 5.4, and then 2022 would end at 4.2. And then as a comparison, which that looks like a discrepancy, but 4.5 million on the,
We have more cash than
we have more cash.
So what this would mean, is remember, fund balance as defined by the policy is current assets minus current liabilities. So in the water fund, current liabilities are actually exceeding current assets. So that's why the cash on hand is a little bit better in the water fund. So as I was trying to say before, like the fund balance, as we've always defined it for the policy versus cash, has always been a negligible difference for most of the funds. But we're seeing in the electric fund, it's significant and felt that, you know, it needed to be spotlighted, so there was better understanding.
All right, moving on. So in the water rates are built on two components. There's a monthly service charge, and the monthly service charge is based on the size of your water meter. Most residential customers have a 1-inch meter. So the proposed rate increase of 8.5% is a combination of changes to the volumetric rate, so how much you use, and your monthly service charge. So a customer using a 1-inch meter is going to see their monthly service charge go from $10.50 to $11. And from a consumption perspective for a Winnetka resident, they'll pay basically $42.50 in the current year per 1,000 cubic feet, will go to $46.30. So a typical residential customer will pay $74.40 more a year, which is basically $6.20 a month. The typical in this case being, I think, was 1,500 cubic feet of water.
How much is 1,500 cubic feet of water?
Well, what a cubic foot is like over 7,000 gallons, so.
Picture of me on your wall over there for what I
So,
use in water.
so you're a good customer is what you're saying. I don't have it to that level of detail. If you want to tell me a certain 4-bedroom house to look at, I can call you back.
And it'll be a public record then.
Exactly, forget it, never mind.
So the 1,500 was when they looked at our accounts in the rate study. That was, and I tried to keep it on the same perspective. So the 1,500 goes back to the 2016 rate, 2016-17 rate study. So, but if at some point someone would like to retrue it up and recalibrate to that, but I don't have it to that level of detail for the 4-bedroom house. And yes, there are clearly customers that are using more than that.
Thanks.
This is a slide that we continue on from the 16-17 rate study. So the yellow ones were our original comparison that staff used to use. That's our immediate neighbors. At the time, one of the iterations for additional information, the council asked us to take a broader look at some individuals beyond our immediate neighbors, so that's the light blue. You can see where Winnetka was previously. Now, obviously, this has been updated to reflect where our neighbors are now. And then the far north field is our wholesale customer. So you can see where the water rate that's being proposed lands among those people that we're surveying. So we're in the middle of the pack with the proposed rate for 2022. So I'll move through it pretty quickly, but again, we're planning on a handful of maintenance portfolios, which is leak detection, replacements, painting, some insertion valves in the distribution system, and we winterize hydrants. The contractor resources, that's a contingency amount, so there's no specific project lined up for that. They carry $46,000 in both. It's a split between the water main account and the water service accounts. So if we have to have contractor resources come in, that is a contingency amount with no specific project lined up. At the plant, some of the items, to give you a sense of some of the expenditures at the plant, we'll spend $144,000 in purification chemicals. We're budgeting $30,000 for contingency on a low lift pump. I would like to appreciate the council's support in buying a spare pump in 2021. Because basically the spare pump arrived, and the day it arrived, it got put into the slot in the wet well at the plant, and there's currently one low lift pump at a vendor right now being examined. So that contingency is probably more closer to likely going to happen by the time we get the pump back and the bill rolls into the finance department. We're purchasing some spare breakers for a 480 volt switchgear at the plant. The rapid mix unit needs to be overhauled. We're doing a dive inspection on the intakes, and then we're replacing one of the variable frequency drives, which is a speed control on one of the pumps at the reservoir. For the third time, we're going to attempt to put a solar project in. It looks like with the clean energy funding, there should be now in 2021, the funding block was used up for the 10 kW and smaller. We'll make a run at trying to get some funds from the state to put solar in. Likely, even though it's funded by the water fund, this would be on a structure at the yards. We've kind of ruled out any of the places at the plant where we have space, it doesn't work, or where we'd like it to go, there's too much shade, so it would have to physically be located at the yards. Corresponding allocation for repair of the concrete floor at the craneway, and then replacement of a heating element in the storage. On the consulting services side, I'm recommending that we pursue the professional services to do the design and identify what it would cost to build a zebra mussel control for the water plant intakes. So the way unlike other water plants, the way we control zebra mussels is we have on our permit for the electric plant, at a certain time of the year in October, we can run the plant, generate, and back through a series of valves, backfeed elevated temperature water through our intake. And that's what the village has always done historically to control zebra mussels. Other plants use a chemical treatment system, so our neighbors, and there's a couple different ways that can be done, but again, looking to the future, that I think the water plant needs to start planning for its own method to controlling the zebra mussels. This would not be construction, this is professional services to figure out how to do it and what it's cost to do it in the long term. Zebra, so it's an invasive species in Lake Michigan, and basically they can clog up intakes, so continue to build on themselves and narrow your intake down. So water plants treat for that to keep them from building up and restricting the intake. High-level pump control system is again looking at, say, the next generation of control system for our water plant, which is a series of several pumps. We don't have elevated storage. This was an effort that Giovanni launched last year, so we're continuing forward with that. AMI Consulting, I guess I glossed over that a little bit in electric, but so again, partnering with finance, we're looking at the design services to move to an automated metering system. Regulatory reporting, again, there would be some cases where we may need external services to help complete regulatory submittals for the water fund. And then the part of the vehicle replacement is allocated here. The two large vehicles, so I'm moving on to the capital. So on the vehicle side, we're looking at replacing a backhoe that was purchased originally in 2004. It's a John Deere 410. I mentioned that because President Rentz likes tracking large equipment pieces. So replacement of a dump truck, that'd be a Ford 550.
What are you going to do with the old one?
It'll be on the auction block. So, and then working with Jim and the engineering group and Emily, basically is the water, they're our design component for water main projects, and so we're funding part of any external costs for surveying work to get the water main design out. So the water fund budgets, that would likely flow through the engineering side for, covering some of the costs of surveying and design work for our projects. At the water fund level, on the street level, we're looking at Scott Avenue. This is where we're going to, again, do a similar thing. We have parallel mains, a smaller, poorer performing main. We'll transfer off of that to the big main and abandon the small main. And then we have Cherry Street, Streetscape, and Sunview as new projects, and then carryover is Gage and Merrill from this year, and some of the numbers have been updated on what we think those will cost And then a streetscape is new main on Chestnut and then replacing on Oak and then through Moffett Mall. And Willow Road, again, is unfortunately didn't make as much progress on that this year, but this is an area I'm remiss in not trying to pursue looking at the cost of rebuilding an existing interconnect that's out of service that crosses the tracks. And then basically these are real quickly, we'll close out just the project areas that, this is the streetscape one. Should already have seen this with the presentation for streetscape. And I'll take,
Is there an order of, there are a lot of water main replacements. Is there an order of?
yeah. There's some method to the proverbial madness. So what happens is, from the water main rate study, we had a ranking of, takes into combination several factors, a ranking of water mains. And then what we do is we meet with Jim and Emily. They have a ranking of streets. And then we have a funding amount that I can work within, that's from our cash flow from the water main rate studies.
Yep.
And we take all those factors and we meld it into a list that both departments feel is worthy of pursuing. So Jim doesn't want to be me putting a main on a street that he just repaved 5 years ago. And some mains, even though he might not be his first street to repave, I'm like, I don't want that main in service again. Birch Street being an example this year was like, we've got to replace this, move it to the top of your list. So
You had 5 or 6 there.
yeah, so what happened was all those projects, we sat and engaged our peers, and we landed on basically pushing the two lists together. So is it my number one project? No, it's not probably his number one project either, but they're high priority projects. In the case of the water fund, since we literally just started doing replacement in 2017, there are so many candidates that need to be replaced. It's really not a challenge at this point in trying to get to what needs to be replaced.
Got it. Okay.
Yes.
So that was my question. You started this in 2017, you said 1% each year.
So we started in 2017, and we said the goal is to get to 1% each year. And in 2017, our water system, the average age was 70 years old, and I can say comfortably that there's sections that are 100 years old in 2017. So even when we get to the 1%, we're saying is it's going to take 100 years to get through the system. So while that's, say, frustrating, I guess I would look at it as a subset of this council and your peers before you got us to a point where we're doing something about the distribution system and not proverbially kicking it down the.
Every town is dealing with this. It's amazing. And you know, Rob, I think it would be a really good idea if you got the trustees who weren't there in 2017 to get them the rate study so they can really get up to speed on it. It'll make for a good weekend's reading.
That's kind of like being mean, to be honest.
Hey, we had to do it.
I was just thinking about an infrastructure bill if pending in Congress.
Knowledge is power.
Well, when you think of,
I didn't even ask, my next question was if we think any of these service lines for homes have lead in them.
so that's what I was going to wade into reluctantly. So in the 5-year plan, well, let me back up. So 35% of the services in Winnetka still have lead service lines. And there was legislation passed in the state of Illinois that will require us to deal with those lines coming into the future. So the short-term goal for you, short-term requirement for utilities for this coming 2022 is to begin an inventory of services in your respective distribution system. We're way ahead of that curve. So I tell the public, I've talked to members of this council and previous ones, if you don't know what's in your water service line, call me or email me. We'll let you know what's on your record for your home.
Well, that was one of my questions is rather than doing that, some people may have different knowledge levels about that. Is there something that we should be doing to tell people that, you have in your private service line there's lead, and if you're planning any upgrades to your home, you may want to expedite it. It's not really the village's responsibility.
Well, yeah, that's going to be
Whose issue is it? Is it
it's going to be your issue for a large part of it, unfortunately. So the way the state law, as I understand it, was written, is it's going to require the water supplier to bear the cost, which is going to be very frustrating for you to look at your neighbor who replaced it or didn't replace it, and you replaced yours. Now, what can happen is the council will have the ability to say the part that's not located in public right-of-way, is you could shift that component of the cost to the homeowner, to the property owner. So
From the parkway to the home.
basically from the parkway to the inside the house, you could do that. As it's written right now, right, but what's in the public right-of-way is going to roll into the potable water system. So to start telegraphing that that's going to be a sizable commitment, Tim, I don't know if you want to pull up the 5-year capital plan. We put a line item in there in 2024 to start saying that we're going to have to deal with lead service replacement. Now, the legislation that the interpretations of the code, unclear to me if we'll have to start immediately in 2024 or actually if we can start after that, but I've started putting money in the budget in the 5-year plan, ramping us up. Pardon? And so the requirement, I believe, I should have had a slide for this, Trustee Dahlman, but I think we'll have to replace up to 7% of our services a year once we get into the cycle where we have to replace it.
7% of the 30%.
7% of the 30, so we're at like 1,400 services. So, but this isn't where the math gets staggering. Say it's 1,400, right? Yeah, I think it's 1,351, but let's go with 1,400. And say it's $15,000. So my finance team can take the 15,000 times 1,400, but it's a lot of money.
Right, but if you take the typical house,
21 million?
most of those B boxes are 6 or 8 feet from a sidewalk. Granted, you probably have to still go to the main.
We'll have to go.
Half of that line could be on a private property.
Well, that's my point.
Right, but
That's a large cost of $20,000 for that homeowner.
Right, sure.
So look, and it's been since price escalation, but for say, I'll use my elevator numbers, $15,000 for a typical residential service. And so that's from the main, and some of those are going to be the mains in front of your house, some of the mains on the other side of the street. Now, the way it's written is you'll have to make a decision, we'll have to have policy direction on it at some point saying that we're going to allocate that cost of the property owner on private property, or we're going to absorb it in the rate structure. But as written, I believe the water utility will have to pay for everything that's in the public road right-of-way. Now, another piece, kind of looking at how that's managed now, is when we do water main replacement, we don't go back with a lead service line. So we would go from the water main to the property line with copper. And we tell residents that, this is we've already absorbed the biggest piece of the cost, the road work is done, and try to, signal to them, hey, this is a chance, go ahead and get yours finished out from the property line into the house. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen very frequently. Some of our commitment for lead service replacement will be met with doing our water main projects. When we do a water main project, a handful of those services are going to be lead. Those will count towards our 7% requirement.
And what's your estimated age of a house that probably has lead? I mean, at some point, lead wasn't put in anymore.
I want to say 1930s? 1950?
Right, so I mean, it kind of gives you a target also, I guess, of how many of those will be eventually potential teardowns and new services anyway. And not knowing the environmental side, it's a whole different question, sorry. Obviously, drinking water is a big item. Is it also an issue, the lead water for showers?
No, it's consumption is what the concern is, consumption, especially in
Yeah, and in
children.
this whole government thing about replacing the lines, there's no options for like filter water systems or anything like that?
Well, those options exist for everybody today, but the state law is going to require water suppliers to replace lead service lines.
Okay, because it'd be a lot cheaper for us all to put in filter water in every house.
Try and tell some mother moving in that that's not.
Well, it'd be cheaper for us to pay for that than a water service.
So I think my initial view on it is again, there's going to be a piece that we're going to end up flowing through the rate structure. There's going to be an opportunity for the council to decide the cost allocation for what's on private property. And then there's also that builds on, if you're on a private road, you're probably going to bear the cost all the way from the water main to the house if the council elects to pursue that allocation.
Yeah, and then part of the payback on that could obviously be liens on the property upon a sale or something that the village could get money back if they don't have the money to pay for it.
The most common time I get a phone call about someone's water service is a real estate transaction, whether it's a seller or a buyer.
Right.
I'm sorry, I missed that, I was in the restroom. It's still on the property owner, right, to pay from their house to the street connection?
If
right?
you come into the village today and you say, I'm doing a upgrade, or I have a lead service line and I want to replace my line, you're going to be responsible for the entire cost from the water main in,
From the water main into your home, running through your front yard? is that
running through your front yard, including in the public right of way.
And that's going to, sorry, I missed that too. That's going to continue moving forward, or is part of this state mandate change, we're incurring some of the costs as a village
That's-
for people to replace that?
Well, there's going to be some crisscrossing of that, because what's going to happen is at a point in time beyond, in that, say, 2024 and beyond, we're going to be required to replace so many a year.
Not the personal connection, or just the one going through the street?
We're going to have, it's going to be measured in completing entire replacements, and the council will have to decide how they want to allocate the cost of what's on private property.
Okay.
But as it's written right now, if the council wouldn't take action to shift that, we would pay the full cost. Now, there's other nuances. If we get grant funding for this, we can't do a cost shift. So there's other clauses built into this.
But if we're talking 1,500 homes,
It's let's say 1,400 homes.
you're going to have, it's going to be a fairness discussion. Well, the homeowners have either paid for it themselves, or to say, once again, we're paying for other people to not upgrade their own stuff.
Right, it's going to be, it's an interesting dilemma.
Could you add an item to your bill?
Pardon?
Onto the monthly bill of that upgrade water service for the houses that were upgraded at the city's expense?
Well, I think it'll be incumbent on staff to bring you a handful of ideas, whether it's we offer a financing component, whether we offer an incentive component, whether we require when we do a water main work, and we try to mandate it at a point in time when we do water main. So I think there's going to be it's going to be incumbent on us as we get more information and get closer to that, is to bring you, here's the current requirements, here's what we got to comply to, and how do you want to recover the cost, and what cost do you want the utility. At this point with the uncertainty, I put a placeholder in the long-range plan to say it's coming and we're going to have some cost. I'm comfortable with what I currently know is we will meet our obligation in 2022 because we have a very strong inventory with very few that we're tracking down of uncertain. So the initial requirement on potable water suppliers is getting the inventory done. There's some utilities that unfortunately don't know what the makeup of their services is. And I won't say that we're 100%, but the vast majority, we have a record of what we believe is installing to each person's house. And that's the first requirement, do an inventory. The second requirement is then submitting a plan to the state. That's subsequent years out. And then obviously then you got to do what you plan, which is getting to replacing lead water services.
So when you're looking at your water main project, it sounds like there's a lot of very worthy projects looking into the system. Is that one of the things, criteria you look at, is the number of potentially, if you're going to go through, if you're going to, as part of the water main project, correct some of the lead connections to the public right of way, is that going to factor into the priorities?
Potentially later on, at this point in time, it doesn't. So at this point in time, the factors are related to performance, age, crossing the hallway, talking to the public works team about road. So yeah, I could see in the future, depending on how the cost allocation on lead services go, or if we have to meet a certain target, that could very easily influence what water mains get done.
Yeah, because then you get to make, and it's a policy decision, obviously, but if you get your inventory completed, or, feel comfortable with your inventory, you can see areas of the village that are older, but maybe not, maybe a lot of people are upgraded.
Well, I think, anecdotally, I believe the upgrades are kind of spread out. We do about, if you look at the number of services, 30-odd services a year, most of those are not, it's not new development, it's a house, it might be a new house, but it's a lot that already had a service, so they're getting a copper service.
And this, just based on the numbers, looks like you need to do about 100 services a year to make that 7% number.
Yeah.
'Cause it's about $1.5 million a year, right? 15,000 a pop. So you gotta do 100 of them to just make your 7%.
He's replicating my math. Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's a 300% increase over what we normally do. Wow. Well, let's thank Springfield for another unfunded mandate. I'll just add this to the many that end up rolling their way down our way.
Yeah. Brian, do you
We're
want
stuck sitting here as volunteers trying to figure
Yeah,
this
so-
crap out.
It is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah, Rob.
Brian, do you want to just briefly, high level, touch on that we comply with EPA testing? And that we do treat the water and there's
Okay, yeah, so
phosphates and that sort of thing?
one of the questions we get now is, well, if we have lead service lines, how's it managed now? So there's a handful of things that happen. We're meeting all regulatory requirements. So first of all, from an individual personal responsibility perspective, if you have a lead service line, you should be taking precautions like you're flushing your water line before you use it for potable water consumption. Flushing it means flush the toilet, take your shower, water your garden, your yard, whatever, and then use it for potable water purposes. So the potential for lead to get in the water is when it's been sitting stagnant in the pipe. The village treats the water system with a chemical called polyorthophosphate. It basically puts a film on the inside of the distribution system with the intention of slowing down lead leaking into the water. So that's used. And then we have to, every 3 years, and I think regulatory-wise this will be changing in the not-too-distant future, is we have to do samples throughout the village at houses with lead service lines and with copper service lines, and that goes in, the results of that go in the consumer confidence report to show that we're below the regulatory threshold for lead in water. We're meeting all regulatory requirements. We're not in an exceedance level. The homes are in the program. It's volunteer to be in the program, but once they're in a program, we use the same homes, and if someone drops out, then we basically seek other volunteers, and we have to file that address with the state of here's where we're going to go. But what happens is we drop off water bottles when it's a program year with instructions. The homeowner runs the water per the instructions and calls us. We come pick the bottles up, and we send it to a lab. The lab runs a test report and sends the results to the state.
I wonder if we can identify the different homes that, we obviously know, I would think, what homes are lead pipes.
We know that information.
And so, and do you think, how many of those 1,500 homes do you think know they have lead pipes?
It's hard to say. Some people know and don't want to know. Some people know and said they're not going to do anything about it. I mean, I run into a lot of people. Some people find out when they're looking at a home.
Yeah.
So from an interesting dynamic is one community is using their GIS tool to post where lead service homes are at on GIS. They're looking at doing that.
I just say if we want to get people starting to do this before we have to do it for them, say, by the way, you are in one of the 1,500 homes, we're not going to have lead pipes. You know, we are well under the requirements, but you may want to take steps on yourself.
But the issue with that,
Huh?
that's great. I don't drink water. I use bottled water or filter. I have no issue. Right, but it's
your
not
choice.
going to be a choice.
Not
Or
a
you-
choice
or
because
if you want to
Springfield
double
is
check,
Right.
we have to
get a
replace
I
it.
wish there was a choice.
Yeah,
But
and you either get a filter or you can start replacing it. It's going
Yeah.
to, we'll help you do it. It's going to cost you this to replace it.
no one's voluntarily going to put out 15 or 20 grand
I don't
versus
know.
buying a bottle of water.
We would.
Well, with a new house or an addition or something. Okay.
So,
Okay.
all right.
Thank you.
Does anybody have questions on Brian's water budget? I do.
Oh,
Okay, I'm looking at page 254, Brian,
the budget.
the summary. Help me understand your thinking. I'm looking at the expense number and the net fund loss projected for 2022. You could have just pulled back that slide too. I'm just in the book now, that's all. There you go.
So,
Okay. So let's look at the expense line item. 2020, we were 3.4. 2021, we budgeted 4 and we came in at 3.6, there was an increase of $200,000 in the expenses that year. You were projecting a $600,000 increase on that line item, right?
You're on gross expenses at the top?
Operating expenses, yeah.
Okay.
Actual for 2020 was 3.4. You're projecting 3.6 this year, right?
Right.
400,000. But yet next year, you're projecting $1 million more in expense. So help me understand that big of a jump, because it seems like you've been overestimating on the expense side, budget to budget to budget.
So in the 2022, the total budget amount is 4.5 million. So some of the increases is the debt service amount. That's the extra 250,000. That's the repayment of the loan to the general fund.
Oh, so that's not really an expense then?
It's being classified as an expense. But that's part of that increase. So the budget to budget comparison between the 21 budget is 4,073,000. And in 2022, it's 4.5, so it's about 500,000. Half of that is that.
Whoa. No, your estimate 2021, which is a more accurate figure, is 3.6.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
So you're bumping that up $1 million, but
Well-
I can see if $500,000 of it's debt repayment.
There's going to be.
That explains it.
There's 170,000 of services that would have been in capital from the accounting treatment for labor that we didn't capitalize that are going into the 2022 budget. So that was the account. Then the bottom, President Rents, 160,000. That would have shown up in the prior year's capital is now going to be an expense in 2022. So there's 161,000 in an accounting change.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I understand that.
What's the jump for, are you hiring more people for 2022 for salaries and benefits significantly increasing?
No, so again, there's no change in there's merit steps and, there's I guess I'll call it a COLA planned that the council would ratify. There's also merit steps for employees that are progressing through their steps. The reason this number, the 7.3%, is a little bit higher than what you'd planned or look at from a previous year is there's a change in financial treatment where $161,000 that would normally have been in capital is now going to show up in my labor expense account. So that's inflating the salaries and benefits by $160,000 of what we would have looked at in the previous year. It drops off capital, correct?
Is it okay if I ask a question back on the electric that I missed?
I was hoping we were done, but
Is it
yeah.
okay, guys? I noticed, I don't even like saying this in public session, but I have to. I looked at your wages for your workforce on the electric side, and it occurred to me that based on what's going on out there in the marketplace, in the organized labor marketplace, what is the chance that some of our people are going to start getting picked off, especially those ones that are at the lower rates from the electric department?
I'm gonna flip it around and say it's happening at the top end, and it's already happened. So we lost a crew leader in 2021. We lost a young crew leader that we developed from an apprentice all the way through the ranks.
Yeah.
Is now working for the neighbor.
So, I mean, the potential for that to happen,
And the
especially in today's labor market, right?
and the individual didn't leave because of base salary. The individual left because of the overtime opportunity.
So how do we combat that?
Well, I think it's to be honest, and I'll give Assistant Manager Kazinas a chance to weigh in, it's a challenge in the current market. As someone that has a child that's graduating college, this is great. I'm like, this couldn't be a better year for you to graduate. As an employer who currently have 2 open spots in my organizations, where they're budgeted spots, but we're trying to get quality I need someone to fill his spot. I can't find them. I've got an open line worker spot. Can't find them. So it is a challenge. I think we've had help with HR and looking at some targeted spots where we're looking at the salary to make sure we are competitive. But it is a challenge, and we're not alone in that. But literally, I mean, to give you the perfect example, is we lost a young, I shouldn't say lost, but I mean, he left to go to work for another organization, and this was an individual that had been an apprentice all the way through the ranks here.
So, yeah, I mean, to me, the pay rates looked a little on the low end for some of those positions. Of course, all you get is boom, boom, boom. You know, you really don't get to understand what's behind that or what the seniority of any individual is. But it was just a little worrisome to me, knowing the way that things are going on out there in the world today, and people are just cherry picking all over the place.
I don't know, Chris, if you want to jump in, have any additional comments?
To Brian's point, not just in the electric and water funds, but throughout all departments, we are experiencing a very challenging labor market right now. And from entry-level positions all the way up the scale, there has been unprecedented salary escalation. So in HR, we are taking a look at our ranges, and as we're posting positions, doing internal and equity salary comparables to make sure that we are trying to be competitive. But the challenge specifically in water and electric also is our comparables in electric aren't other municipal organizations, it's ComEd. And they're in a different environment, being highly unionized. So it is a bit more challenging from that standpoint. So we are working to make sure that we have competitive salaries and we're an attractive place to come and work and grow. This also helps answer your question about why there's the variation between actual and budget. The vacant positions also play into that variance.
Glad to hear you guys are on it, at least. I mean, that's the most important thing, so. All right, I'm done. Any other questions? We good? That wasn't so bad, huh, Brian?
Every year is an opportunity, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Great presentation as normal. Rob, do you guys want any closing comments, statements, so on and so forth?
Just to wrap up, I want to thank Tim and the department head team for all their work. We've been at this since July, so, you know, it's always a big part of our annual effort. But they really did a nice job this year. Every budget presents its challenges. There's new legislative initiatives like the lead service lines, and there's capital challenges, but we've been able to come up with reasonable options and solutions to present to you. And then the last part of my thanks is thanks to all of you for devoting the day. I think it's, from staff's perspective, it's great to be able to get through it in one sitting with you and to get your feedback. We've got the list, and we'll be following up with you. So thank you.
Thank you. It was an awesome job by everybody. In order to keep good and holy with all things that we're supposed to, I'm supposed to ask for public comment. However, I do not see anybody in the room from the public, so I will open and close the public comment period, and I guess just ask for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We stand adjourned.